The pillows are fluff thanks to Miss Emily. The couch is wide enough. Join the family. It's all love while we laugh at Burke's criminality.
In the courtroom today.
Hey,
Wendi is a friend
hey, welcome to the Sofa Squad.
Earlier
Sipping
this
from the
week,
cup
prior to the individual questioning, you were sworn in to do just that, to answer all questions truthfully that are posed to you as a part of the jury selection process. First, this morning, I will be asking you some questions, and after I have finished, the attorneys will have some questions for you as well. This will be the attorney's only opportunity in this trial process to directly engage in conversation. The purpose of the questioning by the attorneys is to assist in determining if your verdict in this case will be unduly swayed or influenced in some way by your personal experiences and opinions that you currently hold, or any special knowledge and training that you may possess. The object of this process is to select jurors who will impartially try the issues of this case that will be based on the evidence that is presented in the courtroom without being influenced by any of the factors.
Welcome to the Sofa Squad, sipping from the cup that hey, come laugh with the Sofa Squad. Can't roll my damn eyes hard enough.
Hello, good morning, Sofa Squad. If you could pretty please drop a number 1 in the comment section so I know that you can hear me and I'm not just talking. Good morning, Shayna. Good morning, Iowa. Good morning, Finally Learned How. Good morning, mostly. Thanks for the ones, everybody. I hope y'all are doing well. So for everybody just joining, today is our kickoffs, if you will. Hey, Emily, good morning. Hey, Jason. Hey, Steph. Hey, Willow. Chris, what's up? Blankets, check. Puppies, check. 3 different drinking beverages, check. Sofa Squad, check. Shoulder pads, ignite. Stop. Shoulder pads. So, y'all. Okay, y'all. Shoulder pads, warp speed. So, y'all, what we are doing today is it's opening statements for Donna Adelson. Now, the jury was supposed to be there at 8:45. We are operating on Eastern time for this. Obviously, it's going to be getting situated. It's the first day. Hey, Alpha. Hey, Yvonne. How's it going? So all that kind of stuff, right? Now, we have no idea how long opening statements would be. I would assume it's going to take a minute. Okay, this is a complicated case that's gone on for a decade. So we'll probably get some bombshell kind of stuff or whatever in the opening statements. This is pretty typical, right? And yeah, I think Wendy's supposed to be one of the first witnesses, so today could be massive. Okay, so what we'll do is this, pardon me, we're just gonna see how the day goes, because what I was sitting here thinking is that we might do like finish here, take a break, do a separate live chat for people who aren't watching, you know what I'm saying, and kind of recap the day and that type of stuff. Okay, but again, we'll see how much rejecting goes on. Probably around 2 or 3 I'll be slumped over talking about I got up super early, went to the gym, came back. Oh, thanks for gifting 5 memberships, Iowa. I know, right? Alpha says it feels like yesterday didn't end, literally, right? Like, here we are. And went so later in the evening. And so for people who are unfamiliar with this case, this is Donna Adelson. She is standing trial. She's been accused of, essentially, I would use the word mastermind, but being part of a conspiracy, a mastermind, the matriarch of a situation to take out Dan Markel. Dan Markel was her son-in-law. He was murdered about 10 years ago during a custody battle for Donna's daughter, Wendi, and Dan's kids, right? That's essentially what this was over. Donna Adelson's son is in prison for life over this, as well as 3 co-conspirators who were more of like the hands-on part of the killing. And yeah, so that's where we're at. Okay. And we're here finally at this. I'm very surprised that we're here. As you've seen with trials this year, pardon me, anything can pop off. Most of the time it hasn't. They've pled out, or this hasn't happened, or it's got pushed off, or whatever, right? And so this, I'm just like, oh, well, okay, let me gather myself. Here we go. Hey, Lauren, good morning, or good afternoon, I guess, to you. How's it going? Hello, Nightbot. Good. Well, does the Nightbot have an awareness of time? Wouldn't it be funny if one of us cosplayed Nightbot at CrimeCon? Right. Oh, so I figured this out. I was looking at, so for those who are coming to CrimeCon, I was looking at it, and Friday evening is when we're going to do the meet and greet, like the official Sofa Squad meet and greet, because Saturday night's the Clue Awards, and then Sunday it's over. And so Friday night, and I forget what time it was, but like maybe 8 o'clock or something like that, they already know. Okay, I might have to take a little sofa nap to make it to 8 o'clock. It would actually be fun. Now, if y'all are cool, it's just me like kind of sitting on the sofa in the lobby with my blankie and being like, then we're good. We don't need a nap, right? But if you want to talk and interact, there's that. So, and I'm actually shy in person. Y'all might not guess it, but I really am. Okay, that's right. So Emily says yes, 8 would be good. It doesn't conflict with the other things. So perfect. And I don't know. So once I get there, Alpha, I'll scope out a spot. So for now, hey Amanda. So for now, we definitely know it's gonna be like 8 o'clock Friday evening. So like opening night of CrimeCon, but I'll scope out a place. Now, what I'll do is I'll make sure that it's not within CrimeCon. So it's gonna obviously be a Gaylord, but we're gonna make it like outside of it in case there's people who aren't coming to CrimeCon, say local people who might want to come. See what I'm saying? So anybody can come is what I'm getting at. That's what we did last year, and that worked out great because there's some people who literally were just like they were local to the area, and they're like, "Hey, I'm not doing CrimeCon, but wanted to come hang out." And I think that's cool. Hold on 1 second. Okay. So, yeah, so like what we did last, like what Emily, hold on, y'all. Pardon me. I know, Anna, it's killing me to find out where it's going to be next year. Literally killing me to find out where it's going to be next year. So, and like what Emily said, he finds a public spot together in. We took over the lobby last year. Exactly. That's what we did. Like I found this kind of space. Now, my mistake is when I got down there, like some people were like kind of sitting in the general vicinity, and I didn't think they were with us. I'm slow on the uptake, as y'all, if you follow me, you already know this. So, and I just, it is what it is. So I need to be more like,
if you please could give us the names of the witnesses that the state may call during this trial. Members of the panel, please pay careful attention to these names. I will have follow-up questions after Mrs. Kappelman and Mr. Zellman have spoke on this matter. Go ahead.
I can't figure this out.
Investigator Brittany Adams with the State Attorney's Office, Charlie Adelson, Rob Adelson, Wendi Adelson, Sergeant Sherry Bennett with the Tallahassee Police Department, Drina Bernhardt, Officer
is
Bill
anybody
Brannon,
so I'm assuming they're
Police
muted right
Department,
now. Is anybody
Special
else having
Agent Greg
this
Bronstein
situation?
with the FBI, Kate Butler with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, Patricia Bird, Special Agent Justin Karsten with the FBI, Dr. Anthony Clark, Deputy Amanda Collins with the Leon County Sheriff's Office. Sergeant Chris Corbett is with the Tallahassee
I hear
Police
court.
Department.
I don't
Investigator
hear
Brock
it.
Dietz
This is
with the
not
U.S.
good.
Fire
Okay,
Marshal's
hold on.
Office. Investigator Michael Dillmore with the Tallahassee Police Department. Ryan Fitzpatrick, Sigfredo Garcia, Jim Geiger, Sharon Geiger.
I hear it now.
Detective Jonathan Grossman is with the Miami Police Department. Sergeant Corey Hale with the Tallahassee Police Department. Mary Hull.
You're welcome. Before we get
This
started,
is a y'all. This is
I'm
a
going to give you some preliminary instructions as to how the trial will take place, and also an instruction on note taking. Does everyone have a pen and notepad? If you can hold those up for me so I can see. For the record, each juror has a pen and notepad. After I've given you these two instructions, at that point, the parties will have their opportunities to give their opening statements, and the state will proceed with its case. Once again, throughout this trial process, I will be reading to you quite a bit. Again, it's not that I just do not wish to speak to you in a normal fashion, but the instruction that you are to receive from the court concerning the law during this case is to be specific, and it is to be uniform. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have been selected and sworn as the jury to try the case of the state of Florida versus Donna Adelson. This is a criminal case. Donna Adelson is charged with first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and solicitation to commit first-degree murder. The definition of these offenses will be explained to you later in this trial. The state's charging document, which is called an indictment, is not evidence, and it is not to be considered by you as any proof of guilt. It is my responsibility to explain the law to you. It is your solemn responsibility to determine if the state proved its accusations beyond a reasonable doubt against Donna Adelson in accordance with the law that I will provide to you. Thus, the province of the jury and the province of the court are well defined, and they do not overlap. This is one of the fundamental principles of our system of justice. Before proceeding further, it will be helpful if you understand how a trial is conducted. At the beginning of the trial, the attorneys will have an opportunity, if they wish, to make an opening statement. The opening statement gives the attorneys a chance to tell you what evidence they believe will be presented during the trial. What the lawyers say is not evidence, and you are not to consider it as such. Following the opening statements, witnesses will be called to testify under oath. They will be examined and cross-examined by the attorneys. Documents and other exhibits may also be produced as evidence. After the evidence has been presented, the court will give you instructions on the law. The attorneys will then have the opportunity to make their closing arguments. Following the closing arguments by the attorneys, the court will conclude with final instructions. After the final instructions are given, the alternate jurors will be released, and you will then retire to consider your verdict in this matter. You should not form any definite or fixed opinions on the merits of this case until you have heard all the evidence, the argument of the lawyers, and the instruction on the law that I will provide to you. Until that time, you should not discuss the case amongst yourselves. Your verdict must be based solely on the evidence or lack of evidence and the law. I now instruct you not to communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, about this case. No communication includes no emailing, text messaging, tweeting, blogging, or any other form of communication. You cannot do any research about the case or look up any information about the case. If you become aware of any violation of these rules at all, please notify my courtroom personnel concerning the violation. During the course of the trial, the court may take recesses or breaks, and you will be permitted to separate and go about your affairs, or you'll be returned to the jury room. During these recesses or breaks, you must not discuss the case with anyone, nor permit anyone to say anything to you or in your presence about this case. If anyone attempts to say anything to you or in your presence about this case, please tell him or her that you are on the jury that is trying the case and ask that person to stop. If he or she persists, leave that person at once and immediately report the matter to my bailiff, who will advise me. All cell phones, computers, tablets, or other types of electronic devices must be turned off while you're in the courtroom. Turned off means that the phone or electronic device is actually off and not in a silent or vibrating mode. You may use your devices during any recesses or breaks, but even then, you may not use your cell phones or electronic devices to find out any information about the case or to communicate with anyone about the case or the people that are involved in the case. Do not take photographs, video recordings, or audio recordings of the proceedings or of your fellow jurors. After each recess or break, please double check to make sure your cell phone or electronic device is turned off. At the end of the case, while you are deliberating, you must not communicate with anyone outside of the jury room. You cannot have in the jury room any cell phones, computers, or other electronic devices. If someone needs to contact you in an emergency, the court can receive messages and they will be delivered to you without delay. A contact phone number will be provided to you for this very purpose. The case must be tried by you only.
Georgia is serving today. Look at that hair. Look at that outfit.
In the presence of the defendant, the attorneys, and myself. Jurors must not conduct any investigation.
Thank you, Nefertiti.
This would include
good to see you.
Newspapers, watching television, using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places that are involved in this case. This instruction is going to apply to you whether you're in the courthouse, at home, or any other location until the trial has concluded. You must not visit places that are mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place that is discussed during the trial. Jurors must not have discussions of any sort with friends or family members about the case or the people and places involved. So do not let even the closest of family members make comments to you or ask questions about this trial. In this age of electronic communication, I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face-to-face, you must not talk about this case by using an electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages that are related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog. What are the reasons
for these
rules? These rules are imposed because jurors must decide the case without distraction and only on the evidence presented in the courtroom. If you investigate, research, or make inquiries on your own, I will have no way to make sure the information that you have obtained is actually proper and relevant to this case. The parties likewise have no opportunity to dispute or challenge the accuracy of what you may find. That is contrary to our judicial system, which assures every party the right to ask questions about and challenge the evidence being considered against it and to present argument with respect to that evidence. Any independent investigation by a juror unfairly and improperly prevents the parties from having the opportunity that our judicial system promises. Any juror who violates these restrictions jeopardizes the fairness of the proceedings and a mistrial.
Thank you, Keisha.
That would require the entire trial process to start over. A mistrial is a tremendous expense and inconvenience to the parties, the court, and all taxpayers. If you violate these rules, you may be held in contempt of court and face sanctions such as serving time in jail, paying a fine, or potentially both. In every criminal proceeding, a defendant has the absolute right to remain silent. At no time is it the duty of a defendant to prove her innocence.
From the exercise of a defendant's right to remain silent, a jury is not permitted to draw any inference of guilt, and the fact that a defendant did not take the witness stand must not influence your verdict in any manner whatsoever. The attorneys are trained in the rules of evidence and trial procedure, and it is their duty to make all objections they believe are proper. When an objection is made, you must not speculate on the reason why it has been made. Likewise, when an objection is sustained or upheld by me, you must not speculate on what might have occurred had the objection not been sustained, nor what a witness might have said had he or she been permitted to answer that question. During the trial, it may be necessary for me to confer with the attorneys out of your hearing to discuss matters that require my consideration alone. It is impossible to predict when such a conference may be required or for how long such a conference may last. When such conferences occur, they will be conducted so as to consume as little of your time as is necessary for a fair and orderly trial of this case. If you would like to take notes during the trial, you may do so. On the other hand, of course, you are not required to take notes if you choose not to. This is going to be an individual choice for each juror. You have been provided with a notepad and pen for your use if you do wish to take notes. Any notes that you take will be for your personal use. However, you are not to remove your notepads from the courtroom. During any recess or break,
Thank
will
you,
leave your
Jules.
notepads in your seats. When the trial reconvenes, you will have access to your notepads once again. After you've completed your deliberations in this matter, my bailiff will deliver your notepads to me. From there, your notepads will be destroyed. No one will ever read your notes. If you choose to take notes during this trial, please do not get so involved in note-taking that you've become distracted from the actual proceedings. Your notes should only be used as an aid to your memory. Is the state prepared to give its opening statement at this time? You may proceed.
Happy birthday, Starry.
Good morning, everybody. Again, I'm Sarah Catherine Dugan. Georgia Kappelman and I are representing the state of Florida in this case. And this is the defendant, Donna Adelson. We see her here at the defense table, and this is how she appeared back in 2014 when this crime occurred 11 years ago. And the reason that we're here today is because this defendant, Donna Adelson, was part of a conspiracy to hire a hitman to kill her former son-in-law, Dan Markel. This murder was set into motion because back in 2014, this defendant's family had a big problem. And the big problem was Dan Markel. And the solution to that problem was the defendant's son, Charlie Adelson. Charlie Adelson was the solution because he had a girlfriend with connections to the type of people who were willing and capable of pointing a gun at a complete stranger and pulling the trigger. The victim in this case, Dan Markel, was known as Danny to his friends and family. He was a loving father to 2 little boys, and he was a highly respected law professor at Florida State University College of Law. Tragically, on July 18th of 2014, Dan Markel was shot in the head in broad daylight in the driveway of his home in the Benton Hills neighborhood here in Tallahassee. The last day of his life began like any other day of his that summer. He woke up, he took his 2 young sons to preschool, and then he went to the gym to work out. After finishing his workout, he returned home. He pulled into his driveway and he opened his garage. But little did he know that throughout his entire routine that morning, he was being followed by 2 hired hitmen who traveled all the way to Tallahassee from Miami for the sole purpose of taking his life. And like something out of a horror movie, when he pulled into his driveway, the killers pulled in right behind him. Moments later, Dan Markel's neighbor heard a gunshot, and he looked out the window and saw a light-colored Toyota Prius back quickly out of Dan Markel's driveway and speed away. The neighbor thought that was very unusual, very suspicious, so he waited a second to see if Dan Markel also backed out of his driveway or came out of his house. And when he didn't see him, the neighbor got, a very funny feeling. And he went over to Dan Markel's open garage to see if there was anything wrong. And he found a gruesome scene. Dan Markel's car window, his driver's side window, was shattered. His glasses and his phone were on the ground next to his car. And Dan Markel was behind the wheel. He was unresponsive and moaning and terribly injured. The neighbor called 911 and law enforcement arrived to find Dan Markel with a gunshot wound to the head. He was taken to the hospital where he survived for about 14 hours before he was pronounced dead. Dan Markel was only 41 years old. And his little boys, who were deprived of their father after this murder, were just 3 and 4 years old. Bless you. Law enforcement began to investigate to try to figure out who did this, who shot Dan Markel. The scene there, the crime scene, left no trace of the killers. There was no fingerprints, no DNA, no bullet casing, nothing was stolen. And so police began to suspect that this may be a professional killing. The little evidence that they do have sends them down 2 separate paths. One path is to track down that light-colored Prius that the neighbor saw fleeing from the scene. And the other is to identify who was inside that Prius. And the other path relates to motive. Who in Dan Markel's life would hate him enough to hire a professional killer to kill him? And after years of tireless investigation, both of these paths led directly to this defendant. So first, let's talk about the path involving motive. We'll go down both paths this morning. Police investigated Dan Markel's personal life to try to figure out a motive in this case, to see who might want him dead. And they learned that Dan Markel was entangled in a very nasty divorce with his ex-wife, who is the defendant's daughter. And his ex-wife is named Wendi Adelson. A review of the divorce case file reveals that Wendi Adelson had asked the court to allow her to relocate to Miami, where she was from and where her parents lived, with her children and Dan Markel's children, in order to be closer to her mother, Donna Adelson, to her father, whose name is Harvey Adelson, and to her brother, whose name is Charlie Adelson. The victim, Dan Markel, as y'all can imagine, is adamantly opposed to this, to his children being relocated to Miami. He works here in Tallahassee. He's a law professor here in Tallahassee. This is where he lives. This is where his kids have been raised. He wants his children here with him. A review by law enforcement of Wendi Adelson's emails made it clear that her mother, the defendant, hated Dan Markel and was the relentless driving force behind Wendy's relocation efforts to South Florida. And, being a caring and involved parent is great, but the defendant's participation in her children's lives went beyond mere involvement or even meddling. She was extremely controlling. She had very strong opinions about all the decisions in Wendi Adelson's life, whether it be about her career, her relationships, or even purchasing a home. And if Wendi Adelson would not do as the defendant wanted her to do, the defendant often then enlisted Charlie Adelson, her son, Wendy's brother, to solve the problem by getting him to kind of go to Wendi and persuade Wendi until Wendi ultimately agreed to do what the defendant wanted her to do. And while the defendant had always been controlling of her children's lives, the emails uncovered by law enforcement showed that this defendant was desperate to find a way for Wendi and Dan Markel's children, her grandchildren, to be able to relocate to Miami. The defendant told Wendi that she deserved more than just a life teaching in Tallahassee without her family, and that Dan Markel was essentially holding her hostage in Tallahassee because of his job. During the divorce and custody battle, the defendant's email showed that she was heavily involved in Wendi's court case, even going so far as to draft and edit the documents that Wendi and her attorney were filing in court, and emailing Wendi instructions for her attorney on arguments her attorney should make and what her attorney should do. The defendant would guilt trip Wendi Adelson about how much time she and her husband, Harvey Adelson, were having to spend away from their dental practice to visit Wendi and the grandkids in Tallahassee, and complain about how the family was losing income, losing patients because of their constant absences from the practice. And the defendant instructed Wendi Adelson that relocation to Miami was the most important priority in this divorce, and if it had to be her non-negotiable in the divorce. In June of 2013, the judge in the divorce case ended up ruling in Dan Markel's favor. And not only did the judge deny Wendi's relocation motion, but the judge dismissed it in a way that prevented Wendi Adelson from requesting the relocation again. So Wendi would not be permitted to move to Miami to be close to the defendant and her husband with the children at that time or ever, unless of course something happened to Dan Markel. After the judge denied the relocation motion, after that was denied, the defendant told Wendi Adelson in emails that Dan Markel has not beaten the Adelson family yet. She let Wendi know that the Adelson family is a team and they are trying to win. Donna Adelson suggested in her emails several bribes to get Dan Markel to agree to relocation, like plane tickets, paying for her grandson's education. And the defendant even suggested offering Dan Markel a $1 million bribe to allow the relocation, to let Wendi move to Miami with the boys. And if the bribes didn't work, the defendant also suggested several ways that Wendi could threaten or bully Dan Markel into submission. The defendant told Wendi to aggravate Dan Markel like he aggravates you. And the defendant set out a plan of action that the defendant told Wendi would make Dan Markel absolutely miserable. And she's detailing all of these in her emails. So, for the plan of action, the defendant knew that Dan Markel was devoutly Jewish. So she came up with the idea for Wendi to pose Dan Markel's sons for pictures in front of a Catholic church, and then post the pictures to social media, and even announce on social media she was getting the children baptized just to make it appear to Dan Markel that she was changing their religion. The defendant assured Wendi Adelson that this would all be an act to get Dan Markel to agree to let her move to Miami, but told Wendi Adelson that in order to pull off this stunt, she had to put on the acting performance of her life. The defendant said that it did not matter to her if Wendi had to dress her two little toddlers up in Nazi or SS uniforms. as long as she was able to get them to South Florida and show Dan Markel that he was not in control. The defendant repeatedly told Wendi Adelson that the rest of her life, meaning Wendy's life, as well as the defendant's life, Harvey Adelson's life, and Charlie Adelson's life depended on Wendi Adelson and the boys being able to relocate to Miami. And the defendant said that she would never, never, never give up and never stop fighting for Wendi and the boys to be relocated to Miami. And she never did. The evidence in this case will show you that this defendant's closest confidant was her son, Charlie Adelson. She and Charlie Adelson talk multiple times a day, every day. And he was the person with whom she would constantly vent and complain to about Wendy's situation here in Tallahassee, having to live in Tallahassee with her sons. And she would often, the defendant would use very dramatic life and death terms to describe it. The defendant portrayed Dan Markel to Charlie Adelson as a crazy person who was impossible to deal with and was causing an extreme amount of stress to Donna Adelson and her husband, Harvey Adelson. And Charlie Adelson was also the person that Donna Adelson relied on to solve her problems. And her daughter and grandsons having to live 8 hours away in Tallahassee was a big, big problem for this defendant. And this defendant made it Charlie Adelson's problem to solve. And although the divorce between Wendi and Dan Markel was final a year before the murder, throughout that year, litigation is still ongoing, to say the least. Each side is continuing to routinely file violations of the custody agreement, violations of the settlement agreement, and that continued right up until Dan Markel's death in 2014. A few months before the murder in 2014, Dan Markel alleged that the defendant, Donna Adelson, was disparaging him to his children. He was very worried about her trying to alienate him from his children. She was doing this by calling him stupid in front of the boys and telling the boys that Dan Markel was trying to take them away from her. Dan Markel asked the court to prevent this defendant from having unsupervised contact with her grandchildren. And this motion was still pending in court when Dan Markel was killed. And the murder of Dan Markel ensured that not having access to her grandchildren would never be a problem for this defendant. And what do you know? About 48 hours after Dan Markel was killed, after the shooting happened, Wendi Adelson and the little boys relocated to Miami, moved into the defendant's home with her, and the boys started school down the street. And just like that, their father was effectively erased from their lives, and the Adelsons' big problem had been solved. You'll hear during this trial that the Adelson family is a very tight-knit family. The defendant, her son Charlie Adelson, and her husband Harvey Adelson actually all worked together at their family's dental practice. The defendant, Harvey Adelson and Charlie Adelson are dentists there, and the defendant managed their accounts at the office. She was the details person. And this defendant, though, she managed much more than just the office for the Adelson family. She was the matriarch and a domineering one at that. She ran the office, the home, and the lives of the Adelson family members. After Dan Markel was killed, law enforcement interviewed Wendi Adelson. Wendi Adelson told police, and the police confirmed this, that she was at home having her TV fixed, at her home in Tallahassee, having her TV fixed at the time of Dan Markel's murder. And when police asked her, well, do you know anyone who would have a motive to kill Dan Markel? Wendi Adelson acknowledged that her family had a motive to want Dan Markel dead, and said that her parents had more reason to dislike Dan Markel than anybody else. At one point in the interview, police allowed Wendi Adelson to make a phone call to her parents to let them know that Dan Markel had been shot. And after she got off the phone with her mother, the defendant, Wendi Adelson said to police, well, they acted surprised, so that's a relief. And when asked by law enforcement if anyone could have killed Dan Markel on her behalf, she also told the police about her brother, Charlie Adelson. Wendi admitted to police that her brother, Charlie Adelson, had joked that he looked into hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markel as a divorce present, but decided to buy her a TV instead because it was cheaper. And what do you know? The same TV that Charlie Adelson bought his sister as a divorce gift would be Wendi Adelson's alibi the morning of the murder. An alibi, the TV repair appointment that was set up by her parents, Harvey Adelson and Donna Adelson, the defendant. So this path of looking into Dan Markel's personal life to see who would have motive to kill him leads law enforcement to the Adelsons, including this defendant, a woman who vowed to never, 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 never give up on getting her daughter and grandsons to Miami, and her son, Charlie Adelson, who told his family that he'd looked into hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markel, as Wendi said, was just a joke. But if Charlie Adelson was just joking about hiring a hitman, that joke, that stopped being funny when Dan Markel was actually killed by a hitman. While the police are trying to investigate motive, they are simultaneously following that second path of the investigation by tracking down that light-colored Prius the neighbor saw fleeing from the scene. When law enforcement retraced Dan Markel's steps on the morning of his murder, they uncovered some very chilling surveillance video of that light-colored Prius fitting the description given by the neighbor, following Dan Markel into the Premier Gym parking lot and waiting for an hour while he was inside, and then following him home from Premier Gym back to Benton Hills. And these surveillance images, coupled with a massive amount of phone and SunPass records gathered in this case, help police track down the exact car used to commit this crime. But police still had to figure out, okay, we got the car, but who was in this car? And why did that person kill Dan Markel? So law enforcement did a painstaking review of digital evidence in this case. And when I say painstaking, finding this Prius and finding evidence in these phone records was not an easy task. And it took much longer than your average investigation of a shooting, as you'll hear. But law enforcement eventually found that needle in the haystack. They found a number that communicated with the cell tower that services Premier Gym at the exact time when the Prius was there. And it was a number with a Miami area code. And that number belonged to a man named Sigfredo Garcia. Law enforcement examined Garcia's call logs, and they saw that he was in frequent contact with another number that was present at Premier Gym that day. And that number belonged to a man named Luis Rivera, who is a longtime friend of Garcia, and he's also from Miami. They both are. Police then looked at Garcia and Rivera's phone records, which showed that their phones left Miami 2 days before the murder, so July 16th. They came to Tallahassee, and on the day of the murder, on the 18th, they followed Markel to Premier Gym. The phone data shows that these men turned their phones off just minutes before the murder took place, and their phones then stayed off for about an hour or so after the murder until they were well southbound to Miami. I think around the Gainesville area, the phones turned back on. And then once they got back to Miami, a bank's ATM camera caught them in the light colored Prius at a bank drive-through and caught both of the men in the Prius. So police figured out the identity of the two men responsible for following and killing Dan Markel. But they continued to look for evidence to explain why these seemingly random men came all the way to Tallahassee to kill a man that they'd never met. What or who is the connection between the killers and the victim? The defendant in her emails obviously had demonstrated ample motive to want Dan Markel dead, but how do we get from these two random and hired killers to her? Well, those phone records that I talked about, they revealed that one of the shooter, Garcia's, most frequent contacts was a woman named Catherine Magbanois. She goes by Katie. The shooter and Magbanois have a long history of an on-again, off-again relationship, and they share two kids in common. This is Garcia and Magbanois. And lo and behold, these two paths of the shooter's car and the motive, they converge when law enforcement sees that Catherine Magbanois is also one of the most frequent contacts in the phone records of Charlie Adelson, the defendant's son. The same son that she had been nagging to death about his sister being stuck in Tallahassee. Law enforcement also learned that at the time of this murder, Catherine Magbanois was dating Charlie Adelson. So Dan Markel was a problem the defendant needed to solve. The defendant's son, Charlie Adelson, was looking to hire a hitman to kill Dan Markel. Dan Markel is killed by a hitman. And who ended up being the hitman? The hitman that killed Dan Markel? Someone with a close relationship to Charlie Adelson's girlfriend, the father of her children. So you can see how both paths, followed by investigators, charted the way to this defendant. Not only by looking into the motive, led law enforcement to the defendant because of her hatred of Dan Markel and her son's apparent efforts to hire someone to kill him, but also looking into that car fleeing the scene led law enforcement to the defendant through her son's girlfriend at the time. So 2 investigations, 1 conclusion. Law enforcement also tried to follow the money in this case, and that was a 3rd way that the evidence in this case pointed to the defendant. Law enforcement reviewed bank records, employment records, DHS-MV records of all the suspects, and saw that in the months after the homicide, Garcia, Rivera, and Magbanois all acquired some big-ticket items. Rivera and Garcia both bought motorcycles and cars. Magbanois got a breast augmentation surgery and later received a black Lexus sedan whose previous owner was Harvey Adelson. Catherine Magbanois's bank records were analyzed, and there was no check ever written or matching cash withdrawal for the car or the breast augmentation. Bank records also showed that Magbanois's account had a huge spike in cash deposits around the time of the murder. She deposited more money in her account in the 5 weeks after the murder than in the entire year before the murder. And this was during a time when there was no record of her being employed anywhere. And also, about 2 months after the murder, this defendant added Catherine Magbanois to the payroll at the Adelson family's dental practice, the one that she kept the accounts for, the defendant kept the accounts for. And the defendant started issuing her regular checks from their business account every 2 weeks, despite the fact that she did not work there at the time. Magbanois didn't work there. Law enforcement noticed that each one of the 44 checks that were written to Catherine Magbanois every 2 weeks over the course of the next 2 years after the murder were signed by this defendant, Donna Adelson. So the money was talking, but what about the suspects? Law enforcement wanted to know what they were saying. In examining the phone records in this case, law enforcement noticed a distinct pattern of communication surrounding important events or dates in this case. The phone calls always went from this defendant to her son, Charlie Adelson, and then from her son, Charlie Adelson, to his girlfriend, Catherine Magbanois, and then from his girlfriend, Catherine Magbanois, to the shooter, Garcia, and then back the other way, like train cars. They only seem to touch the car directly in front and directly behind them. The defendant never calls her son's girlfriend, Catherine Magbanois, or the shooter, or vice versa. Charlie Adelson never calls the shooter, or vice versa. So, if this is a murder for hire conspiracy, as law enforcement suspects, could it be that the defendant and Charlie Adelson are wisely insulating themselves from the actual shooters by having Magbanois act as the middleman? Law enforcement decided to launch an undercover operation designed to clarify who are the members of this conspiracy and how information was traveling within the conspiracy. Police applied for and received court authorization to listen in real time to the phone calls of Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanois, the people in the middle of this train car. And this is what's known as a wiretap. By this point, though, it was April of 2016. It took about 2 years to do this investigation to find out who was in the car and to get this wiretap going. So at this point, it's been 2 years, almost 2 years, since the murder. And at this point, in April of 2016, Charlie Adelson and Magbanois are no longer dating. They'd been broken up for over a year. Catherine Magbanois at this point is actually back together with Garcia. We heard they're on again, off again, and have these kids together. Charlie Adelson has moved on he's had many other girlfriends at that point since Magbanois. And Charlie Adelson and Magbanois, though, they are still friends. They remain close friends since their breakup, and they're still in regular communication by April of 2016, even though they're not together anymore. Rivera, the second hitman in that Prius, was in prison by this point, doing time on an unrelated charge. And the defendant is happily taking care of her grandkids all day, every day. So all the members of this conspiracy have presumably gone on with their lives, believing they've gotten away with murder. So what reason would they have to be discussing the murder at that point if police are listening in? They wouldn't. So police needed to stage an event that would generate some conversation, some activity between the members of the conspiracy so they could see who the members of the conspiracy were. Their plan was to send an undercover agent posing as someone on behalf of Luis Rivera. He was the hitman who was incarcerated by April of 2016, to walk up to the defendant, Donna Adelson, on the street. There's a fly right in front of me. It won't leave me alone. To walk up to Donna Adelson on the street and try to blackmail her for money. Law enforcement refers to this as a bump. So this undercover agent posing as a blackmailer, and this is an actual picture from the surveillance cameras, that this is the undercover agent passing a piece of paper to Donna Adelson back in 2016. This undercover agent is posing as a blackmailer. He hands the defendant a piece of paper, and on the piece of paper is a news article about Dan Markel's murder. And written on the piece of paper is a phone number and the amount of $5,000. He tells the defendant that he knows the Adelsons are taking care of Katie, and he's basically there to blackmail to get more money out of them or out of her on Rivera's behalf, to even things out, because he knows they're taking care of Katie. He never says Charlie Adelson's name or anything about Charlie Adelson to Donna Adelson. The defendant then puts the piece of paper in her purse and walks away without ever looking at the piece of paper, because she knew exactly what it was about. Then law enforcement listens in to see what will happen next. Will the defendant go straight to the police to report the blackmail? Or will she do something else entirely? And as suspected, based on the previously observed communication pattern, the first person that this defendant calls is Charlie Adelson, despite the fact that the blackmailer never mentioned Charlie Adelson to her. On that first call, you would think the first thing that Donna Adelson would say to Charlie Adelson is, "Oh my God, it's so crazy. Some man just came up to me, handed me an article about Danny's murder, and he's demanding money from us." But she never says any of that. In fact, the defendant never says Dan Markel's name at all. Instead, she tells Charlie Adelson that she needs to talk to him in person about some paperwork that was just delivered to her. She said that it involves the two of us, and that he should know what she's talking about. The defendant and Charlie Adelson continue talking, and she says that he should bring cash to their meeting. And she says, the TV is probably about 5. The defendant tells Charlie Adelson that the man who approached her mentioned an ex-girlfriend. The defendant never says which ex-girlfriend of Charlie Adelson. She never says Magbanwa's name to Charlie Adelson in that phone call. She only says that the blackmailer mentioned an ex-girlfriend. Charlie Adelson never asks his mom, "My ex-girlfriend? Which ex-girlfriend?" He's had a lot. He never asked that, because as the evidence will show, he didn't need to. He knew the TV is probably 5 meant that she was being blackmailed about Danny's murder, where the TV was the alibi, and he knew that the ex-girlfriend in question was the only ex-girlfriend that he had solicited to find a hitman for him, Catherine Magbanwa. And we know that because after this call with his mother, the defendant, Charlie Adelson, calls Catherine Magbanwa. He does not call his most recent ex-girlfriend or even the one before that. He calls Catherine Magbanwa. And his call to Catherine Magbanwa is the only call he makes to any ex-girlfriend after getting the information from his mother that the blackmailer mentioned an ex-girlfriend. And he hadn't dated her for about 1.5 years at that point. And although they threatened to do it very often, neither Charlie Adelson nor the defendant ever reported this attempted blackmail to the police. You all will hear the calls between the conspirators, and as you listen to these, you'll notice that they're being very cautious about what they say. It's apparent that they're being very careful about the words they use, because they are all immediately suspicious that law enforcement could be behind the bump. Law enforcement could be the person who came up to them on the street and gave her the paperwork. And law enforcement could also be listening to their conversations. After Charlie Adelson's first call to Catherine Magbanwa, Charlie Adelson then meets up in person with his mother, the defendant, And in person, she gives him the paperwork that this blackmailer gave to her and makes it Charlie Adelson's newest problem to solve. And naturally, what does Charlie Adelson do? He goes to the next train car, Catherine McBanois. Charlie Adelson and Catherine McBanois meet in person at a restaurant called Dolce Vita in Miami. And while they sit at their table in this busy, noisy restaurant, an undercover FBI agent is sitting at a table nearby with a camera hidden in a bag, recording the conversation. So this is an image from that video recording the conversation. And in the recording, we hear Charlie Adelson discussing whether the man who walked up to his mother could be an undercover police officer, or he could be someone trying to legitimately blackmail them. And if it's a blackmailer, is it somebody who just saw a way to make a quick buck? Or is it another situation entirely, which would be much worse for the Adelsons? Is it actually someone with inside information about Donna Adelson's role in the murder of Dan Markel? And that person could tell police what they know. Charlie Adelson reassures Katie, Catherine McBanois, that if it is the police, that is a good thing. Charlie Adelson thinks that, hey, if it's the police, that means the police don't have enough evidence to charge anybody. You know, they're just fishing for information. And in fact, Charlie Adelson tells her, hey, if they had any evidence, we would have already gone to the airport. It's important to note that at the time of this conversation at Dolce Vita, no arrests had been made in this case. And the only thing that police had released to the public at that point was a photo of the light-colored Prius that fled the scene. Police knew at that point that it was Garcia and Rivera who were in the Prius, but the public didn't know that yet. So that fact is interesting in light of some of the things that Charlie Adelson started saying to McBanois. He starts giving her several analogies involving rental cars being used to commit crimes. He reassures her that the police can't prove a person committed a crime just from someone's DNA being in a car that was used in a crime. In order to prove someone committed a crime, you have to be able to put the person at the scene of the crime at the time it was committed. So he's trying to reassure her that even if they identify who rented that car that fled the scene, they still would not have enough evidence to hold anybody responsible for this murder. Charlie Adelson also says that crimes are tough to prove unless someone actually witnessed the suspect commit the crime, or the suspect confesses to the crime, or a suspect is caught on a wire talking about the crime. So he's trying to reassure her about the lack of evidence in this case, about no witnesses, and trying to let her know that, hey, as long as we all stay quiet and nobody confesses or gets caught talking on a wire, then we don't have anything to worry about. And he begins educating Catherine McBanois about how blackmail works. He tells her that, hey, if this is a guy who knows information, there's two ways of dealing with this guy. You know, we could call the police, but then the guy blackmailing us could be charged, and then that blackmailer is going to start talking, and the police are going to be asking questions about what happened. The other option is to pay the blackmailer, but let him know that this is just a one-time thing. And we'll try to scare him off by saying, if you come around again, we'll go to the police. Charlie Adelson gives McBanois very precise instructions on how to deal with the blackmailer. He tells her to call the blackmailer and tell her that my friends, meaning the Adelson family, have no idea what you're talking about. And I'm just going to give you this money as charity. But don't contact these people again or they'll go to the police. And Charlie Adelson said he would give McBanois the $5,000 to pay off the blackmailer who approached his mother, except that he's concerned that this guy won't go away. He'll get that $5,000 and then he'll just keep coming back for more money. We'll see him as an easy target. And so Charlie Adelson then offers that the best solution might be to have the blackmailer killed, and that he's willing to pay whatever it takes. He says, "So help me God, if they F with my family, it's going to be Nazi shit, because this will be done. I mean, Katie, I don't care what I spend." And after hearing that Charlie Adelson wants someone killed and is willing to pay whatever it takes to get it done, Magbanua then asked Charlie Adelson to help her out. And Charlie Adelson reassures her she'll be taken care of and reminds her she's on salary at the parents' dental practice. After Charlie Adelson finishes this meeting where he's getting Magbanua to then solve the problem of the blackmailer, they say goodbye. He gives her a big hug that's captured on camera outside by the FBI. And then Charlie Adelson immediately calls the defendant to let her know everything's fine and he has handled the situation. He does this using some pretty obvious code words that you'll often hear these conspirators use to mask the meaning of what they're talking about in case law enforcement's listening. Magbanua then, also using code words, calls Garcia, and she tasks him with calling the number on their paperwork and finding the identity of the blackmailer. And in the series of recorded calls that y'all are going to hear later this week, you'll hear these conspirators talking and using words like TV, relationship advice, false leads, listings, patients, properties, clients, rap songs, CDs, pigs, all these terms that are obviously normal words, but they're used in context that, if you're listening to the conversation, don't make sense. So after that undercover operation was over in 2016, Luis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia are arrested, and they're charged with the same charges before y'all in this trial. Luis Rivera, who was the second person in that Prius, cut a deal with the state and told law enforcement the truth about the murder of Dan Markel and the people responsible for it. He told police that he was hired by his longtime friend Garcia to help kill Dan Markel. Rivera described how Garcia told him that this was a job that Magbanua was able to get for them, and it was in Tallahassee, and it paid $100,000, and that Rivera was going to get a third of the money. Rivera said that during the trip to Tallahassee, Garcia had a piece of paper with a picture of the man that they were hired to kill and some handwritten notes. And during that trip, Rivera said that the first call that either of them made after the homicide was from Garcia to Magbanua, where Garcia told her that the job was done and Magbanua assured them they would get their money the next day, which they did. That Magbanua brought the money the next morning to Rivera's home. And law enforcement checked cell phone records, which corroborated Rivera's information. Law enforcement told police that the money that he received from Magbanua the next day was packaged in a very unusual way. The money was basically in stacks of 1,000. Each stack was made up of $100 bills that were then stapled together. And after each stack was stapled together of 1,000. And after learning this from Rivera, Magbanua was arrested, and that was in October of 2016. During this trial, you'll hear that the Adelson family had access to a lot of cash because their family gave cash discounts at their dental practice. Like if you paid in cash, you would have to pay less than if you paid on a card or check. And they kept the cash that they received in stacks, and they stored it in a safe. Law enforcement also learned from Charlie Adelson's friends that Charlie Adelson had a very unusual practice of keeping his money in these $1,000 stacks that were stapled together, just like the money Rivera received. And over the last few years, since the 2016 arrests of Garcia and Rivera in May, and then of Magbanua in October 2016, law enforcement has not stopped working on this case. 3 years after Garcia's arrest in 2019, he was convicted at his trial. Law enforcement continued, though, to gather evidence. They continued to interview people who may possibly have information and to clarify all of these recordings the FBI did that couldn't be clearly heard. And thanks to their tireless efforts, in March of 2022, Charlie Adelson was indicted. 2 months later, in May of 2022, Catherine Magbanua's case went to trial, and she was convicted. During Magbanua's trial, Catherine Magbanua took the stand, and she insisted, this is back in May of 22, she insisted she had no knowledge of the murder. The Adelsons must have just gone around her to hire the hitman directly. That's what she testified to. Her defense team insisted that the state's theory was correct about every co-conspirator except for her, for Catherine Magbanua. That Catherine Magbanua was just this victim of bloodthirsty and desperate prosecutors and investigators, and just a victim of this set of circumstances that appeared to prove one thing, but was actually, the truth was something else entirely. However, after being convicted at trial and sentenced, Magbanua finally decided to testify about the plot to kill Dan Markel and admitted that she was the connection between the Adelson family and the killers hired to kill Dan Markel. Magbanua testified in Charlie Adelson's trial in October of 2023 and said that Charlie Adelson wanted to hire someone to kill his sister's ex because his mom was stressed out over all of the problems his sister was having with her ex-husband. Magbanua said Charlie painted a picture that Wendy's ex was this terrible man causing his mom so much stress that she couldn't sleep or eat. Magbanua agreed to help him and ended up recruiting her children's father, Garcia, and also Rivera to kill Dan Markel. She says that the night of the murder, she went to Charlie Adelson's house to pick up the payment for the murder. And when she arrived, Charlie Adelson said that his parents had just been at the house and that Charlie Adelson had the money for her there. Law enforcement was able to corroborate this claim with phone evidence showing that Donna Adelson went to Charlie Adelson's house the night of the murder. Magbanua then spent the night with Charlie Adelson that night, and the next morning, on July 19th, he put the money that she was to divide up into the trunk of her car. Magbanua says several things about the money stood out to her. She said it was stapled together in stacks of $100 bills and that it was damp like wet. She then delivered the money to Garcia and Rivera afterwards. When Catherine Magbanua said that when she asked Charlie Adelson about the money being damp, he said that his mother the defendant had actually washed the money, and that she and Charlie Adelson kind of laughed about the fact that the defendant had literally washed the money so it couldn't be traced. In Charlie Adelson's trial, Charlie Adelson took the stand, and he testified that Magbanua, Garcia, and Rivera were all in on this crime together, but that the Adelsons had nothing to do with it. They were the innocent ones. He crafted an elaborate story in which Garcia and Rivera came to Tallahassee on their own, killed Dan Markel without his knowledge or his family's knowledge, and then these killers colluded with Magbanua to play he and his mother for fools and extort money out of them. And for many reasons, which will be revealed to y'all in this trial, Charlie's interpretation of the facts was not reasonable to believe, and he was convicted. Charlie Adelson was convicted in November of 2023. And within hours of his guilty verdict, this defendant began to plan to flee the United States to a country that she could not be extradited from in order to avoid being arrested for Dan Markel's murder. The defendant on her phone researched countries that did not have extradition treaties with the United States, and she applied for an emergency visa to Vietnam. She was overheard planning to put her money in trust for her grandchildren, and she and her husband purchased one-way tickets with a fast-track emergency visa to Vietnam. And Vietnam does not have an extradition treaty with the US, as she would have learned from her searches. And just days later, she was stopped by law enforcement on the jetway in Miami International Airport, where she was boarding her one-way flight to Vietnam. And she was then charged for her participation in the murder of Dan Markel. After the defendant was charged, law enforcement received information from women who said that the defendant, Donna Adelson, was offering them bribes in exchange for false testimony in this trial. They said Donna Adelson promised them money, housing, veneers, prescription drugs, if they were willing to testify that Catherine Magbanua told them a completely different story about the crime than the one that she would be testifying to. One informant was even able to show law enforcement a script, a question and answer session for a direct examination in trial that Donna Adelson herself wrote, and that Donna Adelson wanted this informant to memorize and come into court and perjure herself by reciting it to you here in trial. Please listen to all of the evidence that y'all are going to see and hear in this trial. I know it's been a long week already, and we have a lot of evidence for you in this case, but when you do, you will see that this defendant conspired with her son, Charlie Adelson, who solicited his girlfriend, Catherine Magbanua, to get this murder done. And then this defendant paid her with cash, with checks for the job once it was completed. The defendant acted in furtherance of this murder plot that went beyond just thinking about it or just talking about it. And these acts make her guilty as a principal to first-degree murder, just as if she was the one pulling the trigger in the garage herself. And while the defendant's choices helped solve a problem within her family, they came at a very high price. She took the life of a loving father of 2 little boys and caused a lifetime of grief for Dan Markel's loved ones. And at the conclusion of the evidence in this case, you will be convinced beyond any reasonable doubt that this defendant is guilty. And at that point, we'll ask you for the only verdict that does justice in this case, which is a verdict that this defendant is guilty as charged. Thank you.
Go on, Georgia. Y'all, I'm sorry, but she's cooked. She's cooked. Okay. Thank you, Talo. I hope I'm saying that right. Thank you very much. Amazing opening statements. Donna's sitting over there shaking her head, doing this and that. It's not going to do her any favors. The jury will see this. If Harvey's doing the same BS over there, they will see that too. Now, granted, the state has to, obviously they're going to present this evidence to get picked apart, but I mean, this was the most, explain this case to me in a basic format. And this is what it comes down to for me. If I was a jury so far, I'd be like, so you're telling me a phone number that only Donna had, we're putting aside the fact that she didn't call the cops or do anything like that with the bump. A phone number that only Donna had ended up with the hitman. Case closed. Done. She smoked. Period.
The defense gives its opening statement. We are going to take a brief break. The bailiff will take you to the jury room.
We love the judge for that because I have to go to the restroom and get more coffee. And now, like I was saying, yeah, and somebody else just said this too. While Wendy's name is mentioned, and I personally think Wendi is, or say air quotes guilty, her name is very absent from all of this evidence that are going on. I do not know if they have enough evidence to ever convict her without it. I don't know if they have that kind of evidence. Pardon me. Because she's not in any part of the conspiracy. They're in
or the observers
Wait, hold on.
need to use the restroom, please do so at this point, so that way when the defense is ready, we can continue moving on seamlessly. We'll resume again at 10:20.
10:20. I mean, that's how long it takes me to get de-blanketed and de-dogged. I've got 3 dogs on me, a big old blanket, the sofa squad. We ain't budging. But I'm gonna have to. But yeah, so again, I've just right now, there can be gray lines on a lot of other stuff. That phone number, thanks Izzy for the super sticker. That phone number started with Donna and ended up in the hands of the hitman. Done. The TV's $5,000. Again, and this is the other part where it's like, say maybe interpretation, but just like the state just said, instead of number one, immediately calling the cops should have been the first phone call that Donna made. I was just approached, wasn't like right in front of the school. It was someplace like it was some situation like that. I was just approached by a strange man. First of all, think about this. Think about some dude. I don't care what he was dressed up looking like, because you know how people can be looking a certain way and they'll be talking about you got $5. You know what I'm saying? If that happened to me and somebody was doing that, my literal first knee jerk, I'd be like, I don't have any money. And not if talking about the money that he wanted, but like literally like, I don't even need to see what paper you're asking. I don't know you. You're coming to me with a story. I'm assuming you're wanting money or something from me. Please go away. You're making me uncomfortable. Like that kind of energy, right? That's immediately my reaction to that would have been. And if somebody was sitting here talking about handing me this and going into some weird story like that, I would have been thinking they've got the wrong person. But clearly this is like, the cops need to be made aware of this, because this is something weird, right? Like this is deeper than somebody asking for $5 for gas. This is something deeper. Donna doesn't do that. What does she do? She calls Charlie. And even like she said, Donna doesn't tell Charlie. The weirdest thing just happened. The weirdest thing. Oh my God, it scared me to death. Do you think I should call the cops? I need to see you in person. It involves us. When they start playing this evidence, and then the icing on the cake are the tickets to Vietnam. I can't wait. I cannot wait for here's the other part too that's good. So the jury's going to be seeing all this, and then they're going to see they're entitled. Number one, they're going to see it in person. Okay. They're seeing her over there shaking her head, doing this, doing that. Then they're going to see the way she is in the video. Like, what are you doing? Don't arrest us. Don't do this. These are incredibly selfish human beings. I'm lumping the family in with that, right? And the jury's going to see that, and they're going to back it up with this evidence. There's not much you can say. Yep. Donna was cool as a cucumber. She was not intimidated, concerned, confused, flustered. She wasn't afraid. And then how is Catherine going to be on the payroll? I mean, it's so bad. It's so bad. I mean, in a good way, because justice will prevail. So yeah, for my take on it, guilty. Now again, if the defense can pick this apart, but I think that when we hear from the jury, that has to be some of the stuff where it's like, yeah, I mean, again, I just am like, how did they end up with that phone number? There's no reason they should have that. The hitman should not have the phone number from the cops. And then the whole thing about Catherine talking about she washed the money. I mean, come on. Yeah, I'm gonna go to the bathroom, y'all. I'll be right back. Y'all get your stuff. I'm gonna obviously leave this, but I'm turning my camera off. I'll be back in 1 second. Okay. Where'd my... Okay. Okay, yeah. Okay. So one thing I'm doing too, if y'all see me, I'm making notes in my docs on my phone as we go through this. to do like a video and live chat later and stuff like that. Jake, sweetie. Donna, so y'all, Donna's wearing headphones so that she can hear. It's hooked up to the it's just so she can hear. She's over there listening to one of those I love myself. I can accomplish great things. People like me. She's listening to one of those. What do you call those? I'm talking about those things. I mean, I like that. I like stuff like that. If I was her, I'd be listening to that. Everyone get situated again. We've got one little baby here. We got one little baby here. Yeah, I'd be listening to some Enya. I'd be talking about sail away, sail away, sail away. Do da 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 do da 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 do da da da. Yeah, positive affirmations. Yeah, thank you, Alpha. Yeah, hold on. Luke is desperately like, lift the blanket up. I want to get under. Oh, I have a new sofa squad. Well, not sofa squad, but a new big fluffy blankie coming. Yeah, I'm good enough. I'm smart enough. Doggone it. People like me. I can see Chad Daybell having one of those. I'm good enough. Smart enough. Yeah, so far what we've learned is that if you're just joining, so we are still in opening statements. We are now waiting for the defense. The state gave, in my opinion, an excellent opening statement. They outlined everything. They had receipts, they had screenshots, they had, evidence. Now, of course, this is just opening statements, so they will have to, have this torn apart by the defense and vice versa, right? The defense is going to have a chance to get up there and say, hey, this is our version. They're saying this, we're saying that. Some of that stuff they were talking about towards the end about basically the jailhouse snitches. That's why that's a big thing that they were asking if you've been following for jury selection, with Donna giving them the script and things of this nature. I mean, I'm going to want to see some handwriting analysis proving that this is Donna to really back that claim up. I personally believe it because this is their MO, right? But to really drill that home, because that's really damning evidence if she did that, and they can absolutely, without a doubt, not completely have to rely on the jailhouse informant, but like some science, like, yep, that's Donna's handwriting. I'm curious if she will take the stand. I don't know if she's 100% doing it, or if y'all have like tea on that.
Is the defense set up at this point?
Okay, here we go.
Is any further clarification needed about what was discussed at sidebar?
Not at all, Your Honor.
All right, very good. You can be seated, but they're coming right back in, so it's probably going to be some pop goes the weasel, musical chairs, whatever your variation is of that.
Shooby doo doo be doo. Shooby doo doo be doo. You can sail, you can sing, you can dance. Now I've got that song in my head. What was that doing? Oh yeah. I was like, what did I pick the phone up for? I forgot.
13 people wrangling the bathroom will be a thing throughout the trial.
Yeah, I just love this judge. She's so nice. They're just kind of going in and out of muting it. So for people just joining, what's going on right now specifically is they're trying to wrangle the jury back in. You just got a big group of people all running to the bathroom at the same time and doing all the things or whatever. So they're just trying to get everyone seated. Once they are seated, we will be into the defense's opening statements. So the state has presented closing statements. The state has presented their opening. They outlined it very well. They connected all the dots. Big takeaways for me are them outlining the bump, which was essentially undercover cop getting a phone number to Donna, said phone number ending up with a hitman, to follow the trail, follow the trace, the tracing of this. How does this innocent bystander Donna with a phone number end up, the hitman ending up with it? It's almost like marked money, right? Same concept. How does this person have this money? When it started off with you, kind of a thing, right? But this is even more specific because it is a phone number specific to a blackmail threat, if you will. There should be no reason why that phone number ever left. That phone number, the first place the phone number should have gone was the police, right? It should have gone from Donna to the police, and that's it, period. Catherine being on the payroll, all the money changed hands. Now Catherine's testimony, people are going to be like, oh, she did this and she did that, and whatever. All right, Nikki. And Nikki says, I have Sail Away stuck in my head now too. I do too. I love Enya. She's launching a new tour with more of like a hip hop pop music edge to it. It's called In Your Face 2026. Oh, heaven to the Betsy. I got myself sometimes. That's why. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Okay, here we go, y'all. We're just waiting on them to turn the volume back on for us. Come on now. Come on now.
Everyone can be seated.
Okay, here we go.
Is the defense prepared to give its opening statement at this time?
Yes, Judge.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Your Honor, counsel. Good morning. Good morning. My name is Jackie Fulford, and I, along with Mr. Zellman, represent Mrs. Adelson, and I don't think you've heard my voice yet. Well, I'm going to try and talk slow because if I don't, the court reporter is going to scream at me. I just want to start by saying this. Remember, during the course of the proceedings, that the state always gets to go first, but the defense has a right to be heard too. So please keep an open mind until you hear from us as well. You just sat through an opening statement. The presentation was pretty cool. I'm old-fashioned, so I don't use that kind of stuff, but for an hour, you heard about this killing. And we're going to talk about that in a minute. And you heard on awful lot about why they think Donna Adelson has the motive to kill Danny Markel. And you heard an awful lot about what other people did in this case. But not a single piece of evidence was discussed that shows that Donna Adelson planned this, hired anybody to do this, or intended that this happen. And I just want you to be mindful that when we're at the end of the case and the judge gives you the instructions, and he gives them, I won't do that. When he gives you the instructions, he's not going to give you an instruction that says the state has to prove motive. He's going to give you elements of each offense, and he's going to say that each element of each offense has to have actual evidence to prove that. Not motive, actual evidence that those things happen. We're going to have a long trial, and I know you all are kind of prepared for that, at least in your mind. You know it's going to happen, and it's going to be long, and we're going to have days. And you're going to hear a lot of evidence and phone calls and text messages and emails. But I want to ask you to never, ever stop thinking for the 2 weeks or 2.5 weeks that we're here about why it is we are really here. Not just because Donna Adelson is on trial, but because 2 men killed Danny Markel. Don't forget Danny. He was an amazing professor. He was very well educated. He had 2 degrees, I think, from Harvard, one of them from law school there. He was a professor. He had students. He was very well respected by his peers, his colleagues. He traveled all over the place to talk at conferences. They wanted him there for him to come and speak. Very, very intelligent man. And I know, I can't say I know because I never met him. I wish I had. But I know he had to be proud of all that he had achieved. It was his career was important to him. Him continuing to educate himself so that he could get tenure at the law school as a professor. He worked very hard. He earned a lot. What he did not earn was for somebody to do this to him. You're going to hear that Wendi Adelson, the daughter of my client, was married to Danny. And I'm not trying to be informal when I say that. I respect Mr. Markel, Dr. Markel, but because so many people in the trial are going to refer to him as Danny, I'm going to do that if that's okay. But I don't mean any disrespect by doing that. More important to Danny Markel than anything in the world were his little boys. He had 2 little children when this happened to him, a 3-year-old and a 4-year-old. When the divorce first happened, when Wendi moved out, he did not want the divorce. That was in 2012. And they squabbled during the divorce. They did. Each side argued for their side. The other side argued for their side. That's what happens in divorce. Divorce is not fun. Divorce is not usually friendly. Some of us have had friendly divorces, but not everybody does. And a lot of things were said. But moving forward to 2014 is where we're going to concentrate on, because that's when Danny was killed. And in 2014, with these little boys that he had, the divorce had been over for a year. Relocation, the opportunity, even discussion about it, ended. On July 31st, when the final judgment was entered, relocation was over. The state told you that. The court denied it with prejudice. She could never raise it again. Nobody was fighting anymore about where these little boys would be. Danny advocated for not only himself in the divorce, he advocated for his children. They are an important part of his life. He wanted as much time as he could get with them. They ended up splitting the time equally between Wendi and Danny. Their schedules changed a little bit on how they worked that out, but It was 50%. This bug is driving me crazy too. What in the world is that? Sorry. He continuously, from the time Wendi moved out till the time that he was killed, spent as much time as he could get with his children. He loved being with them. If it wasn't his time to have the children, he would go to their little preschool and spend time with them there. He wanted to talk to them on the phone as much as he could. You guys are way younger than me, so maybe you don't even know about this, but I guess there was a thing called Skype. I don't even know if it still exists, but I guess it's like FaceTiming, but doing it on your computer. And that's how he wanted to talk to his kids, so that he could see them when he wasn't with them while he spoke to them. Now, at 3 and 4, it's kind of hard to wrangle them to sit down in front of a screen. So Danny came up with a really good idea. When he Skyped the children, it would be most of the time after the kids had had their dinner and had their baths, where they're kind of calmed down. They're not in their little running around state. And he would read bedtime stories to them. And he didn't have his little kids. He still wanted to know that when the children went to bed, they didn't forget about Daddy. And he made sure that didn't happen. These kids are not deprived of their father. Their father was brutally taken from them. Not just when they were 3 or 4, or 5 or 6, or 7 or 8, but up into their teens. They lost the opportunity because someone took it from them to grow up with a father, to have his involvement and influence in their lives, to talk about what he did as a kid and share his experiences. All of that was stolen from him. That's very important. This Skyping that he did with his kids, Mrs. Adelson, when she had the little boys, actually arranged so she could do that with him. And she would keep the kids in front of the screen while he talked to his children. You've heard a lot about how she hated him. She said some ugly things during the divorce. Pretty foul things, actually. But you're going to learn through the evidence why that was occurring and how she was actually interacting with Danny. They're two very different things. I want to talk to you now about my client, Donna Adelson. She is a normal person, just like all of us. At the time that this happened, she was 64 years old, married to her husband, Dr. Adelson, a dentist. Now they've been married 54 years. It was somewhere in the 40-year range when this happened 11 years ago. And she got up in the morning and went to work, not at her and Harvey's business, like you were just told. She went to the business owned by her son. Every morning, they got up and they went to work. She did the books. She kept the books. She greeted patients. She got charts out. At 7:30 every morning, she was there and organized and had everybody ready to go because they had a little staff meeting. So everybody can know what to expect, what patients they were going to see, what they were going to take care of. She was there working, sometimes late into the evening, just like all of us. She's a normal person. People who know Donna will tell you that she is not the person that the state is portraying her to be. She's kind, caring, loving. She cares more about people than she does about herself.
Donna knows it's BS.
Now, what happened on July the 18th of 2014? You've heard the state describe it, but I want to talk about it for a minute. The state is going to be able to prove to you some of the things they were talking about. Can everybody see it okay? No? Oh,
Clearly. Thank you.
thank you. Thank you. So the state told you that he got up every day, just like he normally did, on July the 18th of 2014. And I just want to say this also. Throughout the trial, you may hear me say that he was murdered on that date. Somehow he survived for another 11 hours. But in my opinion, all the evidence is going to show that what killed him took place on the 18th, and he was just able to survive long enough into the next day. So on that date, July 18th of 2014, these two men, Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera, followed Danny all over town. Started at his house, followed him to the school where the little children were going to school, the preschool where he dropped them off, watched him drop those kids off, followed him to the gym, waited outside the gym for him, followed him to his house, pulled up in the driveway. Mr. Markel is talking on the telephone to someone, and he notices someone's coming into his driveway. And while he's talking on the phone and says something about needing to see who this is, he turns and looks in the direction. And this man, Sigfredo Garcia, is holding a revolver. And he points it at him. And you may hear testimony that there's some evidence that maybe he tried to, well, you know what you do in defense when somebody's going to hit you or whatever, you put your hands up. He saw this man pointing a gun similar to this at him. And in that instant, I cannot fathom how terrified he must have been when this man shot him. Not one time, but twice. One of the shots is almost right between the eyes. He was brutally murdered by this man. This man, Luis Rivera, who you've heard them mention in the state's opening, traveled with this car. This is an actual picture of the car, and the state's going to show it to you. This is the Prius that they were traveling in. This is surveillance photo that the investigators were able to find to know that it was a Prius that they were looking for. This man supplied the gun and drove the car following Danny, drove it up into the driveway less than 3 feet away from Mr. Markel, whose engine is still running, and he's on the phone, and he waits while this man kills him. He hears the shots. This guy, Mr. Garcia, runs back to the car where Mr. Rivera is in the driver's seat, and he's the getaway driver. Supplies the gun, knows what they're going there to do, kill him, and drive off. They drive off. The state can prove that about Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera. But they're not on trial here, right? You heard they've already been on trial. Then you're going to hear, as the state said, that they can prove that, everybody can see okay? They can prove that Katie Magbanawa, her name's Catherine, some people call her Katie, they can prove that she's the one who set it up. This is the father of Katie's children. This is his buddy that was recruited to go along on this trip to kill Danny. They can prove that she arranged these guys to do it, and that she's the one who paid them the money that was in stacks, stapled, $100 bills, all $100, well, there may have been something other than $100 bills, but each stack was $1,000, stapled together. And you're going to hear testimony that that's exactly what he did with his money. He kept it and saved it for a long time. And you're probably going to hear testimony that this happens on July 18th. And on July the 19th, Mr. Adelson, Charlie Adelson, which is her son, gave approximately between $130,000 and $138,000 that he had in his safe that he collected and stapled together. His money went to her, not Miss Adelson. They can prove and have that he paid her to get them to kill Danny Markel. That's what they can prove. And they've done it 1, 2, 3, 4 times. This case is really a lot about theory and motive and not evidence. The state has a theory, and for the past 9 to 11 years, in fairness, probably 9 years, they have told the whole world that Mrs. Adelson was the reason that this happened. Mrs. Adelson was the reason that this happened. They've told this story, and it's outrageous. It gets people's attention. It's made a lot of money for the media, interviews, specials. Some people in jury selection said they had watched these specials. Lawyers on there, investigators on there. They made a lot of money for the media, and it got big attention because this is outrageous, what happened. It is truly outrageous. But what's more outrageous is, without any evidence, only motive and theory, they put her at the top of this pyramid. She's the matriarch. She's the matriarch mastermind behind Danny being killed, and they don't have evidence of that. That's what's outrageous. It's outrageous that he got killed, but it's also outrageous that we're sitting here with a jury, and you're going to hear a lot of theory, a lot of motive, and a lot of what they believe the evidence means. They don't get to decide that. The evidence is what the evidence is, and I ask you to patiently sit here and really pay attention to all of the evidence that you hear, every witness that they put on, every piece of evidence that they present to you, all of it. Don't, for 1 second, I'm not asking you to ignore any of that. Please listen to all of it closely. Look for what they actually have as evidence that Mrs. Adelson planned. She planned Danny Markel's murder, that she engaged these men to kill him, and that she gave the money to her son to give to Katie to pay them. You won't find evidence of that. The evidence about the $3,000 a month, I have that here on this board, $3,000 a month. Charlie Adelson gave $2,000 a month, and he instructed his mother, for reasons you're going to learn in the trial, out of his business account to put her on payroll. She worked for him and she paid that money. It's this man's money, not Donna Adelson. At the end of listening to all of the evidence, we're going to have an opportunity to make closing arguments. And the judge is then going to give you, well, he's going to give it before, he's going to give you all of the instructions on what it is that you have to decide. Did the state charge and then prove that Mrs. Adelson committed a conspiracy? Not one of the elements, all of the elements, proven by evidence, not theory, not motive. For each count, then solicitation, all the elements. So while you're listening to the evidence, you don't know what those elements are, but think about what each thing it is that the state has alleged. She planned it, She got people to do it. She intended that he die. That this woman wanted to take away the father of her grandchildren for the rest of their life because of relocation that happened a year ago and was done and over. And at the end of the case, because there's not going to be evidence that she did this, keep an open mind. Listen to all of it. We're going to ask you to find her not guilty of every single count. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fulford.
That tells you all you need to know.
Take down the easels at this time.
Tells you all you need to
Is
know.
the state prepared to call its first witness?
That was, y'all, they don't have anything, the defense. They're trying to make it look like, so they're trying to pin it on Charlie. It was his business. He was paying her. See what I'm saying? That's where they're going with it. No.
May I reposition the lectern, Judge?
You do what you want to, Georgia. With that blazer and that blowout, you move that lecture thing where you want to, girl. It's your courtroom. With that blowout, you don't have to ask permission. You do what you want to. Okay. You are running this courtroom, girl.
Right hand to be sworn, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give?
Okay, here we go.
Truth? Yes. You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly for the jurors. You may examine your right.
Yes, sir. Perfect. Thank you. Please say your name and spell your name.
My name is James Geiger, Geiger.
Sir, where do you live?
I live at 2122 Trent.
How long have you lived at that residence?
It's getting pretty close to 50 years now, I think 48 or 49.
All right. I want to take you back to July 18th of 2024. Now I've got an ad on me. Do you recall something unusual that happened that day? I'm sorry, I said 2024, 2014, sir. You know what case we're here about. Do you remember what happened on that date?
Yes, I do.
All right. Could you please tell our jurors how something unusual first got your attention?
It was a Friday morning, about 10:30. My wife and I were sitting in our living room looking out towards Trescott Drive out to the street. And as we were sitting there, we were doing something with our iPads, and we heard a noise, a popping, loud sound, bang sound. And we immediately got up and walked to the front. We have a big picture window. Walked up to see if we could determine what had happened and where it had come from. We weren't sure it was to the right or to the left. And
All right, let me pause you right there and show you a couple photographs that I have as marked as states 1, 2, and 3.
okay.
Do you recognize these photographs,
Yes,
sir?
I do.
Are these fair and accurate photographs of your residence at that time, as well as the view from the window you've described?
Yes, it's true.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to admit 1 through 3 and publish.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
States 1 through 3 are admitted.
If we could publish states 1, please. All right, sir. So if you could just explain, give me that pointer, please. What we're looking at in this photo, and I've got a pointer here. If that's of any assistance to you, push the middle button, you get a red dot. You don't have to use it. Oh, if you are going to use it, though, use it on the big screen, please, sir. All right, so just describe what we're looking at in this photo. States 1.
This is taken from Trescott Drive. The house on the right is my house, and the house on the left was Danny's house.
Okay, and the bay window that you've described, is that what is pictured in this portion of the photo right here? Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's correct.
So publish states 2, please. Sir, is this the view from that window?
Yes,
All
this
right.
is what I saw as I looked out.
Okay, and the driveway that we can see there on the right side of the window, is that Dan Markel's driveway?
Yes, it is.
All right, so you've described that something got your attention. Can we have states 3, please?
Well, as I mentioned, I wasn't sure where the noise had come from, and I looked to the left and to the right, and as I looked to the right, there was a car that was rapidly backing out of the driveway and immediately headed down in that direction towards Benton Road. It caught my attention because it seemed to be going so fast. And I noticed what it looked like, and that caught my attention, although quite frankly, it was out of the corner of my eye. It appeared to be a Prius, a light colored Prius, maybe silver or white.
Okay, so something got your attention. What was that?
Well, that was what got my attention. And then
Was the vehicle itself?
Excuse me?
Was the vehicle itself, or some noise preceded the you see in the vehicle?
Well, initially we had heard this loud noise, which we weren't exactly sure it was. It could have been a gunshot. We weren't sure. And then when I saw the car back out, that prompted me then to walk next door. There had been in the neighborhood a few break-ins, burglaries, and my first thought was that somebody was trying to break into the Markel house. And so I went out the front door and walked across over to Danny's house to see if anything had been damaged, maybe tried to be broken into the garage or something.
Yes, sir. When you looked out, you said you saw the car back out and then exit toward Benton Road. Would that be going this direction, to the right of the photograph, or toward the left of the photograph?
It would be towards the right.
Okay, so out this way. And you said you walked over there just to sort of look around, make sure everything was okay. What did you see?
As I approached his garage, I noticed that the garage door was open. His car was inside, and the motor was running. And so I thought then, well, I guess so much for a burglary. I don't think that's happened if Danny's there. So I turned around and walked back to my house.
Okay. What happened next?
After that, I can't tell you why, but I just stood at my front window and looked out and waited for a few minutes, maybe 3 or 4, up to 5. And for some reason, it just didn't quite seem right. Danny hadn't backed out. And I thought by this time he should have backed out of his driveway, and he didn't. And so I said to my wife, I think something just seems wrong. I'm going to walk back over. And so I did that.
All right. And what did you see when you got over there?
Excuse me?
What did you see when you got over there the second time?
Well, when I went back the second time, I noticed that the garage door was still up. The car was still running. And this time I thought, maybe I better walk on into the garage. He's probably in the driver's seat. He's probably on the cell phone talking, but I just wanted to make sure everything was okay.
Yes,
And
sir.
so I walked into the actual driveway then, and I saw that the window, the driver's side window, had been shattered, and I stepped on glass at that same time. As I looked inside, I saw a bloody head, and the head was slowly moving back and forth, rolling back and forth, left to right. And I hollered immediately, "Danny, what happened?" And I didn't get any response other than the head rolling. And so I hollered again, "Danny, Danny, what's happened?" Still nothing. And at that point, I knew that I had to get the emergency medical team there as quickly as I could. I reached into my pocket to pull out my cell phone, which is where I normally keep it, and it wasn't there. And I thought, gee, I've left it back on the couch at the house. So I quickly dashed back to the house, got the phone, and called 911.
How many minutes do you estimate elapsed between the time you saw the Prius backing out, or really I should say the time you heard the loud bang, to the time that you were able to reach 911?
Less than 10 minutes, more than 5 minutes, somewhere in there, I would say.
I'm going to approach and show you what I've marked as State's Exhibits 4, and then I also have 6 and 7. This is number 4, and I'll draw your attention to some initials on number 4, and then also 6 and 7.
Mhm.
Do you recognize these photos?
Yes, I do.
All right, Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence 6 and 7.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 6 and 7 are admitted.
Publish State 6, please.
You may.
Sir, is this how the vehicle was positioned when you went over there and found Mr. Markel so badly injured?
Yes, that looks correct.
Publish State 7, please. Was the doors to the vehicle are open in this photograph? Were they open or closed when you went over?
No, they were all closed.
Okay, closed, and the only window that was damaged was that the driver's side window?
That's the only one I saw. That's if there were some others, I didn't look at any other windows. I just simply saw the driver's side that was completely shattered.
All right, yes, sir. And State's Exhibit 4, is this consistent with the type of vehicle that you observed in the driveway backing out that day?
Yes, it was, although I didn't quite see that angle.
Okay. Judge, at this time, I'd ask to introduce States 4.
Objection to States 4.
No objection.
Admitted at this time.
All right, and you described it as a light-colored Prius. You weren't exactly sure of the color, maybe white, maybe silver, right?
Yeah, silver came to mind first, I guess, but certainly a light-colored vehicle.
I'm going to approach and show you State's Exhibit 5. Recognize States 5?
Yes,
Is that Mr. Markel?
yes, it is.
May I introduce States 5, Judge?
No objection. States 5 is admitted.
Publishing States 5. What did you know about Mr. Markel?
Well, this occurred in 2014, and Danny and Wendi were newlyweds and had moved in about 5 years earlier than that. They moved next door. We were not particularly close to either one. We would see them occasionally out on the street. The memorable thing, and the other neighbors would tell you, is that when they first moved in, they had a housewarming event and they invited all the neighbors in, and we attended it. That was our first time to see them and visit them. They seemed like a nice young couple, and but after that, we weren't particularly close.
Did they have a couple little children living there?
Well, when they first moved there, they didn't, but after a year or two, they had a first child and then later a second child.
All right, and at the time that Mr. Markel was shot, had his wife, Wendi, moved out? Had they separated?
Yeah, we had understood that they were going through a divorce, and Wendi had left, and after that, we rarely saw Danny, and I don't think we ever saw the kids either, but
Were you familiar with Mr. Markel's profession?
Yes, I knew that he was an attorney. Both of them were, and they were connected with the FSU Law School, I believe, but I didn't know their exact positions there.
Yes, sir. Publish 4 again, please. Are you able to tell the jurors anything about the occupants of this vehicle on that day?
No, I only saw it just briefly, and to notice what kind of car it was. I couldn't tell you who was inside. The windows were dark as far as I could see. I didn't even know if it was 2-door or 4-door. I just didn't see anything like that.
During the time that you were present at the scene of the shooting, did Mr. Markel ever regain consciousness or ever say anything that you heard?
No, I never heard him say anything. The only notion was that his head kept rolling back and forth during the 911 call, which it took forever to try to get the emergency vehicle there, the emergency medical team. They would occasionally ask if he was still breathing. And I would walk back up into the garage and his head was moving still. And I said, well, his head's moving. So I assume he's still breathing.
Yes, sir. Have you had an opportunity to review that recorded call that you made to 911 that day?
Yes, I have.
All right. And was it a fair and accurate recording of that call?
Yes.
All right, Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence states 88.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 88 is admitted.
May I publish?
Go ahead.
What's your emergency? It's right next door at my house, which is 2122 Trescott Drive. Can you repeat that for verification? 2122 Trescott Drive, the T. Okay, the phone number you're calling from? I'm calling from 8502. Okay, tell me exactly what happened. We heard a loud bang and a car pulled away from next door. I came over and looked in, the garage door was up. And I thought the gentleman was backing out, and I went back to my house, but he never backed out. And I came back over, and his driver's side window was shattered, and he's spattered, and can't answer. He's inside. I don't know if somebody tried to shoot him or if he shot himself or what. I don't know. And it was at this location, correct? Right next door. I'll give you mine. I don't know if the address is next door. He didn't send an ambulance in a hurry. He's still alive. He's moving. Okay. What's going on with it? I don't know. The driver's side window was all bashed in. He's inside. The car is running, and he's got blood all over his head. He's not responding to me. That number, by the way, is 211-2116.
All right, that's the first few minutes of a 14-minute call. Is that how long it took them to get somebody to you?
Seemed to me a lot longer,
Seemed like 14 hours, didn't it?
long time.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination for Mr. Geiger. Mr. Geiger, you may step down, sir.
Bless his heart.
On this subpoena, will anyone need to recall him for any purpose?
He's released, Your Honor.
Thank you, Nefertiti. I really appreciate you. 18 months is a long
Please call your
time.
next witness.
State calls David Sims.
Judge, before he just has to approach, please.
Please approach.
Please approach. So, yeah, you see how this affects so many people. I mean, here this neighbor is, dude's getting shot. Yeah, look at all those empty seats for Donna. Oh, she's gonna go over there. She's like, I'm gonna go get a swipe done. I don't blame her. Donna's like, what's going on? I mean, the defense. So let's talk about that for a second. So the defense up there talking about there's no evidence, there's no this or that. I mean, again, I'm just like, honey, I mean, if they can prove the evidence, if they can sell the story the state did, there's plenty of evidence tying her to this, in my unprofessional opinion.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? I do. You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly for the jurors.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
David Sims, SIMS,
How are you? Go ahead.
retired sergeant from Tallahassee Police Department,
How long were you with Tallahassee Police Department?
28 years.
Okay. And were you employed with them back in 2014?
Yes,
Did you respond to a scene in response to a 911 call 2116 Trescott Drive on July 18th of 2014?
yes, I did.
Is that location in Leon County?
Yes, it is.
All right. And do you know what time you were dispatched to the call?
I was not dispatched. I was actually at the station working on paperwork, and I heard the call go out, so I just responded.
Okay. And were you the first or?
First on scene.
You were first on scene.
Yes,
And did you make contact with Mr. Geiger, the neighbor?
yes, I did.
And did Mr. Geiger indicate something going on in the garage next door to his residence?
Yeah, he said his neighbor. He thinks it was his neighbor in there, and he heard a loud noise, and there was broken glass in his car.
All right, I'm gonna publish states 7, please. It's in, right? Yeah. Has the vehicle been moved from the position it was in when you first arrived?
No,
Okay, other than the doors being opened, right?
correct.
Okay. When you got there, was the vehicle running?
Yes, it was.
All right, what did you do when you first arrived and observed the vehicle?
I walked up to the driver's side window. Mr. Geiger had told me that the homeowner's name was Daniel, and I saw someone in the car, and I spoke his name and said, Daniel. There was no response, and I got a little closer and found that the driver's side window was broken kind of at an angle. Some of the glass was in, some had come out, but there was also a small rounded spot in that glass that was still in there. I said, Daniel, again, no response. He was slumped over and kind of gasping for air, and it was just a sucking sound. I noticed that he had a set of eyeglasses. Half of a set of eyeglasses was laying in his lap. He had a cell phone in his left hand. He had a business card in his right hand. I walked around to the other side of the car. Well, first I reached in and unlocked the door, and I went around to the other side, and I opened the door and reached in and shut off the car, so the car wasn't still running. And then I noticed the other half of the eyeglasses laying on the floorboard of the car. I
Let me
removed
pause
it.
you there and approach and show you what I've marked as states 8 through 10.
Yes. Yes.
Are these 3 photographs fair and accurate representations of how the vehicle appeared that day?
Yes.
Judge, I'd asked to introduce states 8 through 10. No objection.
States 8 through 10.
Publish 8, please. All right, can you show us what you're talking about as far as the way the window was?
Part of it had broken out, part of it was still intact, but right there looked like a little rounded area.
All right, and was this large void that we see in the window there before the door was opened?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so you said you were able to reach in and unlock.
Yeah, I reached in, the door was closed. I reached in through that broken area, unlocked the car, and then ran around and entered from the other side to turn off the car and pull out the keys.
All right, and during this time, was EMS already en route?
Yeah, I could hear them. I could hear them coming down the street. They were almost there.
Okay, and were life-saving efforts made to try to help Mr. Markel?
Yes, I when I was on the passenger side, I pulled out a gym bag or something that was in there and pulled it out and set it on the ground so they could make better entry into the vehicle to extract him.
Okay. And did he ever regain consciousness or say anything during the time you were
Not in
there?
my presence.
All right. Publish 9, please. Publish 10, please. All right. Do you see the half part of the eyeglasses there in that photograph?
Yes.
Could you indicate with your pointer?
Yeah, right there.
And is that where you observed them, or had they fallen out?
They had fallen out. One was in his lap and then one was on the floorboard on the driver's side.
All right. And what about the cell phone that we see pictured to the left of the
That
eyeglasses?
was in his left hand.
Was there a safety search done of the house?
Yes, after EMS was removing him, then myself and a couple other officers, we took the keys that were in the car. The person door from the garage into the house was locked. We unlocked that, did a search of the house, found no one, nothing amiss.
Any indication that this was a burglary, a robbery?
No,
Any obvious signs of a struggle?
no.
No further questions.
Cross-examination for Mr. Sims. You may step down, Mr. Sims.
This
Yes.
witness is released, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please call your next witness.
Joanne Maltese.
The sandwich sounds good, Emily. I'm starting to get a little hungry myself. Yeah, I feel like Donna's looking at these evidence photos. She doesn't think anything. She's just, hey, Tux, how's it going? She's just upset that she got caught, in my opinion, right? That's all. She's like, She's just trying to figure out how to get out of it. Here we go.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, I do.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly for the jurors.
Please introduce yourself and spell your name.
My name is Joanne Maltese. Joanne, Joanne, and Maltese, Maltese.
Are you employed, ma'am?
Yes, I am.
Are you employed as law enforcement, in law
No,
enforcement?
I am retired Tallahassee Police Forensic Specialist.
How long have you been retired from, it's Tallahassee Police Department, right?
Yes, a little over 8 years.
What were your duties when you were employed there?
Duties as a forensic specialist is the documentation, collection, and preservation of evidence at a crime scene.
How long did you do that type of work?
Done that work for probably 15 years.
Okay. And were you doing it back on July 18th of 2014?
Yes.
As part of your job, did you respond to 2116 Trescott Drive on that date?
Yes, I did.
Right. And what was your job once you arrived at that particular scene?
That particular day, I was called to document and collect evidence at a crime scene.
Publish 10, please. Is this the scene that you're referencing?
Yes, it is.
All right, I'm going to approach and show you states 11 through 17 as well. Just have you look through those and tell me if you recognize them.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
I took these photographs at the scene.
All right, Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence states 11 through 17.
11 through 17 are admitted.
Publish 11, please. Publish 12, please. Did you collect the eyeglasses shown in State's Exhibit 12?
Yes, I did.
That appears to be half of a pair of eyeglasses. Did you collect both halves?
Yes, I did.
I'll show you what I've marked as states 121 and 122. Do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
Are those the two halves of eyeglasses collected from this crime scene?
Yes, they are.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move in evidence states 122 and 123.
Any objection?
There you are.
States 122 and 123 are admitted.
Publish the next exhibit, please. Did you collect this eyeglass lens?
Yes, I did.
Where was it located?
I believe that one was the floorboard of the driver's area.
Was there another piece of eyeglass lens also collected by
Yes,
you
there
that
was.
day?
Yes, there was.
Okay, where was that piece found?
That was the other optical was on the driveway, or I'm sorry, the garage floor right below the driver's area.
Showing you 123 and 124. Are these the two pieces of lens that you collected that day?
Yes.
Move into evidence 123 and 124.
Any objection?
There you are.
States 123 and 124 are admitted.
Did you take any swabs or attempt to get any fingerprints from the scene?
Yes, I did.
And what efforts were made on those fronts?
I processed the entire exterior of the vehicle for fingerprints. There was an area that was lifted, but it did not have fingerprints of value to compare. As far as the swabbing, all of the exterior and interior door handles, as well as a phone that was collected, and the doorknob from the garage to the interior of the house.
What were the results of those efforts?
Those I would not know. It'd be sent to FDLE lab for analysis.
Did you find any fingerprints of value to send to FDLE lab?
No, I did not.
Publish states 14, please. Approaching with states 125. Do you recognize 125?
Yes, I do.
What is this item?
This is going to be a brown wallet with its contents that were found in the glove box of the vehicle.
All right, and did the wallet contain Dan Markel's driver's license?
Yes, it did.
And in the exhibit, there's no cash, but there's some cash pictured in the photograph.
Yes.
Was there cash that was seized as well?
Yes, there was.
All right, so based on this, didn't appear there was any effort to take Mr. Markel's belongings.
Correct.
Okay, any evidence that the house was broken into or anything was taken from the house?
Not that I could determine.
Publish state 16, please. And 17. And then back to 16, if you would. What efforts were made to document this? What is it that we're looking at?
We're looking at the front driver's door window that was shattered with a hole in it.
Okay. And what did you do to try to document this?
The glass was very fragile because it was broken. So prior to doing anything to it, besides fingerprinting, I would have put clear tape on both sides, the interior and the exterior, just to hold it in place for transportation and collection.
I'm approaching with what I've marked as states 126. Is this the glass that you were able to remove from the vehicle?
Yes.
Is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you seized it?
Yes.
Move into evidence states 126.
Any objection?
There you are.
States 126 is admitted.
I publish.
Right.
And the glass evidence, is that consistent with the gunshot?
Yes, it is.
All right, did you, as part of your job, have an occasion to photograph Wendi Adelson's vehicle?
Yes, I did.
Was that done the same day that you collected this other evidence?
Yes, it was.
Where did you photograph her vehicle?
Her vehicle was towed to the Tallahassee Police Department.
I'm going to approach and show you what I've marked as State's Exhibits 18 through 21. Do you recognize 18 through 21?
Yes, I do.
Are those the photos you took of Ms. Adelson's vehicle?
Yes.
Move into evidence 18 through 21.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. States 18 through 21 is admitted.
Published States 18, please. Published 19. Published 20. What is this item?
This was on the front passenger seat of the vehicle, and it is a bottle of alcohol and a receipt.
All right, and did you take a closer photo of the receipt? States 21, please.
Yes.
And what does that show about when the alcohol was purchased?
On 7/18 of 2014 at 12:49 from ABC Fine Liquor and Spirits, or Fine Wine and Spirits.
Did you also go to the hospital?
Yes, I did.
What were you asked to do at the hospital?
Document and collect any evidence.
At the time that you responded to the hospital, was Mr. Markel deceased or still alive?
He was still alive.
I'm going to approach and show you what I've marked as States Exhibits 22 through 24. Do you recognize these exhibits?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
I took those photographs at the hospital.
Are they fair and accurate photos of how Mr. Markel looked that day?
Yes.
Move into evidence, States Exhibits 22, 23, and 24, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
States 22, 23, and 24 are admitted.
Publish 22, please. This is how Mr. Markel appeared,
Yes.
and this was done on the 18th.
Yes. Yes.
Publish the next exhibit, please. This is 23. Why did you take this photograph?
For the darkened area on his forearm.
Why was that of significance?
That is consistent with stippling.
What is stippling?
Stippling is being close contact to a firearm that was discharged, and it's going to be the unburnt gunpowder and gases that leave the barrel of a gun at a high velocity, and it will tattoo or stain the skin.
States Exhibit 24, please. Is this another effort to capture that stippling that you observed?
Yes.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
No questions, Your Honor.
Very well. Ms. Maltese, you may step down.
This witness is excused, Your Honor.
I know Donna's not over there crying. I know Donna's not over there crying. Makes me sick to my stomach.
Please call your next witness.
The state calls Dr. Clark.
Oh, poor little thing. Oh, I'm okay. Maybe a honey bun will make me feel better. Maybe a little soup or something.
Dr. Clark, please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth?
Yes, I do.
You may take your seat. Thank you. Please speak loudly and clearly.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
I'm Dr. Anthony J. Clark, A-N-T-H-O-N-Y, Clark, C-L-A-R-K.
How are you employed?
I'm currently employed as Associate Medical Examiner for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, Division of Forensic Science in the Central Regional Office in Macon, Georgia.
What are your duties there?
I work as an associate medical examiner. I perform what's called the autopsy and forensic autopsies and death investigations.
Was there ever a time that you worked here in Tallahassee as an assistant medical examiner?
Yes.
What time periods did you do that?
It was from 2007 to 2023.
All right. And how many autopsies have you performed during the course of your career?
It's over 8,000 now.
And what is the education and training that you have that qualifies you to do that type of work?
I obtained my Bachelor of Science degree from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. I did the 2 years of animal research before moving on to Jefferson Medical College in Philadelphia. I graduated from the college and then traveled over to New Britain General Hospital in New Britain, Connecticut, and did a 2-year general surgical internship. I then went to the Hartford Hospital in Hartford, Connecticut, and did 4 years of anatomic and clinical pathology. I then traveled from that program down to Atlanta, Georgia, where I did a 2-year forensic pathology fellowship at the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office in association with Emory University. I am board certified in anatomic and forensic pathology. I have medical licensures both in the state of Georgia and Florida.
Have you ever testified as an expert in the area of forensic pathology?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
Several hundred times.
Tender Dr. Clark as an expert in the area of forensic pathology, Your Honor.
Does the defense wish to voir dire the witness?
No, Your Honor.
Is there any challenge to his ability to provide an opinion?
No, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, the witness will be permitted to testify before you today in the form of an opinion in the fields of both medicine and forensic pathology. You may continue.
Doctor, did you conduct the autopsy of Dan Markel?
Yes, I did.
When was that conducted?
We performed it on July 19, 2014, and we started at 11:55 hours.
Where was the autopsy conducted?
At that time, we were in the Tallahassee Memorial Hospital morgue.
Did you take photos as part of your autopsy?
Yes, I did.
Would use of those photos assist you in your testimony?
Yes, they would.
Would they assist the jury in understanding your testimony?
Yes, they would.
Searching the states 25 through 34. Take a moment to look through those and let me know if you recognize them.
Yes, ma'am.
Are they fair and accurate photographs that were taken during the autopsy of Mr. Markel?
Yes, they are.
Moving to evidence states 25 through 34, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
States 25 through 34 admitted at this time.
Publish 25, please.
Before you publish, if the parties can briefly approach.
So for everybody just joining, we are about 2 to 3 witnesses in. This is the medical examiner on the stand. Previous to this, there was another like forensic person. They did show a couple of images of the stippling on Dan's arms. Donna has been fake crying ever since. She is going on way too long about it. The jury has to be, but again, let her do it. Let her do it. Let her show herself. Let her tell on herself. The defense has not questioned anybody yet. And again, the defense is, no, just side note, I'm making notes as we go on my phone because we'll probably do like a recap live chat tonight or something. The defense's opening statement was, maybe 10 minutes, if that. It was very short. It was, let's talk about Dan. We're going to call him Danny. It's Charlie's fault. They can prove Charlie did it. They can prove Catherine did it. Donna was just working at her son's practice. This wasn't Donna and Harvey's. This was Charlie's. She's still going on over there. Oh my goodness. Give it up, girl. Give it up. This was 10 years ago. You had him killed. Let's not even know. They jumped up and down when he was killed. Well, they moved Wendi down right away.
We'll continue with the examination of Dr. Clark. The bailiff will take you to the jury room.
What's going on? I can't hear you. I'm crying so heavily. I can't hear anything. But yeah, she's laying it on real thick. Let's see what's gonna happen over here now. Donna says, "Oh, let me get up. I was crying so hard." Okay, I'll sit down.
Fulford, if your client needs to use the restroom, this would be a good time to do so.
Yeah, I need it. Yeah. Yeah, come on, take me in there now. Splash some water on my eyes. So it wouldn't surprise me if we go into lunch break from here. Let me rephrase that. Okay, so be thinking about this, y'all. For lunch break, what do y'all want to watch? Do you want me to put Wendy's time on the stand? Do you want me to put Catherine Mambangwa's time on the stand? Oh, thank you, Nefertiti. You're being so sweet. Ready when she told Wendy to put performance on her life? Well, this is where she learned it from. Literally, you're seeing what the state is talking about playing out in real time. So I think what's going on is somebody has an issue with something with this guy, and they're probably wanting to outline some stuff before they just play it or whatever. I think it would probably be good. I'm liking the Katie's feedback. I'm gonna search for a Katie. And no, we're not putting it on yet. Like when we get confirmation that we're on lunch, we'll put it on. But I think a Katie recap would be good because at a certain point she's gonna spill the tea. Let's just call it what it is, right? Oh, is it Donna? Was that? Oh, Donna was like, look, when you put the pictures of my beloved Danny up there, I came in for a crash landing in my britches. I'm not gonna lie. I need to go to the ladies' room and freshen up. Okay. Please hold, shooby do. Please hold, shooby do. I said, hey now, na 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 na. I said, boom shakalaka, boom shakalaka. Okay, hold on, let me find this. Okay, I've got it. I've got one. Okay, here we go. There's several, you know what, here. Please hold this to puppy cam. So this is Jake. Oh, sorry. Luke's at my feet. Then there's Bo. Oliver. Well, Oliver's cleaning himself, so we'll let him have that moment to himself. We'll let him have that little moment. Addie says, liking the stream would annoy the Adelsons if you need extra reason. Yes, don't forget, if you are enjoying the little show, give it a little like, give it a little comment, give it a little something. Pardon me. Pardon me. So yeah, so Donna's like, needing to do this, need to do that. I just, I have to believe in people's gut feelings and things of this nature, and I think that they will see. Let's do this. I think people will see through people like Donna, right? I think they'll see right through it, and her just being, up there like, gosh. It's just like, honey, we saw the emails where you were talking about this guy. You know what I mean? Like, and now you want to sit here and cry? No, honey, please. And, the state getting up there, they have no evidence. Oh, they do, right? They do. But this is the thing with conspiracy. And again, I'm just like, I'm sorry. Why did they end up with, why did the hitman end up with a phone number that was given to Donna? Come on. Lay down. It's okay. I know. You're trying to get cozy. Yeah, I wonder what they're doing in there. So we're just on a whole pattern. Okay, hold on. The dogs are trying to get resituated. Hold on. Let's see here. Let's do this. Okay, there we go. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I'm curious when they're going to get to Wendi. Because she's supposed to be one of the first. I mean, granted, right now they're clearly sitting here going through all of the pragmatic stuff. The neighbor that found him, they're walking you through the storyline, right, with witnesses and whatnot. But it's, they're going through this, in my opinion, very quickly, and the defense is not defending, which tells you. And maybe the defense is like, look, we're not going to put on something. You're innocent. You didn't do this. You're just, trying to do your little grandmother stuff. Those lawyers gladly took that Adelson money. Gladly. Right? Hold on. They absolutely took it. Up here, that whole thing, like, we're going to call him Danny. People called him that. It's like, don't do that. Call him Dr. Markel. They're trying to sit here and like humanize him. And it's like, I mean, I get it. Sure, he's the victim, right? I mean, I get that, but it's not coming from the right place, right? And them just trying to make it out like the whole thing of like, oh, Donna made sure for this to happen. Honey, they've just showed all these text messages where Donna is being vile and saying horrible things about him. So don't sit here and try and paint it like she's all heartbroken and she wants to cry and this, that, and the other and blah, 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 blah. Right? It makes her look I don't know, disingenuous. Is that how you say that word? Disingenuous. You know what I mean? It's like just say something very quick and then get to your thing and be done with it. You know, it makes her seem fake, which that's what she is, right? And so it's just like they're just adding to it. But again, with the evidence that they have, you know, and of course Donna doesn't want to go to prison, right? She doesn't want to do that. She knows what she did. Just like they said, the way that she lined it out, meaning the I can't remember the other lady's name, who was the opening statement, the way that she lined that up and was like, look, here's the thing, here's how the investigation went. You know, it went cold. Everyone had basically gotten away with it in their world. So we needed to kind of shake things up and to see if our theory was right. You know, if we do a little bit of a rattle over here, does it make its way down this communication chain? And absolutely it did. You know, 100%. And so it's interesting that, in my opinion, what the defense is trying to do in Payne is that Charlie set this up. You know, Charlie did. We can prove Charlie did it. We can prove Catherine did it. We can prove. You know, Riviera and Garcia. We can prove they did it. But Donna, you know, that money they were giving her. Oh wait, here you go. Hold on. What about that lunchtime now? Go on now. What about those snacks? Don't be sitting down. What about lunchtime? Go on now. Once they start again, I'll make the I'll put myself small. Donna's like, I'm much better, everybody. Thank you for asking. I was really wrecked there for a little bit, okay?
State, you may resume with your examination of Dr. Clark at this time.
Publishing 25. And doctor, you should have a pointer. All right, explain what we're looking at in states 25.
As part of the examination, particularly in gunshot wounds, we like to know whether the bullets are still in the body or how badly they are broken up, etc. So we do X-rays, and this X-ray, this is an X-ray of the head. You can see the top of the head here, the jaw, right side, left side, and these really bright spots here and here are the bullets that we recovered from this individual. They come out because they're very dense. The X-rays bounce off and turn them white here, just like bone. It's fairly dense. These are the bullets here, here, and here.
Publish states 26, please. How many bullets were in Mr. Markel's head?
There were 2 bullets in his head, and you can see on this one here that hit the left cheek, actually fragmented a little bit. And then we had a bullet inside the head, back to the left side, the right side, excuse me, right side.
States 27. What are we looking at here, doctor?
This is actually the identification photograph of the individual. We like to get them cleaned up. We'll put the identifying tag underneath their chin, the case number, the date, and usually my initials. And you can see that there has been quite a bit of damage here, particularly in the left side of the face. We have a gunshot wound here It's labeled number 1 in the autopsy report, and this is number 2, labeled number 2 in the autopsy report.
By labeling them 1 and 2 respectively, are you opining that that's the order in which those shots were fired?
No, the numbering system for in the autopsy report is just for me to discuss during the trial.
Publish 28, please. What does 28 show?
So this is what I call gunshot wound number 2. And you can see it's quite irregular. It's not a nice round hole you'd like to see, but the way it hit the bone, it caused a lot of damage and tearing in this area here. You can see that there's some what we call raccoon eyes or hemorrhage around the eyes, and quite a bit of swelling going on here. Also in this area here, you see a lot of minor superficial abrasions that vary in size. Some are much bigger and some are smaller. You can see it's all over the cheek here, so and the ear and the side of the neck here. This is what we call pseudo stippling, and this usually happens after the bullet goes through a door or a window or hits concrete and causes those items, the glass or the wood or the concrete, to splinter and cause small particles to fall out, to shoot out and hit the individual's skin. So this isn't true stippling, which is due to gunpowder, and we'll see an example of that in a minute. But so we have large areas of pseudo stippling around the left side of the face, the left side of the neck and ear.
So each of those small red injuries represents a piece of glass striking.
Piece of glass, yes, ma'am, or part of the bullet that fragmented off the main part of the bullet.
States 29, please. What does this one show?
Again, we're looking at the left side of the neck here. Here's the left ear. You can see that this pseudo stippling is quite extensive. Also, you'll see that there's kind of a purplish discoloration here because of where the bullet track went to. It caused a large amount of bleeding into the left side of the face, where you saw that huge distortion of the left side of the face, and then drain down into the neck.
States 30.
Okay, this is going to be gunshot wound number 1. It's right between the eyebrows, closer to the left eyebrow. Again, it is distorted. It's not a nice little round hole because of the shelf of bone that's there. It's called the glabella. So it causes an irregular entry wound. And now we're seeing a much finer area of stippling across the forehead here. This is much different from what we're seeing on the left side of the face. This is true stippling or gunpowder stippling from the barrel of the gun directly.
How does firing a gun cause this pseudo stippling?
The stippling.
Stippling.
Okay, when the firearm is discharged, out of the barrel comes the bullet, of course, hot gases, soot, burning and unburned gunpowder. What causes the stippling is the burning and unburned gunpowder. It actually it's a particulate that strikes the skin and abrades it. It doesn't burn it, but it hits it and abrades it, or scrapes it. So that usually with a handgun, we can see the stippling out to about 18 to 24 inches. This to me looks a lot closer than that, but all we're seeing is the stippling here.
So the presence of this evidence suggests that the muzzle of the gun was quite close to Mr. Markel's head when it was fired.
Yes, I'm thinking inches. Yes, ma'am.
States 31, please. What does this show?
Okay, this is giving you a perspective of the 2 gunshot wounds here. What I call labels 1, what is label 2, the pseudo stippling on the nose, the fine stippling on the forehead, the hemorrhage around the left eye, part of the raccoon eye pattern.
States Exhibit 32.
This is the left forearm, and what you see here is kind of a ring of soot, partial ring of soot here, and some stippling on the forearm here too.
What is that consistent with?
That to me is suggested that that arm was up near the gun when it was discharged. That's at one point in time. And most likely the one gunshot wound that went to the center of the head here, that arm was up in a defensive type thing or a reaction type thing. And the soot and stippling is actually not from the barrel, but when you're talking about a revolver, you have a cylinder where the bullets are. You have a space between the cylinder and the barrel. It's called a cylinder gap. And soot and gunpowder can come out of the cylinder gap and cause this kind of pattern.
So again, consistent with the firearm being very close to the victim?
That's correct.
And also, is it consistent with the victim at least having enough wherewithal of the impending danger to raise his arm in defense?
In my opinion, yes, ma'am.
Right. And you said that the number that you order the shots for purposes of your reports does not necessarily mean that's the order of the shots that were fired in this case. Do you have an opinion as to. And that's the second shot is the one that was not survivable.
That's correct.
It's the one that was not survivable.
That's correct.
And was there any amount of medical attention that could have assisted Mr. Markel, say if it had gotten there sooner?
Well, these are pretty devastating injuries, particularly the gunshot wound in the brain.
Did you collect the projectiles from Mr. Markel's head?
Yes, I did.
Let's show you States Exhibit 127 and 128. If you will publish 32, please. Ask if you recognize 127 and 128.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize those?
These are the envelopes that we placed these bullets in with the identifying marker labels and where they were from. Both one's from gunshot wound number 1 and one's from gunshot wound number 2.
Are they in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected them?
They appear to be so, yes, ma'am.
Move into evidence 127 and 128, Your Honor.
States 127 and 128 are admitted.
And is this a photograph of one of these projectiles removed from Mr. Markel's head?
Yes, ma'am. This is the one from gunshot wound number 2 to the left cheek area. If you remember on the x-ray, it had kind of a barrel shape to it. I don't remember, but you see the barrel shape here.
And for the record, that was 33, now publishing 34. What does this show?
This
Would you
is
be able
good.
to turn it? Upper left, maybe. Again. Thank you. What's
This is the
show?
bullet that we pulled from the right side of the brain. And the x-ray is getting a little pretty deformed. You can see that we taken one picture, one aspect of it here. Here's the identifying label.
What is meant by the term cause of death?
That is how that person died.
All right, and is it part of your job as assistant medical examiner to determine a cause of death?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you able to do that in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the cause of death?
Got gunshot wounds of the face and head.
And what about manner of death? What's meant by that term?
Manner of death is how what were the circumstances that eventually led to the death.
And do you have an opinion as to the manner of death?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
Homicide.
No further questions.
Cross-examination, Dr. Clark.
No, Your Honor.
Judge, this witness can be excused, and this might be a good time to take our lunch recess.
Very well. Dr. Clark, you may step down, sir. Have a good day. Members of the jury, we are going to take our lunch break at this point. As you have been previously instructed, I'm just going to remind you again, you are not to discuss this case with each other or any other person. During your lunch break, you may eat together if you choose to. Again, you may converse about any manner of things, but this case. Does everyone understand this instruction? Please raise your hands. And for the record, the jurors have raised their hands. Please return at 1:15. Enjoy your lunch break.
Okay, y'all. So Miss Donna is putting on hardcore. Hardcore. Now, for everybody who's just joining, just to kind of catch you up, this is what's going on. Clearly, they're getting ready to go on lunch break. We've had, obviously, the opening statements from both the state and the defense. We've had several witnesses come up. These are witnesses such as the neighbor who found him, the first responding officers, the medical examiner who we just saw, things of people of this nature.
Break this afternoon. I do believe this merits a small bit of discussion on the topic. The matters that we've discussed at sidebar concerning emotional responses, I do feel it is important at this point. Mrs. Adelson, when the testimony is occurring or the evidence, I know you may have a natural reaction, but as best possible, you need to control your reactions concerning any head movements, any expressions of disagreement, or any emotional outbursts. The jury must decide this matter on the merits, on the evidence. Do you understand this? Very well. I do not wish to do this in front of the jurors at all, but it's very important that you are able to control your emotions. Do you understand what I'm saying? Does either party need to be heard before we before we go into the lunch break?
No, Your Honor.
Right, please report back at 1:15 as well. I believe we have 3 other witnesses that we can possibly get through this afternoon.
So there you go. The judge told her, girl, zip it up. No, the jury's not buying it, neither way. Her over there, she's not even selling it good, right? It's like, even if you're going to try and sell that, there's a much better way to do it, I think. And she's being way too over dramatic, but that's on brand for Donna. Hold on while I open this. So again, for those that's just joining, clearly you just heard what he said there. So what we're going to be doing now is we're going to break. So this is operating on Eastern time. So it's 12:06 p.m. They're bringing people back at 1:15. So what we're going to do is we're going to put Catherine Magbon was, I can never say her last name. I say it different every time. You know what I'm talking about. We're going to put her testimony up. Now, there's several different testimonies from her. So this is just one of them. This is in Charlie's trial, I believe. Let me go look it up. This is just going to give you a bit of a vibe of what the vibe was, right? Now, if you're unfamiliar with this, remember Catherine was Charlie's girlfriend. She essentially, in the train car of communication, it went Donna to Charlie to Catherine to the other two. I don't know what the order of the last 2 dudes of Garcia and Riviera, but to that, So, yeah. So there's that. So that's who this is. And we'll put this up to play during the court. I'll put a little thing up here saying 1:15. What I'm going to do personally is go make my lunch, do all the little things or whatever. And then that's it. I'll be back and forth. I mean, I'm literally just going right over here. So I'll be back and forth, whatever, but I'll put this on clearly. Wait, here we go. Magbanawa. Thank you. Magbanawa. And thank you everybody for just joining, and thank you for everybody for hanging out watching this with us. We are greatly honored and appreciated. And thank you, mods, for being here and holding it down like you're doing. I greatly appreciate it. So I'm gonna put that on once. Well, let's get it going real quick. Please hold.
The witness may be seated. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do. Can y'all hear it?
Please speak loudly.
Drop a 1 if you can.
Ma'am, please say your name and spell your name.
Catherine Magbanua, Katherine Magbanua.
I see that you're in jail clothes. Are you currently in custody?
Yes, ma'am.
What are you in custody for?
The murder.
Are you doing a sentence for murder?
Yes, ma'am.
You were convicted of murder?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that the murder of Dan Markel?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have a trial in your case?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you testify?
Yes, ma'am.
You testified on your own behalf.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And when you testified, were you truthful with the jury?
No, ma'am. I was not.
Did you take the same oath that you just took today in your own trial?
Yes, ma'am.
What was your defense when you were tried?
That I had nothing to do with it.
All right. That we got it right in reference to Charlie Adelson and we got it right in reference to the killers,
Yes,
but you
ma'am.
weren't in the middle.
Yes, ma'am.
Was that true?
No, ma'am. It was not.
Were you in the middle?
Yes, ma'am. I was.
And didn't you also testify in the trial in which Sigfredo Garcia was convicted of murder?
Yes, ma'am. I was.
And what was his defense?
That he had nothing to do with it.
That we got it right in reference to Charlie Adelson and we got it right in reference to the killers, but he had nothing to do with it.
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
Objection, Your Honor. B.
Overruled, Ms. Kellerman. Make sure you use up any questions.
And was that defense truthful?
No, ma'am. It was not.
So Sigfredo Garcia was involved.
Yes, ma'am, he was.
So why tell the truth now?
I believe that the truth needed to come out now so that the family can get some type of closure.
Why didn't the truth need to come out last year or the year before or the year before that?
I was trying to defend myself.
You were trying to get off.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you think you'd be successful in your trial with that defense?
I thought so.
Has anyone promised you anything for your testimony here today?
No, ma'am.
Weren't you originally offered immunity for cooperation in this case?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
But you didn't take us up on that
No, ma'am, I didn't.
because you thought you could get off completely.
Yes,
Right.
ma'am.
And now you're doing a life sentence.
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Did Charlie Adelson threaten to harm you if you told the truth?
No, ma'am, he didn't threaten me.
Did anybody threaten you to keep your silence?
No, ma'am.
Did anybody promise you anything if you remained silent all these years?
I wasn't promised anything, but I wasn't promised anything.
Go ahead, finish your thought. You weren't promised anything, but what?
I thought everything was going to be okay.
You thought you'd be acquitted.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So did you know Dan Markel?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Did you have any personal beef with him?
No, ma'am, I did not.
What was your motivation for becoming a part of this murder plot?
Financially.
So not as a favor to Charlie Adelson?
Objection, Your Honor. What is the objection?
I'll rephrase it, Your Honor. Was it a favor to Charlie Adelson?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Okay, but your primary motivation was not favor to Charlie Adelson?
Oh, yes, ma'am, it was. And financially.
All right, because you were going to get paid for your
Yes.
part?
Yes,
How much
ma'am.
did you get paid?
I don't know the exact amount.
What was your relationship to Charlie Adelson?
He was my ex-boyfriend.
When did you meet him?
I believe that was in 2013.
Do you know what month?
Has to be around September.
Can you point him out and describe what he's wearing?
He's sitting over there with a blue jacket and a blue tie.
Let the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
The record will reflect.
Show you what are marked as states 48. You recognize this exhibit?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
How do you recognize it?
That's when we went to Key West.
Is that a fair and accurate photo of you and Charlie Adelson?
Yes, ma'am, it
Is
is.
that when the two of you were taken, when the two of you were dating?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, at this time, I ask to move into evidence states 48.
Objection? No objection, Your Honor. 48 is admitted.
Do we have that for publication? So was this photo taken before or after the murder?
Before.
Who came up with the idea to kill Dan Markel?
Charlie.
So Sigfredo Garcia didn't come up with the idea?
No, ma'am, he did not.
Luis Rivera didn't come up with the idea?
No, ma'am, he did not.
When did the defendant first bring this idea up to you?
My first recollection was around Halloween of 2013.
Around Halloween or on the actual?
On Halloween, yes, ma'am.
All right. What's your recollection of how that came up?
We were at a Halloween party in Lincoln Road, and right before we were about to go, he got in the car with me and he asked me a question.
What was the question?
Do you know anybody that can harm someone?
And did you know anybody that could harm someone?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Who was that?
Sigfredo.
And at the time, what was your relationship with Sigfredo?
Wasn't the best.
But he was the father of your children, right?
Yes, ma'am. He,
So were you dating both men at this time, or were you only dating
no,
Charlie?
I was only dating Charlie.
Okay. And so he meaning the defendant, initially said, do you know anyone that could harm someone? Was he aware of your connection to Sigfredo Garcia when he made that statement?
Not that I know of. No, ma'am.
Did you suggest Sigfredo Garcia at that time to the defendant?
No, ma'am.
What did you say? I
just said yes and kind of left it alone.
All right. Did it go any further than that at that time?
Not that night.
All right. Did you know who he wanted harmed?
At
that time?
No, ma'am.
All right. Had you become aware during the course of your relationship with him that he had some kind of issue going on with his sister's ex-husband?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
What did you learn about that?
He was just stating that his mom and dad was stressed and that his sister was having problems with her husband and custody of her 2 children.
And when did you learn that the person that the defendant wanted harmed was this ex-husband of the sister?
I believe later on.
All right. And when did you learn the name Dan Markel?
It wasn't until, I don't know if it was on my trial or when Sigfredo got arrested.
Okay. So even when he was killed, you didn't know the name of the person that was being killed?
Yes, I never knew his name.
How did the defendant refer to this person, if not by the name Dan or Danny Markel?
Wendy's husband.
Okay. So you knew that the person that was going to be initially harmed was Wendy's husband?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you knew that there were issues, or what did you know about the beef with him?
He painted this picture that this was a terrible man and making his family go through a lot custody-wise with his sister.
Right. And when he would say these things to you, is it in the context of his mom specifically or his family in general?
I believe it was more towards his mom.
Meaning what?
That his mom hasn't been sleeping, his mom is not eating. I know his dad wasn't the best health either, but he would refer to his mom a lot.
All right. And the reason she wasn't sleeping or eating, did that have to do with this ex-husband of Wendi?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever tell the defendant who it was that was going to be doing the job?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Why didn't you say the name Sigfredo to Charlie Adelson?
I always referred to each other as my friend. Neither one of them wanted to really hear each other's names.
And why is that?
Because Sigfredo was the father of my kids, and I was dating him at that time. I was dating Charlie at that time.
Okay, so Sigfredo Garcia, did he have strong feelings about the defendant?
Yes, he didn't like him.
All right, and is that because you were dating him?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and vice versa, you're not going to talk about the child's father with the new boyfriend either?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So is it true then that you were sort of walling these two off from each other before the issue of the murder and the conspiracy ever even arose?
Yes, ma'am.
And did that pattern continue throughout the murder conspiracy?
Yes, ma'am, it did.
Do you think Charlie Adelson knew that it was your child's father that you were going to?
He might have had an idea, but he just never said it out loud.
There's one phone call between I think it's from Sigfredo Garcia to Harvey Adelson, the father of the defendant. Do you know anything about that phone call? That was on July 1st of 2014.
Yes, ma'am.
What do you know about that phone call?
From the trial, what I remember was that Sigfredo had contacted or was trying to contact Charlie, but we were in a heated argument at that time. We were kind of in the middle of the street, and I guess it's the first thing he looked up was his work number.
All right, so you say you're in a heated argument. Is this the confrontation that occurred while you and the defendant were going jet skiing?
I believe that was after.
It was after that incident?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, how many interactions personally, face to face, did, to your knowledge, Charlie Adelson have with Sigfredo Garcia?
That was probably the only one that I remember was that jet ski accident.
Accident?
Or like the confrontation.
All right, tell us what happened at that confrontation.
Sigfredo had just picked up the kids and he was eating at a corner pizza place with the kids, and he saw that Charlie was coming by to go pick me up, and I guess saw the jet skis in the back of the car. So he loaded up the kids and cut us off, was screaming a couple things out loud, but we didn't really hear anything because our windows was up.
All right. Did you say he cut you off? Do you mean in traffic?
In the back street of where I lived at that time.
All right. And when you say he cut you off, did he run you off the road or something else?
He kind of just went right and blocked the road in front of us. So Charlie had to kind of do a 3-point turn and go around the other way.
Did the two men actually get out into the street and confront each other?
No, ma'am, they did not.
Okay. Were any actual words exchanged through the windows?
Through the windows, yes, but I had my window up, so we didn't know what Sigfredo was saying.
All right. So Sigfredo shouted some things out the window. Did Mr. Adelson do the same?
No, he did not.
And what were the things that were shouted out the window? Were you able to hear them or not?
I didn't hear anything.
All right. And at this point, this is July 1st of 2014, the plot is already underway to do this murder, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Does Sigfredo Garcia know that he's doing the murder for Charlie Adelson?
To my knowledge, he might have had an inkling about it, but I don't know. That was never spoken of.
Okay. The killers, and when I say the killers, I'm referring to Garcia and Rivera, knew they were doing something for a lady to get her kids back. Do you know how they knew that information?
I believe it's because of the envelope that Charlie gave me to pass over.
So you didn't relay that information to them that it had to do with a lady and her kids?
I might have mentioned it to Sigfredo, yes.
Okay. So if you mentioned that to Sigfredo, would you be, I guess, were you intentionally trying to characterize this job as being related to someone other than Charlie Adelson?
I believe so, yes.
Is that because Sigfredo Garcia would not have wanted to do anything to help out Charlie Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So do you think Sigfredo knew that this lady with the kids was somehow connected to Charlie Adelson?
I believe so.
All right. And there was going to be a lot of money paid for this job, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know anybody else with that kind of money or that might have had that kind of money to get this job for them?
No, ma'am, I did not.
All right. You mentioned the paper. Luis Rivera said there was a paper that Sigfredo had when they came to do the murder. Do you know anything about that paper?
No, ma'am, I don't.
All right. Did you provide a paper to Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes, I did.
All right. And when you say you don't know anything about it, but you gave it to him, you obviously know something about it, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So tell us I know what you're trying to say is you don't know what was on the paper.
The content of it. Yes.
Tell us how you got the paper.
One moment. Mr. Rockford. Sustain, Ms. Kappelman, please use open-ended questions.
Tell us how you came into possession of this paper that the killers had.
Okay. One day, just a random night that I was over at Charlie's house. He had a manila envelope that was sealed. He told me, Katie, do not open it. Do not touch it. Do not look inside it. I didn't print this paper out from my office, printed it probably from another office, and basically give that paper to the other person.
All right. And who is saying this?
This was Charlie.
All right. This defendant.
Yes, ma'am.
So he says to you, I have this paper. How does he give it to you?
I had a diaper bag, so he showed me the envelope, and I was like, just put it in there.
Did he express any concerns about fingerprints being on the envelope or the contents?
Yes, ma'am. He said he wore a glove so that there's no fingerprints on it. He was very specific about me not opening it and not looking inside it. And he also told me that he didn't print it from his office.
All right. And what about licking the envelope?
And that he didn't lick the envelope.
He said he did not lick the envelope?
He did not lick that.
And what was the purpose of that?
I guess his DNA.
Okay. So did you touch the envelope?
It was in my diaper bag, but I don't remember if I never opened it, but I might have touched it just to stick it inside in my diaper bag.
And did you deliver the envelope to Sigfredo Garcia?
I must have contacted Sigfredo and just told them, hey, come by the house. And then, he was kind of in and out of my life. So he'd pop up. He literally got the envelope. I was like, you have something inside that bag. And then he grabbed it, stuffed it in his pants, and left.
Okay. In regards to the June trip that the killers made, did you provide Garcia or Rivera with any money for expenses associated with that trip?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And where did you get the money from to do that?
From Charlie Adelson.
Can you tell us about that? What was the context of you getting that money?
Sigfredo would just ask me, hey, I'm going to need some money. I need to go out of town. And I'm like, okay. So then I'd go to Charlie, or I'd be at Charlie's house, and I'll tell him I need some money for the expenses.
And he gave you some money?
Yes, ma'am.
About how much money, if you know?
I can't recall, but it was a couple $100.
So this thing started back in October of 13 and doesn't get done until July of 14. Can you describe whether there's any pressure as time is going on and this thing is not getting done?
Trying to remember, like in the beginning of the year, I don't think there was really much. I mean, he's been planting this seed in my head that this needed to get done. This needed to get done. And I guess towards probably around June, July is when he was a little bit more adamant about this job getting done.
Okay. And when you say he, you're talking about who?
Charlie.
Did you ever have any contact with any other Adelson about this job?
No, ma'am.
In the context of, this needs to get done, this pressure getting put on you, is there ever a mention of the mom, Donna, or the divorce situation in the context of getting it done?
At that time, not that I could recall.
Will you publish 35, please? Is this you on the left side of the screen?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Right. And where was this picture taken?
This was in South Beach. I believe the building that they were living at where Charlie's parents were living at.
Is that the Icon?
I don't think that was the Icon. It was somewhere in First and Ocean.
Okay. So a different residence.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And this photo, was this the first time you'd ever met Wendi, or had you already known Wendi before this photo?
I met her one time prior to this because I believe this was in Father's Day. So I met her around spring break when I had dinner with her and Jeffrey.
Okay. So the Yardbird restaurant?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So this was the second time you'd met her.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have a relationship with her outside of her being Charlie's sister?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Did you communicate with her by phone or through any apps or anything like that?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Did you receive any communication from her specifically about the homicide?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Did Wendi ever give you any money or other gifts?
No, ma'am, she did not.
Did anybody pay you for your part in the murder other than Charlie Adelson?
No, ma'am, they did not.
All right. And the payments from Charlie Adelson, did those include the checks that were signed by his mother from
Yes,
the Adelson
ma'am.
Institute?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Did you perform any job at the Adelson Institute?
No, ma'am, I did not.
You didn't go up there and clean on the weekends?
No, ma'am, I did not.
On the night of the murder, did you go to the defendant's house?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And where was that house, or what house was that?
That was in Whale Harbor in Fort Lauderdale.
All right. And did you get payment for the murder that night?
I believe it was the following morning.
Were you in a panic when you arrived at his house?
Was I in a panic?
In a panic.
I wasn't in a panic, but Charlie was.
Okay. Explain that. How was he acting?
When I opened the door, he was kind of frantic and he had a gun in his hand and he was just all over the place.
Was that normal behavior for him?
Not having a gun in his hand, no, ma'am.
All right. Did you know him to have a gun prior to that?
Yes, ma'am. He has a gun safe.
All right. But he just didn't usually carry around in his hand?
Yeah, he's never had it in his hand.
Turn the phone off, please.
What was he saying to you when he was in this frantic state?
I can't really recall because he had given me some Xanax, so it was a little blurry that night, and I just fell asleep. I think we both fell asleep. So,
all right. Can you tell the jury whether the excitement that he was showing had to do with the murder or something else?
Yes, ma'am. It had to do with that.
Okay. Was anybody else there at his residence when you arrived?
At that day, no, ma'am.
Okay. Did you ever see his parents at the residence?
No, I didn't see his parents.
Okay. How was the money packaged when you got it? I think you said you got it the next morning.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How was it packaged?
It was in a plastic. The money was in a plastic bag, like a Ziploc bag, that was inside a brown bag, and then like a grocery bag over it.
And was the money stapled?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Can you explain how it was stapled? Like what size bills and what increments were stapled together?
I believe it was stapled in, I never counted it, but it was like in a stack and it was stapled in the corner.
All right. Were they $100 bills or something else?
They were $100 bills and there was some 20s and 50s.
Okay. And was the money damp?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Explain what you mean to the jury.
A couple days after that, I went and I opened the bag and I called Sigfredo and I told him, I was like, there's mold on this money. And he's like, well, blow dry it. And I was like, but why would there be mold on the money? And he's just, I don't know, just blow dry it. So I believe his parents or his mom might have washed the money.
You mean like physically wash the money?
Yes, ma'am.
And why do you think his mom did it?
Because he was always adamant about telling me he didn't have any money in his house. And he told me that his parents had just stopped by right before I got there. So all of a sudden he had money to put in the trunk of my car the
Was
following
the
morning.
money, I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
I'm sorry.
Was the money already sorted out and packaged when you first saw it, or was he doing that?
No, it was already stacked and sorted out.
Okay. And did he have to, so he didn't have to go anywhere to get the money. He already had it when you arrived.
Yes, ma'am.
Was there any argument that night about the money or the next morning?
With me and Charlie?
Yes.
No.
Did you, I guess you did stay there that night? You may have already said that.
Yes, I fell asleep.
Was there any argument with the defendant at all about anything that night?
No, ma'am. Not that I can recall.
Did you threaten him in any way?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Judge, maybe you could sidebar. Clerk?
You may continue with your examination.
Did you, the night that you went to get the money, did you threaten Charlie Adelson in any way?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Did you try to extort money out of him?
No, ma'am, I did not.
The money that he gave you, is that something that had already been discussed or agreed upon in reference to this homicide?
Well, I believe yes, because it was going to be payment for this.
You weren't, well, were you sent with a message from Sigfredo to tell him he better give it up or else?
No, ma'am.
Did you relay to the defendant that his family was in danger if he didn't give you whatever it was you were asking for?
No, ma'am.
How did Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera get paid for their part in this murder?
That morning, when I woke up, I was like, oh my God, I gotta go. So I drove back down and I was trying to look for Sigfredo and having a hard time that morning. And then eventually I made it to the alleyway of where Lewis's building was.
Was that on
North Miami?
Yes.
In like 135th.
Where he lived with Jessica?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead.
And I was just waiting in the car and all of a sudden Sigfredo just like popped up and got inside the passenger seat.
All right, so they got their money from you.
Yes, ma'am. Sigfredo did.
And Rivera got paid as well, didn't he?
I believe so, yes.
All right, I want to draw your attention to what we're calling the bump. You know what we're talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. After the bump and the subsequent conversations were occurring, did you have any contact with any other Adelson about the bump other than Charlie Adelson?
No, ma'am.
So you didn't talk to Wendi about it?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Didn't talk to Harvey or Donna about it?
No, ma'am, I did not.
On the Dolce Vita meeting, do you recall what meeting I'm referencing?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Was that a restaurant that you met Charlie at after the bump?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. In that meeting, and the jury hasn't heard this yet, but he's saying one of two scenarios. This is one of two scenarios. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
What were the one of two scenarios? What were the two scenarios?
What he was speaking of was probably the FBI or Tato blackmailing.
And by Tato, you mean Rivera?
Luis Rivera, yes, ma'am.
Were you concerned about that as well?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
And what did you do to try to figure out who it was that had approached Donna Adelson?
I asked Sigfredo.
So he was supposed to be looking into it.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you there whenever he did whatever he did to try to find out who it was?
Was I where?
Were you present when Sigfredo, I guess, went out and talked to people about whether...
No, ma'am, I was not.
Because at that time, was Rivera in custody?
Yes, ma'am. He was already doing his federal sentence, I believe.
So was the concern that maybe some of his associates might have done this?
Yes, ma'am.
Maybe he had run his mouth about it?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you reviewed what I had marked for you as State's Exhibit 111, the Dolce Vita recording with the transcript attached?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And does the transcript in that exhibit accurately reflect the words that were said at that meeting between yourself and the defendant?
Yes, ma'am.
When the defendant described the bump to you, strike. When you were speaking with Charlie Adelson and also Sigfredo Garcia about this bump, did you speak in code?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And what was the purpose of speaking in code?
Kind of just piggybacked with what Charlie was speaking to me in code. So I kind of was like, okay, if he's talking in codes, kind of speaking codes as well.
Was the concern that the calls could be being recorded?
My concern was more that I was at work. So I really didn't want to say any phone numbers out loud or speak of what was going on.
I'm going to approach and show you what I've marked as state's demonstrative A. Have you seen this before? I don't know if you have.
No, ma'am, I have not.
All right. And it's got several items listed here as code words with the actual meaning next to them.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you take a moment to and the ones in red are the ones used by you, the ones in yellow are used by Charlie Adelson.
Okay.
Will you review this exhibit and just tell me if it's accurate as far as what the code means?
Yes, ma'am, it's accurate.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to make use of state's demonstrative A.
Any objection?
Yeah, I see it.
All right, Judge, I think we have an agreement with a couple redactions.
Very well. You can go ahead and make those notes.
Maybe if I can borrow a Sharpie from the clerk. Yeah. Can I publish?
You may.
All right, so the first one we have is $65.70. And again, jury hasn't heard these calls yet, but when you were talking to Sigfredo Garcia about $65.70, were you referring to the undercover phone number?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Okay. And then when you're talking to Charlie about an agent, were you talking about, it seems like you're talking about real estate agent, but are you talking about the undercover agent that approached his mother?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Right. And the CD, was that reference to a recording that the Adelsons made of their contact with the undercover?
A recording of their contact with them,
Yes.
that they were being recorded?
No, that they called undercover phone
Yes,
number
ma'am.
and recorded it.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever actually hear that recording?
No, ma'am, not until my trial.
And then the client, there's a lot of discussion about this client or this tenant. You need to find out if this is going to be a good tenant or a bad tenant.
Yes, ma'am.
Was the tenant this person, if it really was a blackmailer, this thug that's somehow affiliated with Rivera?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, the false lead or the phishing, what is that? What did that mean? There's a lot of discussion about, I hope it's just somebody phishing. You remember that?
From the phone calls?
Yes, this is all from the phone call.
Yes, ma'am.
It was one of the two scenarios that it could be law enforcement.
Yes, ma'am. But this was Charlie basically saying this the whole time. He's the one who's coming up with all the scenarios.
Okay, but when he's talking about the scenarios, he's talking about phishing.
Yes,
He
ma'am.
doesn't say law enforcement phishing.
No, ma'am.
He says it could be, a tenant or a patient or something like that.
Anything but what?
Judge, I'm just going to object to the leading. Please rephrase your question.
Ms. Kappelman, sustained.
About the listing or the properties, what did that refer to?
About the paperwork. It's pretty
Like
accurate.
looking into a listing.
Yes, the listing, because I worked in a real estate agency at that time. So he was just telling me, look into the listing. Oh, this will be a good investment. So it was really Charlie saying all these words.
What did the good and what might the good of, can't talk, what might the good investment have been?
If he had a good lead.
If it was a blackmailer that
Yes.
you could pay off.
Yes, ma'am.
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Overruled.
Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay. All right, we talked about the two scenarios. The paperwork, what was that?
That was the paper that was handed to his mom by the undercover.
On the Dolce restaurant meeting, we see Charlie Adelson pull out a piece of paper. Was
Yes,
that the actual piece of paper that was handed to his mother?
I believe so. I just never saw it. He never showed it to me.
Okay, did he give you a phone number off of that piece of
He
paper?
did. That was that phone number that we just can't seem to get right.
Yes,
The 6570.
okay. At any time after, I know we talked about the night of the money, that you got the money, but at any time after that, did you ever blackmail Charlie Adelson?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Did you ever threaten him in any way?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Did you relay any threats on behalf of Sigfredo Garcia?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Did anyone ever make you extort any money or other favors out of Charlie Adelson?
No, ma'am.
Before the murder, had you bragged to Garcia and or Rivera about my new rich boyfriend?
I didn't even know he had money like that.
Well, I mean,
he had a good job and, he had a nice house, but I wasn't aware of how, how much money he has.
Okay. But he definitely had more than Sigfredo Garcia.
Oh, yes, ma'am, he did.
Okay. And did you brag to Garcia like, oh, I got a new, better guy?
I'm pretty sure he saw that I was happy and I was, going out to dinners and hanging out with him. So.
Okay. But did you tell them specifically he's got a lot of money?
No, I did not.
Did you tell them specifically he's got this issue with his sister's ex-husband?
I believe I mentioned it. Yes,
Okay.
I did.
And when you talked to them about he's got this issue with the sister's ex-husband, was that in the context of hiring them to do the murder, or just in
general?
Okay, so they were aware that he had this issue.
Well, Sigfredo was, yes.
Okay. Did you ever talk to Rivera about it?
No, I did not.
Okay. And when you talked to Sigfredo about it, did he ever say, well, I think I'll just drive to Tallahassee and kill the guy or anything like that?
No, ma'am, he did not.
Is that something he would have mentioned to you if that was his idea?
Sigfredo doesn't say a lot of things to me, and he likes to keep a lot of things away from me. So he would have never asked me that or told me that.
Okay. But in this case, I guess, okay. So is it possible that Sigfredo and Rivera came to Tallahassee and did this killing without any communication from you or Charlie Adelson, just on their own?
No, ma'am.
And then extorted Charlie Adelson through you to get money because they had killed the guy?
No, that'd be impossible. How would they have any information?
Well, they could have seen it on the internet.
No. I don't think so.
When you were talking about Wendy's husband and the problems with him to Sigfredo Garcia, I know you've already said this, but I just want to be crystal clear.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you say the name Dan Markel?
No, ma'am. I never knew Dan Markel's name.
How was the name Dan Markel, the location and name of the target for this killing, provided to the killers?
I believe it was all the information that was given to Sigfredo, which I got from Charlie, was all in that paper.
Paper provided by this defendant?
Yes, ma'am. Inside the envelope.
May I have a moment to confer?
Go ahead.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Now, you were arrested and charged with the murder of Professor Markel on October 1, 2016, correct?
Yes, sir.
Almost immediately, the state talked to your lawyers and offered you full immunity, a get out of jail free card, right?
I don't know if that was immediately.
Pretty soon after you got arrested, you were offered to cooperate against Charlie Adelson and the other Adelsons, and you would get to go home to your kids, right?
Yes, sir.
And your lawyers told you about that offer.
Yes, sir, they did.
You also saw an interview on TV while you were in jail in which one of the prosecutors mentioned this immunity offer, right?
Yes, sir.
You have 2 kids who are your world, right?
Yes, sir.
If you took the state's deal, then you would have been let out of jail immediately, right? That's what your lawyers told you.
If I took their deal? Yes, sir.
But you didn't take the offer.
No, I didn't.
Instead, you stayed in jail for 3 years before your first trial, right?
Yes, sir.
You stayed in jail through COVID after your first trial hung.
Yes, sir.
You still didn't cooperate. Still, the deal was still open, right?
Well, the deal was to give up Charlie,
And you couldn't do that.
because in order to give up Charlie, I had to give up Sigfredo, the father of my children. So I couldn't do that.
So while you're in jail, sitting in jail during COVID, you knew there was still a deal possibility open for you, right? You could still take a deal. Your lawyers told you that.
Before COVID, after my mistrial,
Yes.
I believe so.
And you still didn't take the deal, right?
No.
And Charlie Adelson didn't force you to take the deal, not take the deal, right?
No, I had no communication with Charlie.
He didn't pay for your attorneys.
He didn't pay for my attorneys, but there was word that my brother declined him paying for my attorneys.
Ma'am.
I had anything to do with him.
I know you have an agenda here, but just answer my questions.
Yes, sir.
Did Charlie Adelson pay for your attorneys?
No, sir, he did not.
Did anyone in the Adelson family pay for your attorneys?
No, sir.
Did anyone in the Adelson family pay any money to your kids?
No, sir.
You had nothing to do with Charlie Adelson, right? After the bump.
No, sir, I did not.
Now, the real reason you didn't cooperate, and you made it clear, is because Charlie Adelson had absolutely nothing to do with the murder of Professor Markel. Isn't that the case?
I didn't cooperate because in order to give up Charlie, I'd have to give up Sigfredo.
Well, let's talk about the testimony in your first trial. And don't worry, we're going to get to your proffers as well.
Okay.
But let's talk about the testimony in your first trial. You were asked, did you get the father of your children, Mr. Garcia, to commit a murder on behalf of Mr. Charlie Adelson? Answer, no, ma'am. Do you recall saying that?
Yes, sir.
You were asked, do you have information that Charlie Adelson was involved in this? Answer, do I have information? I don't have personal information. Do you recall that?
No, sir, I do not.
You don't recall saying that in your first trial?
No, sir, I do not.
Would you like to see a transcript of it?
Yes, I will.
You got it. I'll direct your attention to page 2800, lines 1 through 5.
Please read to yourself, ma'am.
Does that refresh your recollection that that's
Yes.
what you said?
Yes, sir, it does.
During your second trial, do you recall being asked, Charlie didn't ask you to do anything weird? Answer, no, ma'am. Like get someone to get a hitman to commit a murder of his ex-brother-in-law? No, ma'am. Do you recall those questions and that answer?
Yes, sir, I do.
Because you couldn't implicate Charlie, you went to trial, and the first trial hung. Isn't that the case?
Yes, sir.
A few weeks before your second trial, Charlie was arrested.
Yes,
Isn't
sir.
that the case?
Yes, sir.
The state waited and waited and waited for you to cooperate, and then they arrested him on the eve of your trial when you made it clear you weren't going to cooperate, right?
Yes, sir.
So you went to trial the second time, and this time you were convicted.
Yes, sir.
And you were convicted of first-degree murder and other charges, right?
Yes, sir.
A few weeks after your conviction, you were sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, plus another 30 years. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And you were transferred from the jail in Leon County to the state prison where you would spend the rest of your life, right?
Yes, sir.
Away from your family,
Yes, sir.
away from your children.
Yes, sir.
And you realize that there are only two ways to get out of that prison, right?
What are the two ways?
Well, one way was in a coffin, right?
Yes, sir.
And the other way was cooperating against Charlie Adelson, right?
No, sir. I wanted the truth to finally come out.
What are the only two ways that you can ever get out of prison, Miss Magbanowa?
My appeal?
Oh, well, we'll get to that too. You have an appeal pending right now, right?
Yes, sir.
That claims that you're innocent.
Yes, sir.
Let's just make this clear to the jury. Ms. Kappelman has called you as a witness against this man who's presumed innocent. You've just testified that you did a murder, and you have an appeal pending right now in this county claiming your innocence. Isn't that true?
Yes, sir.
And lo and behold, weeks after you were convicted and sentenced to life with no parole, you went in and met with the state, right?
Yes, sir.
And you met with them not once, but twice.
Yes, sir.
And you met with them for hours,
Yes, sir.
a combined total of around 6 hours, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, we're going to get into that and all the lies that Ms. Kappelman didn't go through with you that you made during those interviews, but let's go back to the first trials first, okay? In each of those trials, you took the stand for your own defense, right?
Yes, sir.
And you took the same oath and looked at different jurors the same way that you look today, right?
Yes, sir.
And in your second trial, not only did you take an oath in this room, but isn't it true that you tried to get Sigfredo to lie for you?
No, sir, I did not.
Isn't it true that you were caught on a recording in the prison in which you were going to have Sigfredo Garcia come into your trial, your second trial, and say that he did the murder with Charlie Adelson all by himself?
No, sir.
You never were on a recording of
Never
that
said
fact.
that.
Your plan at your second trial wasn't to have Sigfredo Garcia testify on your behalf?
No, sir.
Are you aware that your lawyer opened up on that plan
No,
in
sir,
her
I'm not
opening?
aware. No.
Well, did you sit through the trial?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you sit through the trial when she said to the jury, you're going to hear from Sigfredo Garcia, who's going to say that the murder was between him and Charlie Adelson, and that you're just a victim of having bad taste in men?
He never came up.
He refused to come and testify, right?
I don't know if he refused. He just never, he was never called.
Are you aware that you and your lawyer subpoenaed him to come down to Leon County to testify on your behalf?
He was subpoenaed, but he just never showed up.
And he didn't
He
show
never
up?
took the stand.
Right. He was subpoenaed by you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you got on the phone with him. You were caught because you're not supposed to talk to each other, right?
Yes, sir.
But you guys talk to each other because what you do is you call his mom, right?
Yes, sir.
And he calls his mom. Isn't that what you all do?
At that time, yes, sir.
Yeah, you call each other so that you could talk to each other through the mom. And during one of those calls, you asked him to come testify on your behalf. Isn't that what you did?
No, I did not ask him.
Okay. Well, we'll move on to some other lies. During your first trial, you were asked, you didn't ask Mr. Garcia to help this lady get her kids back in Tallahassee. Answer, no, ma'am. You didn't solicit him to commit a murder of Dan Markel. Answer, no, ma'am. Do you recall those questions and answers?
Yes, sir.
You were asked, well, back then, did you know someone by the name of Dan Markel? Answer, no, ma'am. In 2014, you learned that Wendi Adelson's divorce was already finalized, right? I learned that in court. I didn't know it before. Do you remember those words? Those were lies, right?
Yes, I lied in my trials to save myself.
We'll keep going. You lied when you said that Charlie told you that Professor Markel had been in an accident, right?
I lied that. Say it again, sir.
Well, I'll ask you the questions. Do you remember having a conversation with Charlie Adelson about his brother-in-law being in an accident? Does that sound familiar to you? It
Yeah.
sounds familiar. Yeah, that was a lie, right?
No, that's what Charlie said.
He told you that he was in an accident. He'd tell you that there was a murder.
No, he told me he was in an accident.
So you didn't know about the murder of Dan Markel on July 18th. Is that what you're telling this jury?
No, not at that time.
When did you find out about the murder of Dan Markel?
It was later on.
Oh, really? So the money that you brought to the guys that Miss Kappelman brought up on opening, the money you brought up to the guys on July 19th, it was because Dan Markel was in an accident?
I didn't know that was Dan Markel. Like, I didn't know his name.
Oh.
But there was a murder that happened, yes.
At the March 11th dinner that you had with Mr. Lacoste at Yardbird, Dan Markel's name wasn't mentioned?
No, sir.
Would it surprise you that Mr. Lacoste has testified to the opposite of that?
No, I haven't seen his testimony.
At your first trial, you were asked, did Charlie mention anything to you about a murder out of Tallahassee? So now it's not Dan Markel. It's just a murder out of Tallahassee. And your answer was no, ma'am. Question, did he mention anything about his ex-brother-in-law being murdered? Answer, no, ma'am. Do you recall those questions?
Yes, sir.
And those were lies, right?
Yes, I told you I lied. I lied in my trials to save myself.
I understand. Please let me keep going through them. There's a lot of them, so we'll take our time.
Yes, sir.
Now, you said you never saw any cash at Charlie's place. Do you recall that at trial?
He had cash, but I didn't know how much he had. I know he keeps cash in his safe.
But I thought you just testified moments ago that you never saw cash at his place. He didn't keep cash at his place. That supposedly his parents had to bring the cash. Isn't that what you just told this jury about 18 minutes ago?
An abundance of cash.
Have you seen his safe?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever seen it open?
Yes, sir.
Doesn't he keep a lot of cash that he collects on the top of his safe?
I mean, I'm not like looking in it, but every single time we used to go out, he used to grab some money from the safe and then take it with him.
Repeatedly during both trials, you said you worked at the Adelson Institute. You never worked at the Adelson Institute,
No,
right?
sir, I did not.
Now we're going to hear about a Lexus.
Yes, sir.
You said you paid for that Lexus. You never paid for that Lexus. Is that
I
the case?
paid Charlie cash for that Lexus.
Really?
Yes.
Okay. I think the state might disagree. Has the state disagreed with you on that point?
About me paying him cash? Yes, because there was nothing that was coming out of my account, but I paid him cash. I had the cash on me.
During the trial, first trial, you were asked, do you know why it is that Charlie chose you out of all of his ex-girlfriends to call? I don't know why he called me. Do you recall those questions?
Yes, sir.
That was a lie, right?
I told you I lied in my first and second trial to save myself.
Well, let's get to the second trial. Just like you're lying here to save yourself, right?
I'm not saving myself. I'm telling the truth this time.
Right, because now all of a sudden, after 8 years, you have developed a conscience. I think that's what you told the jury.
No, it's because the father of my children was on death penalty at that time on my first trial. So I couldn't give up. If it was just Charlie, like I said from the trial, go ahead and arrest him. Nobody ever did.
He didn't get the death penalty after the first trial and he was convicted, right?
Yes, sir.
And by the time of his second trial, you had no reason to protect him anymore. He was done.
No, sir. He was under appeal.
Okay. Just like you're under appeal now.
Yes, sir.
So what you said to this jury about 20 minutes ago is you said to this jury, I'm here today to tell the truth, and I want to get your exact words. Because I want to do the right thing.
Yes, sir.
Isn't it because you want to go home? And that's the only way that you could ever go home is to help them. That's the only way you can go home by not being dead.
I was not promised anything. I'm doing this solely on myself. Clearly, you don't even see my attorneys in this room.
Let's talk about the second trial. Again, you lied when you testified that you didn't know anything about or were involved in the murder of Professor Markel, right?
Yes, sir. I told you I lied in my first and second trial to save myself.
Ma'am, we've heard it. If you could just answer the questions. Did
Yes,
you
sir.
lie?
Yes, sir.
You lied when you testified that you knew nothing about Wendy's divorce, Wendi Adelson's divorce.
Yes, sir.
You lied when you said you didn't pick up money from Charlie's house on July 18th.
Yes, sir.
You lied when you said you knew nothing about stapled cash.
Yes, sir.
You lied when you said you didn't bring the money to Sigfredo or Luis Rivera the next day.
Yes, sir.
You lied again when you said you worked as a personal assistant for Charlie, right?
Yes, sir.
You lied repeatedly when you tried to discuss what had happened, what was being spoken at Dolce Vita, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, well, now let's talk about the lies that you told that the state didn't go over with you. Let's talk about your proffers, your cooperation.
Yes, sir.
So you were interviewed by the state twice in October and November 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
And by the way, you've met with them a couple times since then, right?
A couple times,
Have you met with them
After?
since? Yeah, after that point?
probably one time.
You met with Ms. Kappelman?
Yes, yes, sir.
Did Ms. Kappelman ask you about our defense during that meeting?
No, sir.
She didn't ask you about whether, for the first time, whether you ever threatened
No,
Charlie
sir.
Adelson? Now, when you met with them in October and November of 2022, this was after you got your life sentence, right?
Yes, sir.
And you met with them first in Marion County Jail on October 11th, right?
Marion County Jail? No, sir. I've never been in that county.
You met with them in the jail. I got the wrong jail, obviously.
I've never met with them in any jails.
Where did you meet with them?
I
the
was
first time?
already in DOC
Okay.
in Lowell.
You met with them in prison.
Yes, sir.
Apologies. And the second time, you met with them at the state attorney's office, right? Here in Tallahassee.
Yes, sir.
And both times, Special Agent Sanford was there,
Yes, sir.
Investigator Jason Newland was there,
Yes, sir.
and TPD Investigator Sherry Bennett were there.
Yes, sir.
And they asked you questions.
Yes, sir.
And each time, you told them a version of events that was very different from what you said at your trials, right?
Yes, sir.
In fact, during those 6 hours of interviews, you told them about 5 more versions, right?
5 different versions of it?
Yeah.
No, sir.
Oh, so you told them the same thing throughout the 6 hours that you met with them?
I believe so, but I think the first time you can't even visit more than 2 hours, so I don't know where you're getting 6 hours.
Well, maybe I'm wrong. Let's look. The first interview started at 9:26 a.m. and it ended at 11:44 a.m., so a little over 2 hours.
Yes, sir.
First interview. Your position right now, what you're telling this jury, is that the same thing you told them in the first interview, you told them in the second interview?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
You believe so or you know so?
I know so. I believe so. I believe so.
You absolutely know so.
No, I don't, not verbatim exactly what I said.
Isn't it true that during the entire first interview, you said you had nothing to do with the murder?
No, sir, I didn't say that.
All right, well, we're going to go through exact quotes and we'll see if your memory can be refreshed.
Yes, sir.
By the way, during any of these interviews, did you give them any documentation, anything new, any text messages, documentation, WhatsApps, any new, as people call it, receipts? Did you give them any new evidence?
No, I'm in prison. I don't have anything.
It was just your words, right?
Yes, sir.
So let's talk about what you said. During the first proffer, which was a little over 2 hours,
Yes, sir.
you raised your hand and they put you under oath, right?
Yes, sir.
And throughout the proffer, the agents, particularly Special Agent Sanford, kept on telling you that you have to tell the truth, right?
Yes, sir.
He didn't believe you.
I mean, whatever his reasons are.
Was he
I know.
frustrated with you during the interview?
Yes, sir.
In fact, 1 hour and 8 minutes into the proffer, he said to you that you were minimizing your involvement.
Hold on. What is the objection?
Hearsay, Your Honor.
Please approach.
So let's go back. Your position, what you've told this jury is you are completely consistent. You told the same story during the entire proffer, right?
I can't, like I told you, I can't remember verbatim what I've said from the first proffer and the second proffer.
Let's just talk about the first proffer.
Yes, sir.
Your view is that from the beginning of the first proffer to the end of the first proffer, you said the same thing throughout. That's what you're telling this jury.
From the first proffer to the second proffer, that I'm saying the same exact thing. I don't remember verbatim what I've said.
How about from the beginning of the first proffer to the end of the first proffer? What you told the jury is you were consistent from the beginning of the first proffer to the end of the first proffer. Do you recall saying that?
Yes, sir.
Is that still your testimony?
No, I was consistent about it. No, because it was very hard for me to confess what I've done.
So let me ask the question again.
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true that during the first proffer, for the first 1 hour and 8 minutes, you continued to say that you didn't murder Professor Markel?
No, sir, I didn't say that.
I don't understand your answer. So let me rephrase.
Okay.
Isn't it true that for the first half of the first proffer, you denied participation in the murder of Professor Markel?
No, sir, I was telling him what happened and how my involvement in it.
So your position is that throughout the entire first proffer, you admitted that you participated in the murder of Professor Markel.
Yes, sir.
Judge, may I proceed now?
You may.
Would it surprise you that 1 hour and 8 minutes into the first proffer, Special Agent Sanford said that you were minimizing your involvement in Professor Markel's murder?
Like he stated, I was minimizing it. It was hard for me to confess everything that I've suppressed for the past 7 years.
11 minutes later, he said that what you were telling him made absolutely no sense. Do you recall him saying that?
No, sir, I did not.
Well, let me see if I can show you. Does this refresh your recollection that Special Agent Sanford said all of it doesn't make sense? I'll withdraw it.
Please allow her.
Does this refresh your recollection of what Agent Sanford said?
Just the line that you highlighted?
You can read before and after to make sure I'm not doing lawyer tricks.
Yes, sir. Can I?
Of course.
Please yourself now.
Yes, sir. Yes, Agent Sanford is saying that why am I not remember conversations, specific conversations? And I told him I can't recall those specific conversations.
Was he telling you that what you were saying didn't make sense to him?
I'm going to object to what Agent Sanford said or his opinions.
Sustained, please lay the foundation to impeach specifically.
At some point in the interview, did he walk out on you?
Yes, he did on the second interview.
Yeah, okay. We're going to get to that. That's like 4 hours into your combined interviews, right?
I believe so.
Right? So you come back, and I think it's over an hour into the second interview. So actually, my math isn't great. It's like 3.5 hours into interviewing. Agent Sanford gets so upset.
Judge, I'm going to object to Agent Sanford's opinions.
I'll
or
rephrase.
actions or words.
He's withdrawing the question. Please move on.
Around 3 hours into these interviews, Agent Sanford decides to leave the room, right?
Yes, sir.
He was frustrated with you, right?
I believe so.
Truthfully, during your first interview, you kept on saying all of these things were jumbled in your head, right?
Yes, sir.
You said that about 11 times. Do you recall that?
I don't recall how many times I said it. No, sir.
You said that eventually, 33 minutes into the interview, you said you arranged through an envelope that Charlie gave you, but that you never opened it for Sigfredo to rough up Professor Markel. Do you recall saying that?
Repeat the question.
33 minutes into the interview,
Yes, sir.
you admitted that you arranged through an envelope that Charlie gave you, but that you never opened
Yes, sir.
for Sigfredo to rough up Professor Markel. Do you recall that?
I've never said Professor Markel's name.
To rough up the deceased.
What do you mean by that? Can you explain?
You told them 33 minutes into the interview
Yes.
that Charlie had given you an envelope that you had never opened, that miraculously got to Sigfredo Garcia, and the purpose of it was to rough up his ex-brother-in-law.
No, because I didn't know what the contents of what was in the envelope, so I wouldn't have said that.
You said that somehow that plan had transitioned to murder, but according to what you told investigators, you never knew when that happened. Do you recall saying that?
Repeat the question again, sir.
You said that somehow the rough up plan had transitioned to murder.
I never said rough up or any of those words. That's why it's confusing me what you're stating.
Let's say it again.
Yes, sir.
You said that somehow the plan had transitioned to murder. But according to what you told investigators, you never knew when that transition happened.
Well, at that time, I didn't know.
At the time that you were interviewing?
No, not at my interview, but when it was happening, as they're interviewing me and we're going through the scenario.
I'm going to show you 186 to 187. You know what? I'll just move on. You told investigators during your first interview, 2 hours into it, 2 hours and 1 minute to be exact,
Yes, sir.
that you never spoke to Charlie about the change in plans,
I never spoke to Charlie about the change in plans.
meaning it going to become a murder.
I'm confused about the questions you're asking. Is this what I said?
Yes, what you said to these investigators just a year ago after you were convicted for life, didn't you tell investigators you didn't know it was going to be a murder?
When we were talking about this, like I said, it was hard for me to confess my involvement in this.
Right. So you.
I know the first one is marked as State's Exhibit 64A. Yeah, Coach.
Okay.
This is an email from initially from Donna Adelson to Wendi Adelson, and Wendi replied March 28, 2011. It includes content and paragraph 3. There's a discussion of Dan and his parents attempting to spend time with the kids, and knowing that is to Mrs. Adelson. You can read what it says. Defense is objecting to that item. On relevance grounds, relevance is that Mrs. Adelson hated the victim, and that hatred extended to his parents as well.
Ms. Fulford?
This is while they're still together, Judge. This is 2011. It has nothing to do with Danny. It was a derogatory comment made by my client regarding Danny's parents. Wendi made comments and Mrs. Adelson made comments, and they're not relevant to this case. This is while Danny and Wendi are still together.
As to whether your client had any animus towards the deceased, is there a time period where it has to be within the divorce?
It's not animus towards the deceased. I'm talking about the comments towards his parents.
Kappelman, as it relates to the comments going towards the parents.
If it's relevant, Judge, goes toward motive. She did not want these children to be with the father and with the father's family. She wanted them with her and her family. And that's what happened.
That's not what this email says.
Right. No, it's not what the email said. It's not a confession to murder. It's a expression of dislike, which just goes to the motive.
All right. Much of this email does lack relevance or probative value for the jury. However, Ms. Kappelman, does this tie into other messages which otherwise would demonstrate the motive you're trying to prove? Or is this a standalone item?
I mean, there are other emails that express similar sentiments. I don't think they're specifically tied to the visit that's referenced in that particular email.
Are you arguing then that the defendant had a consistent animus towards the deceased?
Oh, yes.
Very well. Over objection, I will permit it only on the grounds that it shows that the defendant had a consistent animus towards the deceased or his family. However, if the defense is asking for a limiting instruction as to this evidence, you may request it now.
We're asking, yes, we would ask for a limiting instruction. This is not directed towards Danny Markel. I mean, if you take a look at it, Mrs. Adelson is complaining that Danny and Wendi have to schlep the boys down to see his parents instead of them driving up to see the boys. It has nothing to do with trying to keep the boys from the family. So I'm not sure what limiting instruction would be effective, but this is as to, it doesn't express any animus to Danny. So I'm not sure what the court would suggest.
His family.
The state's theory is not hatred towards Danny Markel's family. And so I'm
Ms. Kaplan,
confused.
as to the state's theory, please clarify this issue.
State's theory includes that Mrs. Adelson hated all things Dan Markel, and all things Dan Markel needed to be erased from these children's lives, including the grandparents. Now, I know Your Honor has precluded me from mentioning visitation with the grandparents and things like that, but obviously that's always been a part of the state's theory, and I understand that I'm limited from including that, but it is important to show that this animus existed as far back as 3/28 of 11. And this is the first item in the exhibit because it goes back the furthest in time. I think it's important.
We're not going to be wasting a lot of time on this back and forth. This is the point of pretrial motions. On this point, as it relates to the state's theory of the case, that the defendant had animus towards the deceased or his family. It will be permitted on those grounds. If the defense is asking in some way for a limiting instruction to be given, please request it now.
Yes, Your Honor.
What is the limiting instruction that is requested?
Your Honor, I'm at a loss. I think that an instruction that, I mean, this doesn't show hatred towards Danny. So again, I'm not sure. Obviously I disagree with the state's argument concerning this. So I'm open to suggestions.
Be considered for the defendant's state of mind as it related to the deceased or his family.
I would ask that it be related to the deceased's family. It's not to do with the deceased.
Ms. Kaplan. Well, down. Let's go through them.
Yes, sir. State's Exhibit 64D is an email dated 10/26/12. May I approach?
You may.
This email is from Donna Adelson to Wendi Adelson, showing her a list of prospective love interests from a website that Mrs. Adelson has identified as potential matches for Wendi. It's offered to show how controlling Donna Adelson was over her children's lives, how much she inserted herself into their private lives. And again, she likes to be in control of who they date and who they marry.
Response.
Judge, this is not an email from my client, Wendi Adelson. This is an email from Match.com to the email address that my client has. It doesn't say anything, the copy I have at least, doesn't say anything at all about Wendi Adelson.
Okay, I'll replace it with a copy that shows the email heading on the top, Judge. It's my fault.
And this was her forwarding this or actually including some sort of message?
She forwards it. I'm not sure if she included a message. She definitely did on the next one, which is also subject to defense objection. It's State's Exhibit 64I. I'll approach with that as well. It's related.
What's the date on that?
The date on that is happening.
1/17/13 today on Exhibit 64I.
As to any questioning of Wendi Adelson as the role her mother played in her life, including screening potential romantic interest, that question certainly can be asked, but as to an exception to hearsay, what is being offered concerning this?
The relevance of it, or
Yeah.
the exception to hearsay is
Let's
a
go
statement
through
of a
both.
party. Relevance is that Mrs. Adelson was very controlling and micromanaging in her children's lives, particularly their love lives, which directly relates to the motive for this offense.
Right.
Eliminated Mr. Markel. You get the idea.
I just can't understand how this would be material to this case in any way, anything that the state has to prove. That, you know, it's not, we just want to bash her reputation or what she did. They got to prove criminal offenses against her. How does her being on Match.com while she's living with her daughter have anything to do with something the state has to prove here? Nothing.
I believe this once again goes to the issue of motive. I understand the defense's position that you disagree. As to this motion, or excuse me, as to this item, this is you said 64I.
64D and I, Your Honor.
Right. As to whether the defendant in any way possessed a motive concerning Wendi Adelson, or excuse me, as it related to the deceased in controlling who Wendi Adelson may have sought as a romantic interest. Ms. Kappelman, do you have other evidence that's going to tie that to this particular item?
I do have other evidence that Mrs. Adelson, just on the wire, speaking about Wendy's love life and her current love interest and who she wants her to date, and discussing with Charlie Adelson, wanting Charlie to intervene with Wendi and encourage her to date a certain person. So I do think it is a theme that reemerges with other evidence.
Well, as the state of mind and motive, I will permit this evidence to be given over objection. However, as to the foundations for these things, Ms. Kappelman, they'll have to be laid through the appropriate witnesses.
Okay, all of these items came from a search warrant executed on Wendi Adelson's Google account. The next item, Judge, is just a moment to locate this. I believe it's 64W, an email dated June 27th of 13. And the objection in this case relates to the characterization of Judge Hobbs as a, can't find the quote, but something like a Southern black lady. They just were proposing redacting that. Find the page for Your Honor. Page 2 of that email. I'll give you one and two. Second page, 2/3 of the way down in the second paragraph, mention of Judge Hobbs. There's no particular relevance to that characterization of Judge Hobbs, so I just don't think it's prejudicial, so I don't know why we're redacting. Whatever Your Honor thinks on that one, Judge.
I believe the judge, the jury could take that as in a very derogatory way. It has absolutely nothing to do with this case, that comment. Nothing. Unless there's another motive I don't know about.
if in some way, since we do have 2 jurors of African American descent, that would otherwise impute on the defendant a negative character trait, I will permit the redaction for that reason. Beyond that, the item will be admitted.
Next judge is an email dated April 7th, 2015. I believe what's referenced here is 64HH. Yes, sir. May I approach?
You may.
Yeah, the other exhibit. Judge, this email is an email regarding Wendi moving, and the evidence is going to show that she moved from a more secure location to a less secure location. So the relevance is sort of going to have to be developed as the trial goes on. But the idea is that there was no fear for Wendi's safety.
What's the date?
That email is dated.
7/15, I believe, is the last date in the chain.
Thank you.
If you have to start the foundation with one witness but enter at a later point, that is certainly appropriate. What is the objection?
Well, Judge, I have a question. The email that I'm looking at that was provided to us on July the 15th, 2014 is to Jeff Lacoste from Wendi Adelson.
I believe these are from David Trafton at MiamiRealEstate.com.
That's not what we're given.
Can I show an exhibit to discuss?
Please do.
Email that we've been handed is April 7th, 2015, 4:42 p.m. This is regarding Wendi moving. It had the same security as where she was living with her mother, so less secure. There's nothing in here that indicates that.
I'm going to ask Ms. Adelson about that. My understanding is it is less secure. They're asking lots of questions, but they're not about security. They're being actively extorted under threat for their lives. One would expect and would inquire about such a thing.
You may lay the foundation, or at least begin to lay the foundation for that item with when that witness is examined. Going back to the last trial in this matter, when the intent instruction was given, the intent with which an act is done is an operation of the mind, and therefore it's not always capable of direct and positive proof. It may be established by circumstantial evidence like any other fact in the case. Specifically, as counts 2 and count 1 that are charged in the indictment deal with aspects of intent. I am going to find evidence that demonstrates the defendant's alleged motive, which goes specifically to intent. is admissible. One thing, though, that is starting to trouble me with this, we had many motion hearings in this matter, and we've continued this case several times to handle these matters pre-trial. Why is this coming up now?
The exhibit that we were provided with, I went through thoroughly and had all of my objections listed. And then was told that's not correct. It's another binder. It's different emails. The binder I was handed by the state was completely discombobulated, not in date order. It was a train wreck.
As the state's exhibit you're referring to.
That's correct. And so then they provided us with this binder. It appears to maybe still be missing something, but they have a list, an exhibit list, everything laid out by date, by exhibit A, all the sub-exhibit numbers. So that's why, Your Honor.
We're not going to be wasting the jurors' times. At this point, we're 30 minutes behind where we should have been. Are there any other matters that need to be addressed?
There's one more that I asked for, Judge. It's dated April the 20th of 2016. And it's an email about whether one of the children is sad.
64II, Judge, is an email specifically in which the defendant is claiming that the child cannot be sad about the death of his father. Extremely relevant.
Its probative value is outweighed by the undue prejudice, Your Honor.
Compliment again, the purpose this is being offered for is going to motive or state of mind. What is the undue prejudice that the defense is arguing concerning this particular email?
The undue prejudice is what the state is arguing, and they're going to argue to the jury, is that this email says that Donna Adelson said he could not be sad about his father. What she's describing is her time with the child, and she hasn't seen him sad. And it's 2 years after, unfortunately, Mr. Markel was killed.
Ms. Kettleman, if you wish to proffer the testimony from the witness on this, I'll allow you to do so at the presence of the jury, but this one is seeming a bit attenuated.
Mrs. Adelson.
In commenting on how the child is said.
Sure, Judge, but it relates back to the motive and thinking that it wouldn't harm the children. It was going to be good for the children to get rid of their father. Children have no memory prior to this young age that the father was killed. I think it goes to motive, Judge.
That I'll allow you to set up your foundation within parts if you need to do so. I'll revisit whether this item can be admitted at that point.
Sir, there's one item that I've added today in light of the opening statement regarding Mrs. Adelson's use of the Skype to facilitate visitation with the father, stated December 18th, 2013. It has been previously provided. It's now marked as State's Exhibit AA.1. While the defense is looking that over, I also have a stipulation of the parties may approach.
Okay.
This will be the first thing, and I'd like to have your honor read this to the jury as soon as they come back in. Sorry, Judge, I handed them the wrong thing. I'm gonna have to circle back to that. With that, stipulation, we're ready. No other issues.
Right, as to 64, I believe D and I did rule over motion that these can be admitted with a proper foundation. As to I believe that's the item that the state is going to, 64 I should say, that's the item the state is going to attempt to lay the foundation for as it relates to motive in this matter.
Yes, sir, I found the relevant portion. It reads from Donna to Wendi here. I'm sorry, from Wendi to Donna. Dear Mom and Dad, here is the phone/Skype plan for the holidays. And she's forwarding a Skype plan from Dan Markel. Please help me do this. It means less stress for me if we just follow it.
I don't know what the relevance of that is. Wendi Adelson sending an email to her mother because her mother takes care of the children very frequently and saying, here's the schedule, let's do this. It doesn't say Mrs. Adelson has not done it.
I think it suggests that Mrs. Adelson has not done it, or at least that there's been issues and problems with Skype and facilitating Skype is satisfactory to Mr. Markel. So I would ask you admit it based on the statements made in opening statement by the defense.
Well, the opening statement is not evidence. The jurors are not considered as such. As to any foundation that you wish to lay for that particular item, that it was not previously followed, and now Wendi Adelson sent that item to her mother, you'll need to establish the foundation first before it's offered. Please bring in the jurors. Are offered, the limited instruction will be given.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, jury, you're in the courtroom.
Everyone can be seated. Members of the jury, I trust you had a restful lunch break. Before we resume with the evidence this afternoon, I'm going to read to you a stipulation that has been agreed upon by the parties. When the parties agree that certain facts are true, that is called a stipulation of fact. You must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is for you to decide. In this case, the stipulated fact that you must accept as true is the projectiles contained in State's Exhibits 122 and 123 were examined microscopically by a firearms expert from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, and
were determined to have been fired from the same revolver. Ms. Kappelman, you may call your next witness.
State calls Craig Isom.
Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly for the jurors.
Please introduce yourself and spell your name.
Craig Isom, Craig Isom.
How are you employed?
I'm currently retired.
Congratulations. Where did you work when you worked?
Sent to Tallahassee Police Department,
How long were you with the Tallahassee Police Department?
28 and a half years.
Were you assigned to investigate the murder of Dan Markel?
I was.
How long did Dan Markel live after being shot?
I believe my understanding was around approximately 11 hours.
As part of your investigation, were the people closest to the victim interviewed,
Yes,
including his ex-wife, Wendi Adelson?
yes.
When and where did you approach Wendi Adelson?
She was at a restaurant in Tallahassee on Market Street.
What date and time did you approach her at the restaurant?
That was on the day of the shooting, which was July 18th, 2014. July 18th, 2014. It was approximately 2:15 in the afternoon.
All right, so approximately 3 hours and 50 minutes after the shooting.
Approximately, yes.
What did you say when you approached her?
I told her that I needed to discuss something with her in private. She was with two other individuals at the table.
Two ladies having lunch?
3 total, yes.
All right. And when you told her that you need to speak with her, were you wearing police insignia? Did you identify yourself as law enforcement?
Immediately before I identified myself and said that I was there for the purpose of speaking with Wendi Adelson.
Okay.
And I had my badge on. I was readily identifiable as a police officer.
All right. And did you reassure her that she wasn't in any trouble? Did you?
Yes, I got her to step away from the table she was eating at, approximately 10, 15 feet out of earshot of the other two individuals that were sitting at the table. And I told her that I needed to discuss with her something that happened with her ex-husband and that her children were not involved. I reassured her because the children had already been checked on. They were still at the daycare and they were fine.
As part of this approach of Wendi Adelson, were there any handcuffs involved?
No,
Any Miranda rights read?
no,
Any use of force at all?
no,
She was not detained or under arrest?
no,
At any time, did you tell her she was a suspect in anything?
no,
Was she a suspect in anything at that moment?
no,
At any time during your interview, did you do anything that would treat her as a suspect?
no.
In fact, you told her several times in the interview that she was not a suspect. Isn't that right?
I did.
Did you ever accuse her of anything?
No.
Did you provide her with a victim advocate?
Yes.
Is that something that your office typically does for next of kin when a tragedy has occurred?
Yes.
Did you allow her to access her phone during the interview?
Yes.
What did you learn about the victim's relationship with his ex-wife, Wendi Adelson?
They had gone through it and were still fighting in a contentious divorce regarding child custody.
With child
Regarding
custody?
including child custody.
All right, I'm going to approach with state's demonstrative A. Have you had an opportunity to review this exhibit before today?
Yes.
What is that exhibit?
It's all of the filings from the divorce case between
Wendi Adelson, and Daniel Markel.
Starting with the petition for divorce and ending at the time of his death. Is that right?
Correct.
And the filings in here, have you had an opportunity to review them?
Yes.
All right. And did this litigation include arguing over things so petty as a tennis racket?
It did.
Objection, Your Honor. Nothing's been entered into evidence, and we would object to a witness testifying to the contents of the file.
Of the rule, the witness may testify concerning his personal knowledge of the investigation.
Thank you, Judge. As part of these proceedings, did Wendi Adelson seek to relocate with the children from Tallahassee to South Florida?
She did.
Did she say why she wanted to relocate to South Florida?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustain the answer to the call for hearsay unless you have an exception.
I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 60. Have you had an opportunity to review State's Exhibit 60?
Yes.
Are those the portion of the divorce filings contained in State's Demonstrative A that can be directly linked to Donna Adelson?
Yes.
Meaning she saw those items.
Yes.
Objection, lack of foundation.
I believe that's what Ms. Cattleman is doing right now.
Move into evidence, State 60, Your Honor.
This guy acts like he's just like, I am over this, y'all. Come on. Let's just, can we please just be done with this case now and get her behind bars? Y'all, these emails they're going to put up there, she's cooked. I mean, I'm being dramatic with my, she's cooked. She's cooked. But, I mean, it's, none of this looks good. None of this looks good. Right? If they can clearly, just like they did in the opening statement, if they can very clearly show the evidence of going down the line, you know, the phone number to that type stuff, whatever. Sorry, Tori. Unless the jury, I mean, obviously, you know, we're just so for speculating. But yeah, she would have already done enough damage with her fake crying and like the disdain that comes through with towards Dan and all this. So if they can sit here and very clearly show a direct line of like money flow, you know, the bump, all this type of stuff. Oh yeah, she's cooked. She's like, Harvey, tell me you haven't found another lady to get you out to the Ubers. Tell me I'm the only one. I'm going down the line, Harvey. Going up the road. Okay, incoming ball voice. Incoming ball voice. So this is a retired police or like investigator. He told Wendi, he's going to be interesting because he's the one who told Wendi, and we might be working our way up to Wendi's testimony here. He's the one who was like, "Hey, Wendi, you know, your husband, you know, Dan's been murdered." And if you followed the case, if you've watched the what do you call it, the interview or the, you know, whatever you want to call it, interrogation with Wendi, I mean, again, the dramatics are very similar to Miss Donna, just nonstop. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? So on and so forth. Yeah, and I agree. Just reading your comment, the motive is all, yeah, plenty. I mean, and this is where Donna did herself in. You know, all these emails she was sending to Wendi and controlling everything. I mean, it's all plain as day right there. How she felt about Dan, what kind of control, et cetera, that she had. You know, it is what it is. And I think they're going to see that. And if they follow it up with something concrete, which to me, again, once they show the receipts for the undercover gave her the phone number and the phone number ended up with the hitman. I mean, there you go. I know I'd love to see all the emails. All the emails. You know they're bad. You know it's even. If this is the parts we're seeing, can you imagine how bad all of them are? Yo, that is Harvey, correct? That is Harvey right there messing with the shirt. With the purple and black. Front row. Harvey. He's like, I'm exhausted over here. I know they've done you wrong. If this was Miami, you'd be a free woman. We'd be in Vietnam. Yeah, we're back from lunch. So everybody just join in. We are back from lunch, and we're now have a retired police officer investigator who's on the case. All things hairball yarn. I appreciate it. It's good seeing you. This is another retired police department guy from Tallahassee. He dealt with Wendi. We've had several witnesses come up. We did have opening, obviously, statements. The defense literally just got up there and talked about Dan and what a great person he was, and Danny this and Danny that. And, you know, the main key ingredient from the defense's opening statement that I got was they were saying the state can 100% prove that Charlie and Catherine and Riviera and Garcia killed Dan. We can prove that. But for Donna, no. The business was not Donna and Harvey's, it was Charlie's. And she was going there and working at Charlie's. The money that they were paying, $3,000 a month to Catherine, that was Charlie's money. She was working for him. So they're kind of shifting, in my opinion, the blame towards Charlie, almost like and without saying it, well, hey, if maybe, you know, I guess Charlie was doing this or that to help his sister. Donna wasn't part of that. She's normal, just like you and I. That was a real, I wanted to roll my eyes with that one. She's a normal person like you and I. She's going to this business, her son's business, and working, greeting customers, doing this. I'm like, you've got to be kidding. Here we go.
Please be seated. What's that? You can step down, Mr. Ison. Please step outside the courtroom.
Hey, Audra.
All right. At this point, I'm nearing becoming inclined to send the jurors home for the day, as we are wasting a significant amount of time on matters that were either previously litigated or now are still being challenged for reasons that could have been handled out of court. Mr. Zellman, for any item that is being objected to with State 60 that you are claiming has no tie to your client's communications, you need to look through that binder now.
Judge, part of the objection that we're making concerning that is without laying the foundation through a witness with personal knowledge, there is no tie to my client. Anything, and specifically anything post-dissolution, so post July 31st of 2013 that's in here, there's no evidence.
I heard this argument previously.
Yes.
It has been ruled upon.
Yes.
At this point, if the state has multiple witnesses that the foundation can be laid through, your objection will be noted for the record, but we are going to move on. If you need to look through this binder to match it up with specific communications in which you believe no foundation can be laid, you'll need to take the time. But as far as wasting the jurors' time on this any further today, what else does the defense need to look through concerning these exhibits? Before we leave here today, if we need to go through every single state exhibit to deal with any objections concerning them, we will do so, however long that takes. But we're not going to be wasting the jurors' time.
Just a moment.
Incoming Paul voice. Incoming Paul voice. Shooby dooby dooby doo. Okay, so y'all, Judge ain't happy. Judge ain't happy. Now he's putting them out on Front Street. He's like, lock the doors. Ain't nobody leaving. Ain't nobody leaving. He's over it. But I mean, as he should be. I mean, again, obviously I don't work in the courtroom, but like with what he's saying, look, we already went over this. If you want to ask me personally, and I don't know if it's me saying they're not prepared versus they don't really have much of a defense. Other than she's just a sweet little grandmother. Look, she's crying, and let's just tear apart whatever the state throws our way, and again, at the end of the day, the defense is going to do what the defense is going to do. Everybody would want a defense lawyer. I get it. Right. But in this scenario, the emails don't lie. And as he should. Also, for people following, baby Emmanuel's parents have been arrested and charged with murder. If I was him, I'd find one thing and be like, well, there's just this one little thing right here, Judge, and then we'll be good. right? I'd be so afraid. I'd be like, I did find a little something.
Subject to our objection
There you go.
concerning establishing a foundation for proving my client's knowledge, we're ready to proceed.
Concerning that, Ms. Kappelman, between former Detective Eisen, Wendi Adelson, or any other witnesses, are you going to be establishing the foundation as to the defendant's knowledge or connection through multiple witnesses?
May I have a moment, please?
Go ahead.
Incoming Paul voice. Incoming Paul voice. ASMR, ASMR.
I had not planned to do that. I provided this exhibit to the defense. I have not heard anything about an objection, so I have not planned to go through every single piece of paper with this witness. I can do that, but that is going to take some time. I will need a recess to prepare for that. I do have a list of how each piece of paper is related to the defendant, but this witness isn't prepared to go through every single piece of paper in this exhibit.
Are you requesting for me to send the jurors home for the day?
Oh.
No. I think I've complied with the court's ruling, and I'm requesting that the exhibit be admitted pursuant to that, and we'll move on.
There does have to be a foundation as to the nexus between the defendant's either communications or actions and these pleadings. That was the ruling. For what was provided in discovery,
Is that something that needs to be done in front of the jury, Judge, or is that something we could tie up later and move on right now?
you can tie up later, but it will not be admitted until the foundation is tied up.
Okay, Judge, I think that would be my preference then.
Very well, please bring the jurors up.
Wait, so now I'm
confused. Detective Eisen to come back in and take the stand.
Because now I'm confused.
Eisen, come back in.
Is he upset with the state and the defense? He might start throwing stuff. He might throw that Stanley Cup across the room just to be dramatic. That, look, I'm going to join in. I'm going to throw this glass across the thing. Who's that sitting next to Harvey? Is that her grandchild?
Everyone can be seated. You may continue your examination, Ms. Kappelman.
Thank you, Judge. I'm going to approach with State's Exhibit 64. Do you recognize State's 54?
Yes,
How do you recognize it?
these are the emails, I believe. believe these are from Wendi Adelson's computer.
Was a search warrant issued to Wendi Adelson's Google account?
Yes.
And did we receive emails subject to that search warrant?
Yes.
And does State's Exhibit 64 contain fair and accurate copies of emails between Wendi Adelson and Donna Adelson?
Yes.
And if you'll turn to the yellow tab there. In particular, are you familiar with this email? For the record, Judge, this is tab AA.
This is. Yes.
Is that an email that was sent from Wendi Adelson to Donna Adelson? On the bottom.
This is from Donna.
Well, okay. It starts out as something from Danny, right?
Right. Dan sends this email to Wendi.
Okay.
And it's
what is,
CC'd to another individual.
okay. And what does Wendi do with it?
She forwarded it to her mother.
Okay. And is the content of the email related to what we referred to as the grandma motion?
Yes.
What is the grandma motion?
This is where Dan Markel.
What is the objection?
First of all, lack of foundation and it's hearsay at this point.
Overruled as to lack of foundation. The investigator may testify as to his personal knowledge of the investigation. Concerning hearsay, Ms. Copeland.
Did Mrs. Adelson respond to this email?
Your Honor, then object again. Mrs.
One
Adelson.
moment. Members of the jury, the bailiff is going to take it, right?
Come in, Paul voice, and come in, Paul voice, and come in, Paul voice. This is the tactic. This is the tactic they're using. Stop everything. They know this is going to look bad. They know this looks bad. And they don't want it to go out. He's now absolutely infuriated the judge. I'm scared myself. Okay. Scared myself.
Investigator Ison, if you could step down, please, sir.
The investigator's over it too. He's like, bro, I just want to be at home in my recliner watching NCIS where they wrap this stuff up in 30 minutes. I don't want to be part of the process no more. You know what I'm saying? I don't blame him.
So, not to sound like a broken record, but that part where the jurors need to go home so the issues concerning these documents can be worked through. Concerning that, Mr. Zellman, what is your position?
Judge, I've said all along.
I know what your argument is, but as to the items the state is seeking to admit today, are there going to be more challenges of this nature? If you have objections, I will rule on them, but we're not going to waste the jurors' time.
Judge, as to 64AA, my client and her husband shared an email address. There's no evidence as to who sent the response that the state is trying to get to.
How many parts of 64 is the defense objecting to? Cavalry. Concerning AA, does the foundation need to be laid amongst multiple witnesses, or is Detective Ison capable of doing this?
As far as to whom the email address belonged, that will have to be tied up with Wendi Adelson.
Well, is there any other parts of Exhibit 64 that need to be dealt with now while the jurors are out of the room? Please look through it.
Mm-hmm. 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 Oh yeah, he's throw the headphones at him. Get violent. Get crazy. I mean, come on now.
Just AA.
Are there any other exhibits that pertain to Detective Isom that need to be dealt with while the jurors are out of the room?
Yo, is that her grandson behind her with the people in white?
Please, so we can handle these objections now, and there will not be a constant back and forth where the jurors need to leave the room.
Exhibit 55. Well,
Tracy, I read your thing. I said, so I peed myself at the Wi-Fi today, and I was like, oh dear. I have so many questions about that sentence.
Email 64. My understanding is we're going to deal with AA, and then the rest of it is going to come into evidence with this witness at this time. 65, Mr. Rivera's ticket, which is certified. 66, Garcia's ticket, which is certified. 67, Save Gas records with certification. 68, Adelson Institute records with certification.
Are there any objections by the defense that need to be handled out of the presence of the jury concerning these items?
No, Your Honor.
There's a couple more, Judge. 89, Premiere video clips. 90, bus video clips. 119 is a thumb drive containing the raw data from Premiere, and 120 is a thumb drive containing the raw data from the bus.
No objections to those, Your Honor.
You see, to me, that guy with the lady behind him, I mean, this is just me being old, I guess. To me, he looks like a teenager. I could be completely wrong on that. But to me, I'm sitting here looking at him like, he's like, what, 14 maybe? Y'all are probably like, no, probably like 25 or something like that, right? I don't know. But then I would question who the lady is because they're not true. They don't really act like they know Harvey. They're not like sitting next to, like, you know what I mean? I'm like, who is this? What if it's Rob's? But would they sit on that side? Oh, it could be Charlie's son. Yeah, to me, the ages are thrown very off for me. It's like, I can't even anymore. Like I said, like that kid. But you know, as you get older, like, so to me, like, if literally at this point, I refer, like, he could be in his 20s, but to me, I'm like, oh yeah, that kid right there. You know what I'm saying? Like, and he would probably look at me like, oh, that dude must be like a grandfather, right? It's just, but in my mind, I'm like, no, I'm like,
You can seek to admit it if the foundation can be laid without it or without any other witnesses.
oh, he's cracking knuckles. Yeah. Good point, Emily. Emily says, I don't think those boys would be brought to court. They're probably keeping their identities. Yeah, quiet. Here's the thing. They're going to bring the jury back in no matter what they do now, and the defense is going to object. They do not want this evidence up there, and they're going to try and just make it discombobulated. If you think back, and I mean, obviously, I'm what one of the professional lawyer YouTube people say, it's more accurate than me. But like, if you think about these cases where they have nothing, and so they just object to kind of muddle the jury's viewpoint of the testimony coming out, I feel like that's going on, even if he does have a claim of like, hey, what's up?
Bring back in the jurors.
Wake up, calling me out of the down. Never have a down, dibba dibba down. Shibby dibby doo, dibby dibby doo. You wake up calling me out of the blue. Doo doo, shibby dibby doo. I'm telling you, it's going to happen again. He's going to lose it. I'm scared of him. These little puppies are so cute. Yeah, regardless, the jury's they already can see just with the opening statements, the disdain that she has for the family, for Dan. I mean, the defense is over there talking about, you sure you don't want me to go over there and ask him for if we want to plea out? Hey, Donna, how's it going? The defense is like, yo, you want me to throw a deal up there? Wait, hold on. She's back there putting her Starbucks order in. She's like, what do y'all think? You think we're clearing out of here in about, what, 45 minutes at this point? She's like, I'm going to get my order put in downstairs because that line gets out of control. She's like, I want a mocha frappuccino. And okay, so if you listen to Mackenzie Shrilla's phone calls, to me, Donna is like the same vibe, right? Of no accountability, no nothing. Yeah, the judge is going to turn this into, he's going to send her to the electric chair. By the end of the day, she's getting the death penalty, and it will be real quick and swift. And maybe one of her attorneys will too. He'll be like, take them both out back. Okay, here we go. I'm guessing 5 minutes or less, another thing.
You, I believe, previously indicated that you reviewed the divorce file as part of your investigation.
Yes.
And that's the court file.
Yes.
All right. And as part of your investigation, did you review the emails that were subject to Wendi Adelson's Google search warrant?
Yes.
And in those emails, was there an email in which the contents of, well, let me ask you first about the motion. Did you review a motion where Dan Markel was seeking to restrict Donna Adelson's access to the children?
Yes, I did.
All right. And that motion was filed with the court.
Yes.
It was pending at the time of his death.
Yes.
And did you find in the emails any evidence that the contents of that motion were sent to Donna Adelson?
Yes.
And is that tab AA of State's Exhibit 64?
Yes.
And are the contents of that email substantially similar to the allegations made in the court filing?
Substantially, yes.
Okay. And what is the gist of what it is that Dan Markel is requesting?
He does not want Donna Adelson to have unsupervised contact with his children
Why not?
because of the statements that are made in here and that was shown in the court filing, that the children reflected that grandma says you're stupid, grandma says she hates you.
And
Judge, Adelson, please do not read from any document that has not been admitted.
at this time, Judge, I would ask to admit State's Exhibit 64.
All parts or just the part that does not include AA?
Subject to tying up AA, I would seek to admit the whole thing.
States 64, any objection?
Just the objection previously made, Your Honor.
Concerning States 64, it will be admitted except for Part AA and any later foundation that needs to be addressed.
Did, in your review of these emails contained in State's Exhibit 64, the defendant, Donna Adelson, use any strong language against Dan Markel?
Yes.
Did she call him any names?
Yes.
I would ask you to review State's Exhibit 64, tab DD. Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes.
What email is that?
This is from Donna to Wendi.
And does she call Dan any names in that email?
She calls him Elvis.
How about asshole?
I know it's in here.
Take your time. Have you ever seen an email where she called him an asshole?
I've seen an email, but I don't see it here.
Okay, let's move on.
Okay.
Tab M, please.
Emma?
M as in Mike.
M.
I guess tell us who it's to, who it's from, and the date, please.
It's from Donna to Wendi, March 6th, 2013.
Does she call Dan Markel any names in that email?
Yes, she does.
What names does she call him?
In this
Name.
in this particular email, after the first paragraph, it says that she calls him a major fucker.
Please refer to tab Q, a May 3rd of 13 email.
Yes,
Does that email, is it from Donna to Wendi?
it is.
And does it reference Wendy's relocation efforts?
Yes,
Does it indicate that Wendy's relocation efforts are extremely important to Donna Adelson?
yes,
Please reference tab V as in Victor, a June 25th email. Are you familiar with the court filing in which relocation was denied?
yes.
Do you know on which date relocation was denied?
June 20th, 2013.
So this is email on tab V as in Victor. Is it 5 days after relocation was denied?
It is June 26, 2013.
Does Donna Adelson, the defendant, propose another plan to facilitate relocation in light of the court's ruling?
Yes,
So this is done after the court's ruling,
correct.
and relocation is still being discussed.
Yes.
Okay, what does she suggest?
She suggests that the children between Wendi and Dan start attending, or her at least the ruse of them going to a Christian church or a Catholic church.
And to take pictures of it and send it to Dan Markel, right?
Yes,
To strong arm him into agreeing to the relocation, right?
correct. Coercion.
Did Donna Adelson, the defendant in this case, suggest a bribe to Dan Markel to cause him to allow these kids to be moved to South Florida?
Yes.
Draw your attention to tab W. What is the proposal in reference to this bribe?
$1 million.
$1 million.
Yes.
Okay. Were there any death benefits, any monies that were to be gained from the death of Dan Markel?
Yes,
Did he have a life insurance policy?
he did.
What was the amount of the life insurance policy?
One of them was for $2 million.
And a second one for $60,000?
$60,000 from a second one through the law school.
Were there any survivor benefits for these kids in the event of Dan's death?
There was
What are those?
$4,800 a month.
Who gets that money for the disbursement of the kids?
Wendi Adelson.
What about through his employment at FSU Law School? Did he have a pension there?
Got a pension, a deferred comp, 401k,
And an estate worth some money, right?
approximately $300,000.
What was the total value of Mr. Markel's estate?
2.7 million.
As part of your investigation, did you attempt to establish a timeline of the victim's activities prior to his murder?
Yes.
What did he do that day?
At 8:50 a.m., he dropped off his children at the preschool daycare on West Stark Street. From there, he proceeded to go back across town to Premier Fitness Gym off of Village Square Boulevard.
Was there any surveillance at the gym?
Yes,
And was that collected by law enforcement?
it was.
All right. Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence, State's Exhibit 119, a thumb drive containing the surveillance collected from Premier Gym.
Any objection? There you are. Stage 119 is admitted.
And was the raw data or surveillance video collected from the gym compiled in a way that shows what it is we're looking for concerning Mr. Markel?
That's correct, yes.
Was that done in State's Exhibit 89?
I believe so.
All right, Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence, State's 89.
Any objection? There you are. States 89 is admitted.
Were you able to see on this gym surveillance video Mr. Markel's vehicle enter the parking lot of the gym?
Yes,
At what time does he enter the parking lot of the
I
gym?
believe it was 9.
9:11 sound right?
9/11, yes.
We're talking about AM. So you said he dropped the kids off at 8:50 and he arrives at the gym at 9:11.
8:50 a.m. is when he dropped the children off, and he signed them in at the daycare. And then at 9/11 is when you see his car enter the parking lot at Premier, all on July 18th, 2014.
And were you able to see anything sinister about the parking lot of Premier Gym on the morning of Mr. Markel's shooting?
Following Markel's car entering the lot, a short time later, a vehicle enters the lot that is similar in description from the next door witness, Mr. Geiger.
What does the suspect vehicle do when Mr. Markel enters the gym?
It parks and no one gets out of the car.
How long does the suspect vehicle stay there while Mr. Markel's in the gym?
I don't recall the exact amount of time, but it's quite some time that the whole time he's in the gym, and even after he comes out, gets back in his car and leaves. That's when the car leaves at the same time.
All right. So the whole time he's in the gym doing his workout, this suspect Prius is in the parking lot.
Correct.
And when he comes out to leave and gets in his vehicle, what happens with the Prius then?
The Prius follows.
Judge, at this time, I would ask to introduce State's Exhibit 89. I'm sorry, I have introduced it. I'm asking to publish it at this time. Thank you. Is this black vehicle Mr. Markel's vehicle?
Yes, it's a black Honda four-door. Same car.
And that's Mr. Markel parking right there behind the flagpole.
That's correct.
What is this vehicle?
That will be the suspect vehicle,
And is-
green Prius.
Okay, consistent with the description given by Mr. Geiger.
He said a light colored or silverish, and the car color is a silver pine mica.
Who's that in the blue circle?
That's Mr. Markel exiting his vehicle.
That's him in the red shirt?
That's correct. It's Mr. Markel entering Premier's main doors.
What do we see in this image?
I'm sorry.
What do we see in this portion of?
I'm sorry.
What do we see in this portion of the tape?
That's the suspect vehicle, the Prius, driving through the parking lot.
At this point, is Mr. Markel inside the gym?
He's inside, yes. This is still in the front section where the car went from right to left.
This is still part of the Premier Gym parking lot?
Correct. Yes, it's just the opposite, camera facing the opposite direction. And it's the car reversing course coming back towards the front doors.
Yep. Okay, now what's the time on the video here?
I can't read 10:30. I think it
Okay.
says 10:38.
Is this Mr. Markel exiting the gym at this
He's
point?
exiting the Premier in the same door he came in. I'm sorry, it's 10:33 on the timestamp.
Thank you.
That's Mr. Markel making his way to the parking lot where his car is parked.
Once he gets in the car, does he sit there a few minutes or is that at the front end?
I'm sorry.
Does he sit in his car for a few minutes at one point?
Just a short period of time. Then his car starts backing up.
There's that.
That's him exiting.
And will we see the suspect vehicle pull out
It's coming
behind
from the
him?
backside. See it? Same suspect vehicle following the direction of Markel's car.
Right, and it exits the parking lot at 10:39 a.m.
Yes.
Okay. And based on what would be the logical route from here to Mr. Markel's home, did you try to get some additional surveillance to see if you could catch the suspect vehicle any further?
Yes.
What was that?
That was the location was the business. No, I'm sorry, it's a bus video off of a bus at McClay Commerce Boulevard and Thomasville Road.
All right. And were you able to actually find some bus video from both before and after the shooting of the suspect vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And were those the raw data that you collected from the bus compiled into clips similar to what we saw on the gym video?
That's correct.
All right, Judge, at this time, I would ask to move into evidence States Exhibit 120, a thumb drive containing the bus raw data, and States Exhibit 90, a disc containing the bus video clips.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. States 90 and 120 are admitted.
Permission to publish states 90.
You may.
All right, if you can pause it for just a minute, can you orient us? Is this the Maclay Commerce?
Yes, this is, the bus is pointing east. So just beyond that circle is where the flyover starts. If you're going southbound, you can take the flyover to get on Capitol Circle. After you pass Maclay Gardens and everything. So this car is on Thomasville Road, not the flyover, and it is going southbound.
All right, and this camera is mounted on the bus. That's how we were able to get this image?
Correct.
Okay.
This is a city bus.
Continue, please. The time on this, 10:44 a.m., is
Correct.
that right? And what is this orange circle?
This is the Prius going the same direction as Markel's car, southbound on Thomasville Road.
Okay, now where are we?
This is southbound on Thomasville. We've gone underneath the I-10 overpass, and we're at Metropolitan Boulevard, and the bus just so happens to pull up right behind the Prius.
Based on the image in this exhibit right here, were you able to deduce the tag number of the Prius?
No,
That would have saved you a lot of
a
trouble,
lot
wouldn't it?
of time. Yes. The video could not be enhanced anymore.
Does the evidence suggest that Markel had already gone on through past this traffic light?
Correct, because this car was behind Markel's car. So he must have beat the light or got through the intersection before this car.
Okay, now can you orient us?
Believe we're now at Thomasville Road, southbound at Benton. And that circle was the Prius in the left turn lane to go from Thomasville eastbound on Benton Road.
And is that the way to Mr. Markel's residence?
Not this time. He turned beforehand. We found out later on.
We found out later that Mr. Markel turned later on.
Yes,
But this is the way the suspect vehicle goes.
Right. He turns left.
Okay, can you get to Mr. Markel's residence from Benton Road?
Yes.
The way he turned?
Yes.
All right, now, can you back it up, please? So the last time we see the suspect vehicle turning off Thomasville onto Benton Road is what time? Hit play, please.
10:40, no, 10:51.
Okay. And what time does our, pause it please, what time does our 911 call come in?
11:02 a.m.
Okay, so he was killed between 10:51 and 11:02.
Well, we narrowed it down even more than that. But
Okay. Tell me how you narrowed it down further.
well,
than that.
this bus now, this is a different bus, same city bus group, but this is a totally different bus. It's northbound on Thomasville Road. So based on the time, this bus is northbound. The shooting has already happened, and you'll see that the Prius catches up in the same lane as that black vehicle there next to the bus at 10:55, I believe. 10:55. Here it comes.
So that helps you narrow it down to what as the time of death?
10:50. Well, at 10:51, he's in the Prius is in the turn lane. At 10:55, they've already left Prescott and they're northbound towards I-10.
Okay, and you say they. Why do you say they?
Well, here shortly, you'll see what appears to be two different individuals in the front seat of this car.
See something white moving around in the passenger seat?
Yeah, the white shirt, the person in that side of the car, it seems extremely animated, excited. And the other side, the best view that I've ever gotten is someone's in a black, solid black shirt or upper top.
All right, and this is a slowed down version to try to get a better look at those occupants. All right, what are these orange circles indicating?
These are characteristics of this car that we found to be unique. The passenger side mirror is solid black. These cars have, when they come new, the mirror is the same color as the car, the mirror casing on the outside. This one's been replaced, it appears, because it's black. The circle in the middle of the top of the windshield, that appears to be a sun pass or toll type pass activator. And then the lower bumper circle, that's where a tow hook can be threaded in for towing purposes, but otherwise it has a cap over it, and the cap is missing.
Were you able to deduce anything about the year of the Toyota Prius?
Based on the research that we did through Toyota, this was established to be a 2006 to 2009 Toyota Prius, and the color, as I said before, was silver pine mica.
All right. Is it fair to characterize your investigation as having kind of two different veins at this point? We're looking at motive over here and we're looking at the Prius over here.
Correct.
Okay. And you mentioned the sun pass transponder. So we know this Prius, I'm assuming it's not the only silver pine mica Prius between 06 and 09 in the state.
Correct.
All right. So what do we do to try to track down the sun pass transponder?
I contacted Florida Department of Transportation, who administers the Sun Pass, and wanted to find out, what's the likelihood of that kind of car having a Sun Pass, and I was overwhelmed with, there was thousands. So that wasn't narrowing down anything very quick.
At that time, was SunPass more affiliated with South Florida, or did pretty much everybody in Tallahassee have one?
Well, south and central, anything Orlando south for the most part.
Okay. Did you have any indication based on the surveillance video available as to where the vehicle went after it fled from Markel's residence?
I just know that right here it's going northbound towards I-10 from Thomasville.
All right. Let's watch to the end.
This intersection is Armistead, so this is north of Benton, heading back towards I-10.
Was any cell phone analysis worked on in this case?
Excuse me?
Cell phone analysis.
Yes.
Who performed the cell phone analysis?
Sergeant Corbett.
Okay. And is that something that was going on simultaneously as you doing this SunPass?
That's correct.
Thing? Okay. And did Corbett's work include trying to look for phones of interest traveling in the areas that we know where you found our suspect vehicle?
That and Premier Jim.
And we will talk to Sergeant Corbett later, but based on his analysis, did you have an idea or develop an idea of the route that your suspects may have taken?
Yes.
All right. And what did you do to follow up on that?
Well, initially, because of our large expanse of cars, we started looking for South Florida at any cars going through the interchange southbound at Wildwood, where you get on the turnpike from I-75. that was a bust. We didn't, it was way too many. We couldn't find anything that was concrete. So once the phone analysis was done, we had a better idea that there was one particular number, and tracking that went southbound on I-75 all the way to Naples, and then crossing over on Alligator Alley, which is still I-75 from west to east, from Naples to Broward County.
And once you learned that it was actually this other route than what you would expect, were you able to do anything with in reference to the toll plazas and the SunPass transponder that you weren't able to do previously?
That's correct.
Okay, tell us about that.
Once we had that established, then I contacted the SunPass administrators again at Department of Transportation, and I explained to them what I had. I said, we got a Prius, a 2006 to 2009 Silver Pine Mica. Not that they had that in the records. I says, but we have them going through approximately this toll plaza in Naples, going westbound. And once I gave them that and the time, within a couple minutes of when they would have gone through, they showed an activation with a transponder from the windshield at that toll plaza in Naples in Collier County. And there was only one Prius. And that's what we determined, that it was going back to South Florida and cutting across Alligator Alley.
All right, and were you able to backtrack and find the toll plaza record or SunPass record of the vehicle coming to Tallahassee as well?
Correct. On the 16th of July, that same transponder, we're talking about the sticker on the windshield, that same transponder went through from Broward County, West Broward County, through the other end of the toll plaza. There's one on each end. There's nothing in the middle. But one going eastbound, that same transponder on the 16th of July cut across Alligator Alley and then presumably went up 75, which the phone records will show that. And then the return trip was the first one we found.
And did that help you identify the particular SunPass transponder by like an identification number?
Yes.
And is a particular SunPass transponder affiliated with a particular vehicle through some type of SunPass record?
Yes, it shows the customer who purchased the SunPass, and they submit what kind of vehicle it is, the tag number, in case the SunPass, the transponder doesn't work, they could still use their credit because it'll take a picture of the tag.
All right, so what did you learn about the suspect vehicle at this time from the SunPass stuff?
It was a rental. It was a rental from a Miami car rental place called.
Recognize state 67.
Yes.
Okay, is that the rental contract that you found at the Save Gas related to your suspect vehicle?
That's correct.
All right. Is it a fair and accurate copy of that exhibit or that
Yes.
document? Okay, moving to evidence state 67, Your Honor.
State 67 is admitted.
Permission to publish 67.
You may.
And what did we learn about the people that rented the car from this state 67? Not on there? rented the vehicle?
According to this document, Luis Rivera, Normandy Drive in Miami, is the one that rented this car.
And did he provide a phone number for himself?
Yes,
Is that the number listed right here?
yes.
Okay. And any other drivers listed on the contract?
No driver listed there, but up in the top, you see the word brother and a phone number that became significant.
All right. And whose phone number were you able to associate? Who were you able to associate this phone number with? The brother.
Sigfredo Garcia.
When was this vehicle rented?
This on the 16th of July. I'm sorry, this shows 15th. 15th of July.
Okay. And when was it due back?
It was due back on the 17th of July.
Didn't go back on the 17th though.
No, I don't believe it got back till the 21st.
Okay. Approach and show you what I've marked in the State's Exhibit 65. Recognize State 65?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
This was a traffic citation that we discovered Luis Rivera received on I-75.
On I-75 on the way to Tallahassee in the Prius?
No, it was a different car. This was on a different, this was dated June 4th.
I'm sorry, I've showed you the wrong thing. Not the right thing. We'll have to circle back to that. All right. Let me ask you about phone. You mentioned that Sergeant Corbett was working on the phone records. I'm going to approach and show you what I marked as State's Exhibit 55. Recognize this exhibit?
I do.
It's this sort of an org chart of all the folks whose phone records we collected in this case, or many of them.
Yes, that's correct.
And by stipulation, Judge, these phone numbers have been associated with the folks on the chart, so I'd ask to move it down to State's 55.
Defense is stipulated.
Yes, no objection to the publishing.
55 is admitted at this time.
Okay, well, we'll work on that too. All right. Now, Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera, those are the two subjects that you establish as being in the Prius. Is that right?
Right.
Okay. And these are their phone numbers that have been associated with them listed beneath them.
Correct.
And we've got two different numbers for Luis Rivera. Is that right?
Rivera had two separate numbers, but his main one was 570 that was on the rental contract.
All right. And the nicknames that are shown there, are those the nicknames that those two go by?
Correct. Tuto and Tato.
Tuto and Tato.
Correct.
Okay. Were you able to establish any link through people between the two that came in the Prius and the Adelson family?
No.
Okay. Were you able to establish any type, did you develop a theory or any evidence as to why these two people came to Tallahassee to murder Dan Markel?
Well, eventually we learned that the female, Catherine Magbanua, was the mother of Sigfredo Garcia's children and considered each other spouses, to my best understanding.
Okay. And
At
did
the
she
same
have,
time,
go ahead.
same time, we also found out that she had been dating and in a relationship with Charlie Adelson.
All right. So initially, was there any connection between these two guys from Miami and Dan Markel?
None.
All right. So this was the connection that was established, turned out to be Catherine Magbanua.
The only connection we could find.
Okay. And was that done through phone records and ultimately other communication records and testimony?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you, as a result of developing Catherine Magbanua as a potential suspect, investigate her at all?
Yes.
All right. And did that include an investigation into her employment?
That's correct.
What was her employment status around the time of this murder?
At the time of the murder, I believe she worked at another dental office somewhere, but post-murder, she started receiving compensation from the Adelson Institute.
What is the Adelson Institute?
It's a dental practice, according to online information operated by Harvey Adelson and Charlie Adelson.
Okay. And were the two of them dentists?
Yes, I believe Charlie is recognized as a periodontist.
Did you come to learn what Donna Adelson's role, if any, was in that business?
Yes, she was clerical and kept books for the business.
Did you attempt to procure some employment records from the Adelson Institute to verify Ms. Magbanua's employment?
We did.
All right, tell us about that.
Myself and Special Agent Sanford from the FBI went to the office, physically to the office in Broward County, Tamarack, and served a subpoena seeking records for the employment of Catherine Magbanua, and we received nothing at the initial time. Later on, the best I could get from, I believe it was an attorney that represented that dental office, just a list of checks that were paid checks from the Adelson Institute to Catherine Magbanua, but no W-2, no responsibility forms, nothing that showed what she actually did as being employed at that institute.
What was it, regular business hours when you entered there physically?
Yes.
Was Ms. Magbanua present when you entered the building?
No.
Did the employees that you have contact with seem to know who she was or what it was that she did there?
The initial person that I spoke to at the desk, at the front desk, she had no idea who this person was, who Magbanua was. The other person that came up to the front she said she knew the name, but did not know what her responsibilities were with the company.
And the person that knew the name, who is that?
Erica Johnson, I believe.
And I'm going to approach and show you 68. Recognize 68?
Yes, this is all I received as far as any type of records for Magbanwa and her relationship with the Adelson Institute.
Right. And did the records include any job description for Ms. Magbanwa?
No,
Any employment application,
no,
schedule,
no,
timesheet,
nope,
W-2 forms, or tax filing records?
nope,
Any performance evaluations?
none.
So only the checks.
Only the checks.
According to those checks, during what period of time was Catherine Magbanwa on the Adelson Institute payroll?
From September of 2014 all the way, this particular one shows March of 2016, but I believe it goes further than that into May 2016.
Right. So it starts shortly after the homicide, about 2 months?
Yes. Actually, the homicide happened July 18th, and the first check was dated September 18th.
For what pay period?
I don't see the pay period on this one.
But presumably she'd be paid for a pay period that had
2 weeks
concluded.
prior,
Okay.
according to the way this is laid out.
All right, and we are going to learn more about the bump or the undercover operation, but is it fair to say the checks terminated shortly after the undercover operation in 2016?
Yes.
Did you notice in your review of that exhibit, the documents provided by the Adelson Institute, that some of those check numbers were consecutive?
Yes, I did.
Who signed those checks?
Donna Adelson,
All of them?
everyone.
Were you ever able to develop any evidence that Magbanwa was physically going to the Adelson Institute during these pay periods?
Never.
Any evidence that she performed some service offsite for that business?
Nothing was established that showed that.
Any evidence of any contact with any patients?
No.
And you were, we'll learn later, listening to some of her phone calls, right?
That's correct.
When was Catherine Magbanwa arrested for her role in this murder?
October 1, 2016.
Were you present for her arrest?
I was.
And was she allowed to contact her lawyer from the arrest scene?
Yes,
Did you speak to her attorney as well?
I did.
Who was her attorney?
Tara Kawas.
What happened after that phone call?
After Ms. Magbanwa was placed into a car for transport to the Broward County Jail, way less than 20 minutes later, I received a phone call on my phone.
Because lack of relevance, he's about to testify to something that has nothing to do with my client.
No received objections. Ms. Cattleman, please lay the foundation as to this matter in this trial. Overruled.
Go ahead, sir.
So let me back up. So while Ms. Magbanwa was detained on scene, where she was arrested in the daytime, daylight hours, she was allowed to place a call to her attorney. She spoke to her attorney. I spoke to her attorney, and I asked that Ms. Kawas, the attorney representing her at the time, that she contact her client, Magbanwa, at the Broward County Jail, and if in fact she wanted to cooperate with the investigation, to call me back.
So you were
And-
interested in getting information from Ms. McBanois?
Correct. I wanted-
Information about the other parties involved in this case?
Yes.
Okay.
So what I mean by cooperation is if she wanted to provide testimony about other players in this. And so I told Ms. Kawas, if you'll talk to your client, obviously out of my presence, and if she decides to cooperate, call me back and I will go to the Broward County Jail and meet.
Did that happen?
No.
What happened instead?
Well, like I said, within less than 20 minutes from that conversation, I received a phone call from a gentleman that identified himself as David Marcus. Instead, he was an attorney representing Charlie Adelson. And he asked that if Charlie Adelson was to be arrested, if I would just contact him.
There's relevance, and this is not co-conspirator admission.
Specifically as a co-conspirator aspect, Ms. Kappelman, you need to keep the examination focused on that. Members of the jury, as to the last objection, I will sustain it. You may continue, Ms. Kappelman.
So you speak to Kawas and your next phone call is from Charlie's lawyer.
Correct.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Just a moment, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay, so at the time of this investigation, when it began, how long had you been with the Tallahassee Police Department?
25 years.
You'd spent vast majority of your career as an investigator detective.
No, I've probably spent most of my career as a street officer.
Okay. At the time of this, how long had you been a detective?
6 years.
And you continue to be the lead for Tallahassee Police Department on this investigation until your retirement, correct?
Correct.
Now, it's important when you're conducting an investigation, especially a homicide investigation, for you to be thorough, correct?
Yes.
You don't want to leave essentially any stone unturned,
Yes.
obviously within reason.
Yes.
You talked about your agency beginning to obtain cellular phone records of the Adelson family pretty early on, correct?
Mm,
You started getting them in July,
yes.
and you learned that Wendi Adelson's parents, my client and her husband, lived in Miami, correct?
I believe at the time it was Coral Springs, but
They had a place on Miami Beach.
well, I know that they ended up at Miami Beach. I don't recall at the time of the homicide if they were living on Miami Beach.
Okay. But you knew that they were in South Florida.
South Florida is correct.
Okay. And so as your investigation continued and you started looking into, you made the connection between the two individuals who drove up here, Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera. You made that connection to Catherine McBanois, correct?
Right.
And you made that connection to Charlie Adelson, correct?
Correct.
And then you see these large cash deposits into Katie McBanois, or you see Katie McBanois' unemployment status.
Right.
She's still paying her bills in South Florida.
Yes.
Now, you also mentioned that you contacted the SunPass Authority.
Yes.
Did you ever, you'd already made a connection between the investigation and the Adelson family at this point, pretty quickly.
I wouldn't say that.
Okay. Well, over a couple years. By the time June of 2016 comes, comes about, you've already made that connection.
Oh, yes. By that time, yes.
Okay. And you contacted the SunPass Authority for my client's SunPass records, correct?
No.
No, you didn't. Did you contact the Turnpike Authority for construction records for the Turnpike?
Construction records?
Yes.
No.
What about for I-95 or 595?
To my knowledge, there is no, and I believe I established that with the FDOT, Florida Department of Transportation, that there was no toll system on 95.
Okay. I was asked about construction records on 95.
I did not inquire about construction records.
What about accident records?
Accident records?
Yeah.
No.
Isn't it true that my client and her husband shared an email address?
I believe they did.
You learned that during your investigation. In fact, I think Wendi said that, didn't she, in her interview with you?
I don't recall whether she said it.
Where you have Mr. Eisen, you identified emails that are contained in State's Exhibit 64, correct?
Yes.
And according to your testimony, these are emails between my client and her daughter, correct?
Yes.
And in some of these emails, my client called Danny Markel bad names.
Yes.
She never actually said she hated him, did she, in any of these emails?
That came through the grandchildren.
Okay. At the time, the grandchildren were 3 and 4.
I don't recall the age. They were young.
And you also testified about a bribe. You are not a family law attorney, are you?
No.
Okay. And you have no idea whether or not it's permitted for one party to offer any sort of financial incentive to another party when it comes to relocation.
That's not in my realm.
And you also testified about Mr. Markel's life insurance policy, pension, and you said that those funds went to his children with Wendi as a custodian?
Some of them, and some of them was Dan Markel's sister as a custodian.
Okay. Did my client receive any financial benefit in the form of Danny's life insurance, his pension, or anything else?
Not that I could tell.
Going back to those emails, especially the one the state highlighted concerning the Catholic Church and dressing the kids up, Wendi didn't take those suggestions, did she?
No.
You testified just now concerning your attempt to obtain employment records for Miss Magbanua from the Adelson Institute. It's a small business, right?
It appeared to be.
Just a handful of employees?
Yeah, there was only 2 there at the time.
You don't know whether or not any of the employees had a written job description?
No, I do not know that.
You don't know if any of the employees' files had evaluations or job reviews?
I didn't see that. I would think with that type of business and working on people's mouths and so forth, that there would be a little scrutiny involved.
But you don't know if they kept those records for any employee.
I have no
do you?
idea. I was only seeking and only had cause to seek for Magbanua.
And when Miss Magbanua was arrested, you testified that you received a call from someone who identified himself as Charlie's attorney, correct?
After her arrest, the gentleman that called my number was he identified himself as an attorney for Charlie Adelson.
Not Donna Adelson.
Not Donna.
Now, is it unusual in an investigation like this for a defense attorney to contact you about whether or not there's a warrant for their client's arrest?
I wouldn't say that. It was shocking to me that within that short a time frame, the only way that this person would have knowledge would be from Magbanua's attorney. So there would be contact between Magbanua's attorney and this person identifying himself as Charlie's attorney in a short, very short time. No media, nothing had been divulged.
So what you found unusual was the short time frame, not the phone call itself.
No, it was immediate, and I'm basically telling Coas, if your client wants to cooperate, contact me. Don't call somebody else that's a co-conspirator, their attorney.
You didn't receive a call from anyone identifying themselves as Donna's attorney in that instant, did you?
No, sir.
Okay. Ms. Kappelman asked you about what has been coined that grandmother motion. Again, you're not a family law attorney.
Right, still not.
And so although you read the motion,
yes,
and you're educated, absent having some legal knowledge, can you interpret what is being requested in the motion?
I believe so. I think it's pretty plain.
Okay. I'm glad you said that. Now, I want to go back to the emails, and I'm going to use the board. The emails that you testified were between my client and her mother.
I just if we needed to take a break.
Oh. I'm going to show you 64 EE. Let's see. The sender of this email is not Donna Adelson, is it?
No, it doesn't. I don't know who it's from. It's not showing it.
Okay. It's an evite.com invitation.
I've seen those.
Okay. You don't have any personal knowledge as to how these are generated, do you?
Someone has to go through this program to get it set up and sent out.
But you don't have any personal knowledge as to how that's done, do you?
No.
The next page of EE, it's August 30th, 2014 email to Wendi. Now, the sender is donnaharvey@gmail.com, correct?
That's correct.
Whose name is next to that?
Harvey Adelson.
That's not Donna Adelson, is it?
I believe that's her husband.
Next. It's an email dated September 12th, 2014. And the sender is saying that Lincoln will attend Tot Shabbat with his grandpa, Harvey Adelson. Isn't that what it says?
Yes, it does.
Who's it from?
It's from Donna Harvey at gmail.com.
And whose name is next to that?
It says Harvey Adelson.
I'm going to show you 64FF. This is, again, from Donna Harvey at gmail.com, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Whose name is there?
Where it says from?
Yes.
It says Harvey Adelson.
Okay. Wendy, this is the information on work order for repair of TV Friday, July 18th between 8 and 12. Love, Dad. My client's not Dad, is she?
I wouldn't refer to him as that. I don't think she would either.
This is still part of that same email, the Geek Squad schedule. Would you be willing to accept a sooner appointment if one becomes available? Do you see that language?
Yes.
What's the answer underneath that?
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Redirect examination. Go ahead.
Defense pointed out, hey, Harvey and Donna share an email address, right? Donna
Yeah.
Harvey at gmail.com. And some of these are signed Dad.
Right.
Are some of them signed Mom?
Right.
Okay, and drawing your attention to this one on May 3rd, 2013, including the statement, the most important part of your divorce is relocation. On page 4 of that exhibit, well, let me start by going to the very end. Inconveniently, the way this printed, love you. Who signed that one?
Mom.
All right, and on page 4 of the exhibit, just a moment. The State's Exhibit W, this is one from Thursday, June 27th, 2013. It's signed Mom and Dad, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And in this one, All right, so we've got some from mom and dad, right?
That's correct.
No further questions.
You may step down, Mr. Rice. Will he be retained? You may be recalled at some point in the trial. Please remain in contact with the attorneys. What's that?
Am I under the rule?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. Members of the jury will take a break at this point briefly. The bailiff will take you to the jury room. Everyone can be seated. Just a reminder for the gallery while the testimony is taking place. If you step outside of the courtroom, you'll need to wait until the examination of that witness is complete. We will resume at 3:50.
What's that?
May I address the court while she's working on the
Go
jury?
ahead.
I would like some clarification on the hearing that is going to be conducted outside the presence of the jury regarding State's Exhibit 60. My takeaway from our sidebar was that I was going to authenticate every single page. The defense has now advised me they only have limited objections to State 60, so I would ask for some clarification on what we're doing there.
Starting 60, the defense can be heard.
I think we resolved that with the court's ruling already, Your Honor.
I believe Ms. Kaepernick just brought it up because there might have been a discussion while I was at work.
Ms. Fulford thought that she was referring to some.
I thought you were referring to the email.
Oh, no, I'm
For
referring to the
64,
divorce.
State Exhibit 64 has been admitted with the only exception being AA for right now.
Right, that was my bad. I thought that's what she was referring to when I said
Okay.
divorce.
As to State 60, the foundation has begun with the detective as to any other witnesses that you intend to link up the parts of the foundation with. You were certainly permitted to do so.
Is there an objection to it right now being admitted?
I
And
believe
if
the objection was
so-
foundation as to showing emails or communications that link up exactly with what the pleadings are.
Yes, sir. And will that be in reference to each pleading or just select pleadings?
Mr. Zellman, Ms. Fulford.
Judge, my understanding from the court's ruling is that the state could lay the foundation as they move through their case. And with that ruling, I mean, obviously we'd like them to establish foundation, but I'm not objecting to what has been presented as 60 other than the foundation, which, as you indicated, they can prove up along the way as long as they complete it by the end of their case in chief.
Well, until the foundation is complete as to State 60, it's not admitted.
Understood. Okay, I am going to go forward with Mr. Rivera at this time, Judge. If we finish before 5, I'm hopeful that I'll be able, outside the presence of the jury, to conduct that hearing regarding the foundation and admissibility of that exhibit. Would that be acceptable to the court?
That's fine.
I'm not sure I'm going to be ready. I'm working on that, but just wanted to have clarification on what I was working on.
Please bring in the jurors.
And can we have Mr. Rivera brought in?
You want to brought in now before?
Want to have him seated before we bring in the
You can
jury?
bring in Rivera first. You can bring in the jurors. You can take a seat for right now, Mr. Rivera.
So you're closer to that microphone.
All rise, you're entering the courtroom.
Everyone can be seated. Mr. Rivera, please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, sir.
Take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly.
Yes, sir.
You may examine.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
Luis Rivera, Luisrivera.
Mr. Rivera, where are you from?
I'm from Puerto Rico.
Okay, but were you living in Miami back in 2014?
Yes, ma'am.
How long did you live in Miami?
My whole life.
You were born in Puerto Rico, though?
Yeah.
Okay, but moved to Miami at what age?
2 years old.
Have you been convicted of a felony,
Yes, ma'am.
including the murder that we're here about today?
Yes, ma'am.
It's 5 felonies, sound correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're currently incarcerated?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that for this case or this case and another case?
Both. Well,
Both. So it's a federal sentence and this sentence.
the state case.
What did you plead to in this case?
This case, guilty
Guilty to what?
to second-degree murder.
If you can speak up, Mr. Rivera, that'd be so.
Guilty to second-degree murder.
Thank you.
One moment, Mr. Rivera.
What was your sentence on the second degree murder?
19 years.
Okay, and that was concurrent with your federal sentence, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what did you have to do in exchange for getting a 19-year sentence?
I had to cooperate.
What does cooperation mean to you?
Well, telling.
Telling on who?
My co-defenders, Garcia, Katie.
All right. Did anybody ever tell you what to say?
No, ma'am.
Has anybody ever told you anything other than to tell the truth?
No, excuse me.
Has anybody told you to say anything other than the truth?
No.
Has anybody promised you anything other than the sentence that you got in exchange for cooperation?
No, ma'am.
Did anybody ever tell you, oh, you have to testify about a specific person to get a deal?
No, ma'am. Not at all.
Have you been offered anything on your federal sentence from doing this cooperation on this case?
No.
As part of your negotiation or your lawyer's negotiation of this case, did you give up what's called a proffer, a recorded proffer?
Yes, ma'am.
And even back then, when you gave the proffer, did anybody tell you what you needed to say there?
No, ma'am.
Were you hired to participate in the murder of Dan Markel?
Yes, ma'am.
Who hired you to be involved in the murder?
Well, I got it from my friend, Dudo Garcia.
Is that Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you know him?
Childhood friends.
So to cooperate and get this deal, you had to turn on one of your best friends.
Yes, ma'am.
Who enlisted Sigfredo Garcia to be a part of this murder?
Katie,
Who's Katie?
his wife.
Is that Catherine Magbanua?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know who enlisted her to be involved in this murder?
Not really.
Was it a murder for hire?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know that somebody was paying Katie?
Yes, ma'am.
And Katie was the one that brought the money to you all, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the purpose of this murder as you understood it?
That they wanted the kids.
Who wanted the kids?
Wendi.
Okay. And did you understand that you were killing the father of the kids so that Wendi could have the kids?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you previously referred to a dentist being involved?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was the dentist?
Charlie.
And how was he related?
Katie's boyfriend, side piece, whatever you want to call him.
All right, so Katie was the wife of Garcia, but also the girlfriend of the dentist?
Yeah.
Did you have any contact with the dentist ever?
No.
Did you have any contact with any member of the Adelson family?
No, ma'am.
Everything went through Katie, right?
Yes, ma'am.
What did the dentist, if you know, have to do with the lady in Tallahassee who needed her kids?
I don't know nothing about him. I don't know nothing about that family.
Who was in charge of getting the money after the job was done?
Katie.
How much were you to be paid for your part in this crime?
35.
$35,000.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know the total amount that the job paid?
No, not really.
Did you know how much Garcia got?
40, I believe.
$40,000.
Yeah.
And did you know how much Katie got?
No, I don't know. I can't remember. But I think it was like 40. I think it was, told it was be like 100, something like that.
Okay, somewhere in the neighborhood of $100,000.
Yes, ma'am.
Was it a one-time payment or was it a payment that occurred over time? It's what you got.
No, it's a one-time payment.
What did you know about the man that you came to Tallahassee to kill?
I don't know nothing about him.
How did you know who to kill?
Constituto Garcia.
How did he know?
Katie.
Did he have some information about the man you were here to kill?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell him what that was.
I was a piece of paper with his picture on of his face and the address.
Picture of Dan Markel's face?
Yes, ma'am.
And the address of what? Where he lived?
Of his house, yes.
Did you and Rivera refer to each other? I'm sorry, you and Garcia refer to each other as brothers?
Yes, ma'am.
Moving evidence states 45, Your Honor.
Objection.
No, Your Honor.
States 45 is admitted.
Is that you and Mr. Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
Please silence your phones.
Have you ever been to Tallahassee before you came for this case, related to this case?
Never in my life.
How many times did you come to Tallahassee related to this case?
This case twice.
So were you with Sigfredo Garcia both times?
Yeah,
Was that one time in June and one time in July?
I believe so.
Okay, and July was the time, second time was when the murder happened, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Was it just the two of you on both of these trips?
Yes, ma'am.
The objection states 44.
No objection.
Introduce states 44, Your Honor.
States 44 is admitted.
Publishing states 44. Who's this right here?
Garcia.
And this?
Katie.
Who's that?
My baby mama.
Your child's mother?
Yes, ma'am.
What's her name?
Jessica.
Okay, and that's you there?
Yes.
Was this picture taken before or after the murder?
I can't remember.
At the time of the murder, was Katie with the dentist? Was Katie with Garcia? Was she with both?
Both.
Were you at the time of this murder living with Jessica Rodriguez?
Yes, ma'am.
There's an address on the rental car contract, 1515 Northeast 135th Street, number 14. Do you recognize that address?
That's my apartment. Yes, ma'am.
All right, let's talk about the first trip that occurred in June. How did you get here for that trip?
Well, we rented a car.
Who rented the car for the June trip?
The first one.
Yeah, if you remember.
I can't really remember. Been so long.
But one of you, either you or Sigfredo?
Yeah, I think it was Fredo. I rented the Prius, so I never rented on the truck.
Okay, so Garcia rented the car for the June trip, but it was a rental car that y'all brought up here.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and did you take the same route on both trips to get to Tallahassee?
I don't remember.
Okay, and did he have the paper with the picture of Dan Markel on both trips?
Yes.
And what did you do on the first trip?
We drove by here and we just follow him around to see where he lived and shit. But
Okay, were you planning to kill him on the first trip?
I don't remember.
Okay, did you have a gun on the first trip?
Yeah.
Did you have a gun that you procured specifically to kill Dan Markel with?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that a gun that you bought off the street?
Yes, ma'am.
You bought it.
I bought it.
Okay. And were there any other guns in the vehicle for that first trip, if you know?
I think we had 2.
All right. And what was the other gun?
It's a 38.
Whose gun was that?
Garcia.
On that first trip in June of 2014, did you and Garcia go to Markel's residence?
Yeah.
And did you lay eyes on him that first trip?
I believe I passed by his house and scoped him out.
You said you followed him. Do you remember where you followed him on the first trip?
Yeah, I followed him to a daycare.
How long were you here that first trip?
Maybe I don't remember.
A couple days sound right?
Just a couple of days.
Why wasn't Dan Markel killed on that first trip, if you know?
If I remember, I wasn't gonna do nothing in front of no kids. But
He had the kids with him,
yeah, yes, he did.
but for whatever reason, it didn't happen on that trip.
We lost him. I believe we lost him.
Okay. And when you didn't get it done on that trip, was anyone angry at you?
At me?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
All right. Did you hear at some point that y'all were going to have to come back if you wanted to get the money and finish the job?
Yeah.
All right. So you did come back in July. Is that right?
We came back.
And that's when you came in the Prius.
Yes, ma'am.
And you rented the Prius, right?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. And that phone number that you wrote on the Prius rental agreement and wrote brother, that was Garcia's phone number?
Yeah, I think.
You took phones with you to Tallahassee for both trips, right?
Yeah.
Did you turn your phone off for the actual murder?
Yeah, I did.
What about Garcia? Do you know if he turned his phone off?
When the murder happened?
Yes, sir.
Shit. Man, I don't remember.
Okay. Did you stay in Tallahassee for a couple nights when you came here the second time?
Yeah, we stayed here for a night or 2, I think.
Okay. Did y'all rent a hotel room?
Yes.
Do you know how many guns were with you on that second trip?
Nah, just 1.
You only remember one gun on that trip?
Yeah, I remember 1.
And that's the murder weapon?
Yes, ma'am.
The one you bought on the street?
Yes, ma'am.
What type of gun was that?
A 38.
That's a revolver?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember an incident where there was a shot fired into the floorboard of the Prius?
Yes.
Could you tell the jurors about that?
Well, we was driving and Garcia put the gun out and shot the gas line in the car.
Through the floorboard of the car?
Yes, ma'am.
Passenger side or driver's side?
Passenger side.
Okay, and that was the murder weapon that fired that shot?
Shit. Man, I don't remember.
Okay, but he was messing around with some gun and fired it into the car.
Yeah.
And were y'all driving in the car when that happened?
Yes, ma'am.
And did it disable the car?
It's the car started stopping little by little. It just started slowing down.
Okay, and that's the Prius, right?
Yes, ma'am.
How did y'all get the car going again?
We seen somebody that he knew and stopped him and took him to the auto place to get a piece of hose to put it back together.
And the guy that you saw that he knew, are you talking about a local drug dealer here that y'all had met on the first trip?
Yes, ma'am.
And that person assisted you in getting some way to fix the car?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was good with cars, you or Garcia or both?
Garcia.
All right, so he was able to make a repair to the gas line?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you follow Dan Markel again during this second trip?
Yeah.
Did you follow him to the daycare?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you actually see him drop his children off at school that morning?
Absolutely, yes.
Did you follow him to the gym where he went inside and worked out?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there a reason the murder had to be done on the day that it was done?
I believe so. I believe he was about to leave.
Who was about to leave?
Markel.
About to
Markel.
leave town?
Yeah,
How did you get that information?
I got it from Tudo,
Where did he get the information?
from Katie,
How did she know?
Wendy.
You think Wendi talked to Katie and told her Dan Markel's travel plans?
Yeah.
Were you present for that
No.
phone call? Okay. But somehow you learned that Dan Markel was leaving town the day after he was killed.
Yes, ma'am.
So it had to be done that day or he'd be gone.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that came through Garcia to you from Katie.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you say Wendi, did you know who Wendi was at the time that all this happened?
No, ma'am.
Okay, but you did know there was a lady that you were helping get some kids back in Tallahassee.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were you the driver of the green Prius?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had a chance to see the gym video and the bus video?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you driving the Prius in those videos?
Yes, ma'am.
What happened when you got to the driveway of Dan Markel?
Well, I pulled up right behind him, and Garcia jumped out and shot him.
How many times did Garcia shoot Mr. Markel?
Twice.
Did he shoot him? Where was the victim when he was shot?
He was inside his parking garage, and his sitting down the driver's side on the phone.
And did Garcia shoot him through the window, if you know?
Through the window.
How long would you say you were in the driveway?
Just seconds.
How was it decided which one of you would be the shooter?
Because I wasn't going to do it.
You didn't want to be the shooter?
No.
On the bus video, we see somebody in a white shirt kind of jumping around in the passenger seat. Is that Mr. Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember what was happening when he was doing all that jumping around?
I think he was trying to hide a gun. If I'm not mistaken, he was trying to hide it.
What did happen to the gun?
It got thrown away.
Thrown away where?
In the ocean somewhere.
All right, who threw it in the ocean somewhere?
He did.
All right, was that on the way back to Miami?
Yes, ma'am.
At some overpass somewhere between here and Miami?
Absolutely.
Where did you go after the murder? Go home?
We had to stop somewhere to eat. Then we went home.
Did you stop at an ATM?
I don't remember.
I'm going to show you states exhibits 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, and 43. So 38 through 43.
Yes, ma'am.
Are these images fair and accurate photos of you pulling through an ATM?
Yes, ma'am.
And the date, July 18th, 2014?
Yes, ma'am.
Pembroke Pines, is that on the way home from Tallahassee?
Yeah.
That's you at the ATM. Are you the driver?
Yes, ma'am.
And who's that in the passenger seat?
Garcia.
Move to publish introduce states 38 through 43.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 38 through 43 are admitted.
May I publish?
You may.
Is that the vehicle you were driving the day the murder was done, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Publishing 39. Is that you at the ATM machine?
Yes, ma'am.
States Exhibit 40. Is this Mr. Garcia? Is he your passenger?
Yes, ma'am.
States Exhibit 41. He's the passenger that was jumping around when we saw the car in Tallahassee on the bus video?
Absolutely.
Do you remember when you turned your phone back on after the murder?
Not really.
Do you remember who was the first phone call that either of you made after the murder?
Garcia,
Who did Garcia call?
Katie.
And were you able to hear Katie on the other end of the line when he was talking to her?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you interested in that phone call?
Yes, ma'am.
Because she was going to be the one to get you the money, right?
Absolutely.
And was that phone call in reference to letting her know it's done and she's going to get the money?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you get the money?
Saturday morning,
Was that the next day?
the next day.
Do you remember that on that Saturday morning you got a call from Catherine Magvanoa?
Yes.
She was looking for you to give you the money, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that unusual for her to call you?
Not really. She never calls my phone.
She never calls your phone, but she couldn't get a hold of Garcia,
She
right?
couldn't get a hold of him, so she got in contact with me.
And at that time, wasn't Garcia living with another woman?
Yes.
And that was the woman that goes by the nickname Shrimp?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that's where you ended up rousting him out of, right?
Absolutely.
To go get your money, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so he wasn't living with Katie as a family at that time.
Nope.
Okay. So when you say that Katie was with both of them, do you mean just that Katie was always kind of off and on with Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
So she has other boyfriends, sometimes he has other girlfriends, but they always find each other again?
Absolutely.
One moment, please, Your Honor. All right, tell us what happened when you got your money. How'd you get it? Where'd you get it?
I was in a barbershop, and they pulled up to my house, Katie and Garcia, and they called my phone. They I think my baby mama called me. Well, they came to my house.
Okay,
I was-
Katie and Garcia brought the money.
Yeah, I was in a barbershop, and
Okay.
Katie and Garcia, they went to my house and brought the money.
All right, and do you know where Katie got the money from? Were you there when Katie got the money?
No,
But you knew that she was supposed to go get it,
absolutely.
and she did.
Yes, ma'am.
How much did you get?
35.
Was there anything unusual about how your payment was packaged?
Yeah, it was weird. It was stapled. Never
Was it
seen that
cash
before.
money?
Cash.
Okay,
hundreds.
stapled how? All hundreds.
Hundreds, $1,000 stapled.
Stapled into bundles of $1,000 each.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you ever seen stapled money before?
No.
Did you and Garcia buy anything with your cut of the money?
I just bought a motorcycle.
46 and 47. Moving to evidence 46 and 47, Your Honor.
No objection to the defense.
No objection.
They're admitted.
Publishing States Exhibit 46. This yellow motorcycle, whose is that?
Garcia.
Is that something he bought with the money that was the proceeds of this murder?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what about this vehicle back here?
Yeah, he bought that one too.
He also bought that with his cut of the money?
Yeah.
And States Exhibit 47, what about this motorcycle right here?
That's mine.
Is that what you bought, or part of what you bought with your money?
Yes, ma'am.
How long after the murder did you guys make those purchases? Days, weeks, months?
Probably like a month.
Did you make any changes to your cell phone after the murder? Did you dump your cell phone?
Man, I don't remember.
Did you meet with investigator Newland from my office to see if you could recognize some voices on some recorded telephone calls?
Yes, ma'am.
And did Mr. Newland play some calls for you and have you initial on a sheet if you could identify the voice
Absolutely.
on the sheet on that call?
Yes, ma'am.
States Exhibit 136. Is this it? to show you what I have marked as State's Exhibit 136. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, ma'am.
And are these your initials here?
Yes, ma'am.
And does that mean you're verifying that the highlighted name, you know that person and that is their voice?
Absolutely.
On the particular call that reference?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move in evidence 136.
Objection. Case 136, Linda.
One moment, please, Your Honor.
Take your time.
Did you know where the dentist lived?
Nope.
Did you know that the dentist had a safe full of money?
Nope.
Did you know that the dentist was going to be paying for at least part of this murder?
No.
And if you had known that the dentist had a safe full of money, would you have driven all the way to Tallahassee to do the murder to then get the money?
No.
What would have been a better idea?
Overruled, he has knowledge of his own actions and what he was thinking at the time. You
What-
may answer the question.
What would you have preferred to do to get the money?
I went and robbed them myself.
Did you suggest to Garcia on the way up to Tallahassee that y'all could just go to whoever had the money and rob them instead of doing this murder?
I mentioned something like that. Yes.
But that Garcia said that wouldn't work, right?
No.
Nothing further.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Mr. Garcia.
Excuse me?
I said, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I just want to make sure I understood your testimony. It was your testimony that the first trip you came up on, you scoped out Mr. Markel's house, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that he was going to be taking his kids to school. So when he came out with the kids, you're trying to follow him to the school, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you got lost. He lost you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the second time that you came up, you knew he was going to be taking the children to school. And so you followed him to the school, correct?
The daycare, yes.
Yes. And then you knew he was going to be going to the gym, right?
I didn't know he was going to the gym. I just followed him.
You followed him to the gym.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you followed him to his house.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's where he was killed.
Yes, ma'am.
And the woman who wanted him to be killed, past you and Sigfredo and Katie, the woman who wanted him to be killed was Wendi Adelson, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
It was she wanting her children, correct?
Absolutely.
Mr. Garcia, I'm going to show you what
With
has
Mr.
been-
Rivera.
Oh,
Not
I'm so
Garcia.
sorry. I am so
Twice.
sorry. I apologize. Mr. Rivera, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 50. Could you take a look at that and tell me if you recognize that?
Yeah.
And what is that?
It's like a profile of everybody's face.
Okay. And did you make some marks on this for me and then sign it on March the 11th of 2025?
Yes, I did.
You just hold on to that for a second. Mr. Vera, when we met with you that day, taking your deposition, and I presented that to you, you gave us information about what had happened, pretty similar to what you talked about here today, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And when we were done talking about those things and some information about Sigfredo and Katie, I presented you with what's in front of you as Defendant's Exhibit 50, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And I asked if you would put the number 1 and circle it next to the person you know as Katie, who you said was in charge of this whole deal, correct?
Yep.
And did you do that?
Yep.
All right. And then I said, would you put a number 2 next to the person you say did this killing?
Yes.
And you did that, correct?
Yes, I did.
And that was Sigfredo Garcia.
Yes, ma'am.
The first one was Katie McBanois, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then I said, would you put a number 3 next to yourself on the paper? And did you do that?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're the one who got the gun that was used to kill Danny Markel, and you drove the car that day. You didn't shoot him, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then I said, if you would, please put the number 4 next to the man who was killed, and you did that with Danny Markel, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then I said, if you would, put the number 5 next to the lady that wanted the man killed. And did you do that?
Yes, I did.
And was that with Wendi Adelson?
Yes, I did.
And then I asked you if the 2 people on the top of the page who have their pictures there and the names Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson, you see those on the top?
Yes, ma'am.
I asked you, as far as you know, were they involved in any of this? And you said no, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So I asked you to put X's next to the people who on that page were not involved in this.
Yes, ma'am.
And you did that.
Yes, I did.
Thank you. Just one moment, Your Honor. I don't have anything further.
Redirect examination.
No, Your Honor.
Is Mr. Rivera released or will he be recalled?
Needs to remain under the rule, Your Honor.
Very well. Mr. Rivera, please do not discuss your testimony with anyone else. The bailiff will take you at this time. Parties can approach.
Jury, at this time, we are going to go into recess for the day. The same instruction that you have received since the start of jury selection, not to discuss the case with anyone else or to look at any information about the case. Once again, I'm going to remind you of this. Please report on Monday morning at 8:45. We will anticipate getting started by 9 o'clock. Enjoy your weekend. We will see you Monday.
Before they step out, maybe touch on one other item.
Yes. Members of the jury, actually, please report at 9:15, and by the time everyone has reported, we'll expect to get going with the trial by 9:30. Have a good weekend. Once again, do not discuss the case, do not read or seek out any information about the case. Have a good night. Ms. Kappelman, the witness is here this afternoon to start that, or you need to do that on Monday morning?
I can start that this afternoon, Judge. We're just not prepared to go through the whole thing yet. We've been working on it since the issue arose. And I was told we're about halfway through about 10 minutes ago, so.
All right. If we can start at 8:30, have the witness and go through it smoothly, it'll give everyone an opportunity to get some rest from the weekend. Do you all prefer to do it that way?
Thank you. Thank you, Judge.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Judge, I did fail to introduce one of the ATM still images, Case Exhibit 37. Would it be acceptable to move to admit this time?
If you're relying on the same foundation provided by Mr. Rivera, unless there's an objection.
No.
States 37 is admitted. Briefly, before we leave today, just to go through what has been admitted and has not, it cannot hurt. I have on my chart state exhibits 1 through 34 as admitted, 37 through 47 admitted, 55 admitted, 67 and 68 admitted, 64 admitted with the exception of AA, 88, 89, and 90 admitted, 119 through 128, excuse me, 119, 120, 122, 123, 124, 126, 127, 128, and 136.
Was one missing between 119 and 128, Your Honor?
On my list, I have 119, 120, 122, 123, 124. I believe there was testimony from Miss Maltese about the eyeglass frame and the car, but I'm not sure if 121 was admitted.
What happened, Judge, is Ms. Kaplan said that that's what she was requesting, but then when she said, I'd like to admit State's exhibit, it was 122 and 123.
So I will move 121 into evidence at this time, Judge.
Is there an objection?
No objection.
And after 128, Your Honor, you showed what else?
After 128,
136.
136, and that's it.
Yes, that matches my list. Now we have a demonstrative A and a demonstrative D, which have been used.
Yes.
Advised the court no longer accepts demonstratives. Would you like to make those items court exhibits for appellate purposes?
Yes. And the foundation for 60 is ongoing at this point, also as to 64 AA. All right. 8:30 on Monday morning, we will go through any predicate or foundations that need to be addressed prior to the next witness. Have a good weekend, everyone.
Incoming Paul voice. Incoming Paul voice. Incoming Paul voice. Incoming Paul voice. Emily, thank you for holding things down. I just had some major drama, not bad, but just with some business stuff going on, and I had to go get on a bunch of phone calls. So that's what I was doing. So I apologize. However, I've had the computer pulled up doing all this, watching it, and I was like, I can't believe, I mean, thank God it wasn't Wendi. I was like, I can't believe I'm missing this dude's testimony. So what happened? Like, just update me real quick. I might go back and watch it. I mean, obviously I'm going to, but I was thinking, so let me just tell you what the plan is. I was going to do a live chat here in a couple hours to do like the recap and just talk about it or whatever. But since I missed that dude's testimony, is it worth going back and watching that part at least? Or what do y'all think? It's epic. Okay, y'all, I'm sorry. I got to take another business call. Sorry. I'll be back. Incoming Paul voice. Incoming Paul voice. Incoming Paul voice. Y'all, we're going to try this for the 15th time. Sorry, everybody. Thank you, mods, for holding it down. Yeah, I just had stuff happen. But the business day's over. And then at the end of it, she was like, I just want to be nosy. This is off script. But she was like, what is reporting live from my sofa? And so she is a true crime whatever. It was just funny towards the end of it. But hopefully that's situated. Send out good vibes. Now, okay, well, where we left off at, do I need to, and not right this second, because this is what I was going to do. I was going to schedule another live. Mic feedback. Space now. Okay. I was gonna schedule another live for this evening. Yeah, I don't know what this everything's going crazy here. Is it fixed now? To go over stuff. Do I need to rewatch? Okay, so I don't know. What I'm gonna do, y'all, is I'm gonna end the live because this is just getting crazy. I don't know what's going on with my sound. I don't know what's going on. I'm going to reschedule something later on for tonight. So sorry, everybody, for the drama and stuff. And we'll be back later. Okay. I love y'all. We will see you soon. Bye, everybody.
The pillows are fluff thanks to Miss Emily. The couch is wide enough. Join the family. It's all love while we laugh at Bert's criminalities. Hey, 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 welcome to the Sofa Squad. Sipping from the cup at hey, 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 come laugh with the Sofa Squad. Can't roll my damn eyes hard enough. Oh, please, the puppies need me. Ooh, oh, please, my body is rejecting none of that fancy credential stuff. I'm just here for the cringe binge. Hey, 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 welcome to the Sofa Squad. Sipping from the cup and hey, 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 come laugh with the Sofa Squad. Can't roll my damn eyes hard enough. Oh, please, the puppies need me. Oh, please, my body is rejecting none of that fancy credentialed stuff. I'm just here for the cringe binge. Hey, 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 welcome to the Sofa Squad. Sipping from the cup that hey, 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 come laugh with the Sofa Squad. Can't roll my damn eyes hard enough.